Please take your seats. Our presentation is about to begin. Thank you. Please take your seats. Our presentation is about to begin. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Stat Senior Writer for Medicine and Editorial Director of Events, Matthew Herper.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Thanks for being here bright and early. I am, as an MC, duty-bound to say there are seats in the front. You can move up. But we're so excited to have all of you back here today, and we're so excited for day 2 of the Stat Summit. We hope you all had fun last night, getting to know each other, having the Wonderkins cocktail. How many people were here and had the Wonderkins cocktail? How was it? What's the vote? Yeah? We like the tart cucumber thing? Yeah? The networking is certainly not done. There'll be a lot of time today, and we have another reception this evening. Hope you all are here to join us for that. Now, we have a new thing we're doing at Stat, and yesterday I got to talk about all the important journalism we do, which is why we're here, and really what all of us choose to do with our lives. But we have hats, tote bag, t-shirts, even a limited edition Stat 10th anniversary puzzle, all available for purchase. And I want you to see some of these. This is Catherine McPhail, as anyone here yesterday knows. She is my right hand. And there's the tote bag. There are also, I have several of the hats, and I wear them all the time. They're awesome. So there's a QR code for the merch shop and the Stat 10 newspaper. If you haven't picked one up yet, they are available at registration. Check it out, and as a thank you, you'll all be getting a 10% discount code. Okay, so now we'll talk about, yesterday was great. So how about baby KJ?
Oh, he's so cute. He wore a tiny tuxedo.
Yeah, the
tiny bow tie. He was the best dressed person yesterday.
What was great is I got to see the 2 best dressed people probably, baby KJ and Emma Walmsley, interacting backstage. She was actually down playing with the toddler. It was fantastic. So a lot of other great stuff. There was the panel with Emma, John Maraganore, and Chris Fiabacher, which I thought gave a lot of insight into MFN and vaccines and other issues. The CDC panel was something else.
Yes, they spoke very movingly about the shooting and the threats to public health today.
Every bullet had somebody's name on it, and then we had Dr. Mike.
Oh, yes, he emphasized empathetic communication and how that human focus will help people get information to each other.
I think it'll be interesting to hear more about that today. We saw that you could track a patient with Wi-Fi without them even wearing anything, and then they looked like
Minecraft creatures walking around.
Yeah. We had the Wonderkins. We had Michelle Z from Queso. I'm always really moved by Matt Might's story, and I thought Adam's panel led to a lot of insights about the FDA. So today we've got another incredible lineup. Right after we get off stage, we'll be joined by the president of the American Medical Association, followed by my interview with Lily's Dan Skavronsky. Anil Oza will be joined for a panel with the NIH with Eric Green, who will also have some, thankfully less dramatic than what happened at the CDC, but still pretty dramatic stories about what happened inside. You don't want to miss Ben Wolf from Isomorphic or Alondra Nelson, both on the future of AI, or New Barafane and Ari Beldegrin with Adam and Allison, which will be great. We'll have lunch, come back, we'll have a look at the future of Medicaid, an interview with a doctor and researcher who ran the NBA's drug testing program and now is the head addiction doc in the country, really. And unfortunately, our session with Chris Klump has been canceled due to the government shutdown, but you want to be back here at the end of the day for Rick Burke's sit down with former U.S. Congressman Joe Kennedy. As yesterday throughout, we will have some really amazing sessions with top thought leaders and executives from our summit sponsors. We're excited to dive into these great sponsored conversations through fireside chats, spotlight moments, and poll questions over the day. A lot of them are really fantastic. A special thank you again to our Stat Summit sponsors, all of them, but a special thank you to our Stat Summit sponsors who have helped to make this event possible. Our presenting sponsor, they do preventative medicine, Merck. Our Stat Wonderkins sponsor, the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center, and our premium sponsors, Biogen, Genentech, Genmab, Medidata, Vive Healthcare, and our supporting sponsors, the Chan Zuckerberg Biohub Network, Click Health, and Xeno Group. With that, let's get going. Here to kick off day 2 of the summit, please welcome to the stage Dr. Bobby Mukamala, the president of the American Medical Association, and to moderate, Stat Washington correspondent Chelsea Cerezo.
Good morning, everybody. We're excited to be joined today by the AMA president, Dr. Mukamala. And I wanted to start off with a bit of a personal question. So you lead the largest physician group in the country, but you've also been a patient. You had a shocking diagnosis last year. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, this was November of last year, and I'm giving a presentation to family, right, within the American Medical Association. And as I'm speaking, I thought that my iPad sort of lost track of what paragraph I was supposed to be in, so there was this pause as I'm looking for the right sentence to say. And immediately afterwards, all these people that had heard me speak for years are like, dude, something happened. I mean, we think you had a stroke. And I'm like, no, my iPad just malfunctioned. They're like, no, you had a stroke. So I go to the emergency department at their insistence, and they're like, you know, it doesn't look like a stroke, maybe it was a TIA. And so when I got home to Flint, Michigan, that evening, I get an MRI scan. And at the beginning, it showed a little bit of a crooked nose, and that's what the assistant was like, oh, your nose is a little crooked. And I was like, yeah, but there's this thing getting bigger and bigger as I'm screening through the images. So I had a 8-centimeter grade 2 astrocytoma. But it went from a day of misery to literally consultations with the top neurosurgeons in the country within a week, surgery scheduled within 3 weeks to get this thing removed. And now I'm still alive, 90% of it's gone, with at least a 10-year life expectancy. But what it told me was the access I had within hours and days and weeks that none of my neighbors in Flint, Michigan, let alone Los Angeles or Manhattan, would have, right? And so it made me feel like somebody up there had a plan to make me navigate the system as a patient as opposed to just a physician to prepare me for this moment. So thank you.
How did that change your perspective as a leader of the AMA? I mean, again, the largest physician group in the country.
Yeah, you know, as a head and neck surgeon, I mean, that's my day job. That's what I did yesterday back when I was in the office in Flint. I see what it's like to come in with a lump in your neck, right? And now I know what that's like to have a lump in my brain. And when we leave that exam room with my patient, and we know exactly what we need to do. We need to get this scan, we need to schedule this procedure, we need to do this afterwards. Knowing the right thing, but then immediately leaving that room and talking to my medical assistant and then seeing her face when she knows with this particular insurance, this is what we have to deal with to try to get this scheduled, and it ain't gonna be within a few days or a week, right? It's a month out. I mean, I literally had a patient that went from stage 1 cancer to stage 2 cancer, waiting for prior authorization for a PET scan. And so I think that this is a critical role of the American Medical Association to let people that have the authority to help us to help our patients make it easier to do that.
Thank you so much for sharing that. We appreciate it. Let's talk about the Trump administration and start with a pretty big topic I think a lot of people are interested in, which is vaccines. HHS Under Secretary Kennedy has stated or implied that questions about the safety and efficacy of vaccines and is making changes to the childhood vaccine schedule, which the AMA has opposed some of these moves and launched its own education campaign. Why?
Well, you know, it's when we deal with something like COVID, right? That's the most recent one that everybody knows about. There is a unknown about the biology of something, right? And so this is something that science is critical. And when we're trying to navigate the challenge of just biology, and then also have to navigate not being sure if the recommendations are something that we should follow or not, is a massive problem, right? As if the biology wasn't hard enough. And so when we have a seat in that room so that we can hear the conversation, ask questions, and then leave that room feeling fully confident in the collective decision that's been made about trying to protect us from something like COVID, let alone anything else, like when I should get a prostate exam, when I should get a colonoscopy, when I should be checked for a AAA, right? These are the things that this group does. This is the responsibility. And then all of a sudden, when that confidence is challenged, it's a problem, right? That's a problem for the health of our country. And so now the AMA is in a position of trying to share this concern, to take us in a better direction, and at the same time, look for other sources of data, right? And that's not ideal, right? It'd be wonderful to have everybody aligned and working in the same direction, but when that's challenged, we need to take care of our patients. When a patient asks me a question about what website they should check based on what we just talked about because they want to research it a little bit more before they get vaccinated, that's a totally legitimate thing. But now we need to sort of change the paperwork that I give them to say, you know what, this is what we would recommend, right? Well, that's not ideal.
And when you say looking for new data, does that mean not relying on data from the federal government?
Yeah, I mean, so the data is the data, right? I mean, so that ends up in the journals that we read for 10,000 hours of our training and the academic journals. When we look at an N number of this and a P number of this, this is too much science, but this is what we love to read to help guide that. And so that's the data that I'm talking about. It's not an opinion, right? This is a hypothesis all the way to a conclusion and discussion, and that's what we base our conversations with patients on. And so when that data is something that's totally transparent and available, that's what helps me talk to my patient about what we suggest at that moment, based on what we know at that moment.
Mm-hmm. And you talked about having a seat at the table. Do you, with this administration, do they respond to your concerns?
You know, like for example, there's the H-1B visa thing, right? So that's something that is a huge challenge to healthcare in this country. A quarter of the physicians in this country are international medical grade. My own parents immigrated here from India in 1970 to a town that desperately needed them, right? And so that's something that, you know, when we talk to the administration about that, we understand that they're considering an exception for physicians to not have to come up with $100,000, or the hospital where I work, where my parents did their training, coming up with $100,000 per person is something that's a challenge. And so we're looking forward to that conversation. We're glad there's an interest in talking to us about that, and hopefully about everything, including things like vaccination.
But have they already met with you and discussed vaccination?
You know, it's not that I'm aware of. I know that it's something that I'm enjoying this moment to basically try to keep that door open, hear our opinion. We would love to discuss that in person, and you know, we're working on that. It's not a closed door, but I think with conversations like this, the door will end up hopefully wide open and welcoming, because again, it's the conversation that makes us healthier, not a limitation.
Mm-hmm. And while we're talking about you know, the information coming out of the federal government versus what physicians are saying, we actually had Dr. Mike here yesterday, and he talked specifically about a recent video by Secretary Kennedy where he claimed that doctors profit from keeping Americans sick, and he mentioned you specifically, and I'm going to read his quote here. He said, you know, the AMA, which is a group that supposedly stands for Physicians of America, issues a strongly worded tweet that reaches 5,000 people. So he said, you know, with Kennedy's reach and influence versus the AMA, he suggested that people are more likely to trust him, even if what he's not saying is true, versus you. So I'm wondering if you could respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, this is something this is exactly why I enjoy this moment and the critical nature of what you guys do, right? This is so people hear what we have to say, right? And yes, it's important to have data and a white paper that shows the science, but conveying that needs to be more than a white paper, right? My neighbors don't read white papers, right? But they have internet access. And so I think it's critical that we meet people where they are, right? This is just a principle that we learned in medical school. But here I am 25 years into my practice, and it's still the goal is to meet people where they are. And so that is more than a white paper, right? And that's where we need millions of connections, and that's what we're working on at the AMA.
Do you think the AMA could improve its messaging strategy? I mean, as Dr. Mike was saying, you know, it maybe even be just a better video. What does that look like to you? Do you think you can improve, and what would that be?
For sure, right? I mean, I've been in practice for 25 years. Something as simple as a tonsillectomy, I read papers, and I'm like, you know what? I can use this. I can do it this way. I can use this medicine, and it improves 25 years in. Absolutely the same thing when it comes to how we communicate with our patients at the 10,000-foot level as opposed to in my office at an individual level. And so yes, I think we can all improve on everything we do, from being a parent to being a doctor to being the largest association of doctors. Every day is a day for improvement.
And while we're talking about communication with the administration, yesterday we reported, to give credit to my colleagues Daniel and Tara, that CMS said it would withhold Medicare payments to physicians during the shutdown, and then they walked that back and said they wouldn't be doing that entirely. But how does that relate to your strategy with dealing with the government? I mean, do you have concerns about things like this?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I'm glad you highlighted that one because this isn't a new problem, right? Yes, when it gets frozen, it's a big time problem, and I'm glad to hear that that's not what's going to happen. But 50% of physicians feel burnout, right? And that's not my parents' generation, right? My parents practiced until they were 75 and only quit when they physically couldn't do that job anymore. And now when I go into my office and I see a headline, and sure, it changes the next day, hopefully. Sometimes it takes a week, sometimes it takes getting through the shutdown, right? But when I think about that challenge, as I'm walking into my office to treat an amazing kid for something like a lump in their neck, right, that could be devastating to their family, and then have to deal with this challenge on top of it, it's no wonder we burn out, right? And that's something that we need to work on. It needs to, what's that thing that Jerry Maguire says? Help me to help you, right? And so that's what we want. Help me to help my patient.
Great. And we have an audience question.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Chris Worsham. I'm a physician and a health policy researcher at Harvard. Most notably, I'm also an AMA delegate.
Wonderful.
So, as you know, we've had internal disagreements about how vocal we should be about various issues. And you were just saying that you want to leave the door open so that the administration feels comfortable coming to the AMA.
Or we'll go there.
Or we'll go there. Either way, you just want to talk. And I certainly understand that mentality. Do you think there are risks to not being vocal about things that clearly physicians, in a very sort of nonpartisan way that 90% of us would agree with, the way we feel when the AMA isn't saying it? Do you think there's risks to that?
For sure, but I think it's a matter of, there's a variability in how we can say something, right? We can say something that's truly helpful to patients when they read what we have to say about vaccinations, for example, right? We can be very vocal, as we have been, about the role of vaccinations and the critical nature of that, and mRNA versus an explanation about that, which is a new sort of way to take care of an infection, the scientific explanation of that versus traditional vaccines. That's an important patient conversation. And absolutely the AMA is vocal about that. But then there's vocal in the way of being critical, right? And that's not what we want to do, right? This is an important conversation to have. And that's why we're excited about the administration's interest in dealing with things that just burn the heck out of me, like prior authorization, right? Like the interoperability of the stuff in our office, right? When I want to send something to a referring physician. And so when we see the alignment, right, Dr. Oz, and trying to help patients figure out which Medicare Advantage plan they want, if any. Like, these are amazing things to see that are total alignment. And to be critical of that, I think, is foolish, right? I'm looking forward to growing our relationship to deal with things from a positive perspective.
Thank you. We have another question as well.
Hi, my name's Eva Liu. I'm an OBGYN and I work for Pomelo Care. We're a OBGYN medical practice that is completely virtual.
My wife is an OBGYN. We share an office, and sometimes I feel like I work for her. So.
I totally understand that. I trained in Michigan, so Flint
Awesome.
holds a special place in my heart. Your first story about your personal story really highlighted the issues that we have in this country on access. And we're about to see even worse access with the changes to Medicaid. And so I was curious how the AMA and you in particular think about virtual care and how it is that we can take that even further than what we did in COVID.
Yeah, I think that's a critical aspect of it, and telemedicine is something that's a huge priority of the American Medical Association, right? I don't like saying it this way, but we've all heard it, the silver lining post-COVID, right? And the wonderful aspect of taking care of our patients remotely out of necessity then, but now because it's fantastic. And it's amazing to me what I learned about it. Like, it used to be something that, I live in Michigan, as you know, the Upper Peninsula. It's hard to find a doctor. How cool is that that it was always available to be able to log in and watch your doctor on the computer, have that interaction and take care of them. And then when that expanded to include places like Flint, Michigan, underserved, but technically not rural, it was amazing, right? My OBGYN wife, the well patient exams for the 80-year-old patient that doesn't need an intense physical examination, but a conversation, wonderful way to access. And that's why the AMA is working hard to make sure that this doesn't die post-COVID, right? We need to maintain that. But I will also say about access to care, though, when there's a limitation due to Medicaid, the solution shouldn't be trying to bypass what caused that problem, right? Telemedicine is wonderful to have, but patients being able to come to my office and see me with stage 1 cancer instead of going to the emergency room with stage 4 cancer, telemedicine ain't gonna help that, right? I need to be able to help them by doing something in my office. And that's why it's critical to get patients covered so they come in with a stage 1 instead of a stage 4, and then be able to take care of them afterwards and talk to them and take a look at something through their camera when that works too. So there's multiple aspects of solving that problem.
Thank you. We have another question as well.
Hi, I'm Steve Pearson. I'm trained as a physician, bioethicist, and I advise several different foundations and companies, including the Peterson Center on Healthcare. Mm-hmm. I just want to invite you to address the tension that at least I feel around the idea of shared decision-making and vaccination. Mm-hmm. Shared decision-making is perfect for patients trying to choose between surgery or radiation for their cancer, many other situations. Vaccination seems different. It's a situation in which each individual parent might feel like for their child the risks outweigh the benefits. Mm-hmm. But the reason that we have mandates at the school level and others is that we need the population to be vaccinated, where we all get this kind of indirect, if you will, community benefit. So I'm worried a little bit that by playing into the shared decision-making paradigm, we play to Maha's strength, where they really do think that each patient should make their own research, do their own research, make their own judgment. So I know we all felt burned by what happened during COVID, but does the AMA have a role for trying to still say, yes, there are situations in which we all need to do something for the common good, and shared decision-making has essentially no role?
Well, I don't think those two things are opposites, right? Absolutely, the AMA advocates for getting us to the point where 90-some% of us are vaccinated and measles just isn't a problem anymore. That's where we used to be. And look at what's happening this year, right? And so absolutely, that's something that we need to look at the entire population. But what's our interaction with the entire population? At the end of the day, it's in the office, right? It's not going to be some mandate that happens. This is going to be a conversation that happens. And at the community level, it's wonderful, right? I literally set up booths because in Michigan, it was one of the early states suffering with COVID, and everything got shut down for a month. And I'm not the kind to sit at home and twiddle my thumbs. So I went from being the ENT that knows the best and swabbing people, checking for COVID, to printing 3D printed N95 equivalent masks with my bioengineering son, to vaccinating people, right? We approach that at a population level, thousands of people in the parking lot vaccinating them. But we got to 55% vaccinated, right? What's gonna happen with the other 45%? I had a business partner that watched me vaccinate people as we're sitting in downtown Flint that didn't get vaccinated and is now gone, right? That's an individual level conversation. And that can't be avoided, and I think it's critical. And so I don't think one eliminates the need for the other. We should approach it at this level and pursue vaccination at a 95% level, but also approach it at the level of the individual when they come to our office.
Just to go back to the access question that we had, I want us to talk about another area where I know you guys have expressed concern. HHS has said they have plans to change a small but influential panel that advises insurers on what preventative services to cover. What's your concern there?
Yeah, I mean, so this is the USPSTF.
Yes.
I mean, the concern there, I guess the most frontline concern is that if I think somebody needs they're AAA checked out. And the group that is now kind of looking at whether or not that's something that is a recommendation of the USPSTF says, yeah, we're not so sure about that. What's the immediate consequence? There's no longer an obligation to have that covered by an insurance company. That's a mess. As if my office didn't struggle enough to make the right decision in the room and then have to deal with the hassle factor of getting that done. I mean, that's the most basic thing. But then I think about the health of our country, right? When I think about screening people and getting a colonoscopy to rule out cancer, and what the consequences are of changing those recommendations in a way that isn't transparent, right? We used to know the people that were doing that and their background and what made them very well trained to make a recommendation. And when that changes overnight, it's a challenge, right? And when I think about the consequences of that, the health of our country is a deep concern of mine. I represent the United States at the World Medical Association, and we look at metrics about how we do relative to other people, right? The one that just boggles me is maternal mortality, right? The difference between what we have in the rest of the world and developed countries have is a problem. And so if the USPSTF makes a recommendation that isn't consistent with what we believe, what the previous group there recommended, and it has a consequence on something like maternal mortality, that's a mess that can be avoided.
And how might the AMA push back? I mean, I think about ACIP, which was dismissed entirely and then reconstituted without input from outside groups. So, you know, what's to say that's not going to happen here?
Yeah, it needs to be moments like this, right? When we, as the American Medical Association, have a conversation with everybody in this country about why we think what we think and what we think should be done, I think is a way to open the door wider with the administration to say, this is why we would like you to reconsider this. This is why we would like you to help us do this, right? And I think that's what's going to be critical to change the potential negative consequence into something that is wonderful for the health of this country as opposed to challenging.
Mm-hmm. But as you said, the door is open, but they haven't quite sat down with you. Is that accurate? Yeah,
I mean, so at the staff level, we're engaged in these conversations, right? So it isn't a closed door relationship where I'm hoping that they're logged in. It'd be awesome if they were watching because it reinforces the conversation we're already having. But that conversation needs to be longer, more broad, if we're going to go faster in that direction, right? I want this to go quickly so we don't sacrifice health, as opposed to slowly. The door is open, the wider the better.
Mm-hmm. Now you mentioned this earlier, but I wanted to talk about it more specifically. The Department of Homeland Security plans for a new $100,000 visa application fee, and you have asked that the doctors be exempt. Why does that matter?
It matters in my hometown, right? And even today, right? My parents came in 1970 as international medical graduates, and it would be wonderful to say that we have enough physicians and everything's going great in towns like mine, towns across the country, right? Underserved and rural, but it's not. The hospital where I operate every Thursday, right? Where I would be, today's Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, so I would be in surgery right now at this hospital back home, 35 international medical graduate residents. Mm-hmm. What is a hospital like that gonna do? The resident is gonna come up with $100,000, right? So $3.5 million for a single inner city hospital with a majority Medicaid population that now could be potentially big-time uninsured Medicaid population, come up with $3.5 million to have enough residents to take care of the patients in our community, it just ain't gonna happen, right? And so there's an enormous consequence today for that. And that's why it's something that we are simply asking for an exemption so it doesn't sacrifice the health of communities like mine for an H-1B visa, $100,000 fee.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have a couple of minutes left here, so I wanted to ask one last thing. You have expressed willingness to work with the administration on innovative approaches to making the system run smoother for both physicians and patients. So with your final minute here, what's your pitch? What do you want the administration to do?
You know, when I look at healthcare in this country, if we look at it from this perspective and we see all the challenges, it's like, oh man, what are we gonna do? But it's issue by issue. And I think it's wonderful to look at the news and hear a desire and excitement from the administration about things that totally align with the things that I want to see happen in healthcare, with the things that the American Medical Association wants to see happen in healthcare, right? Nutrition, I mean, it was funny. Right before my cancer diagnosis, I wanted to get board certified in lifestyle medicine. Nutrition is a critical component of that. Then I get brain cancer. And I'm like, you know what? If I take this exam and I pass, it's a miracle given what's going on. And I passed. So now I'm lifestyle medicine board certified to help us get healthier by access to nutrition. Things like prior authorization, the hassle factor of that. This administration has a press release in a media appearance with insurance companies saying that they want to improve prior authorization. We've heard it before in 2017, 2022, something like that. It's nice to hear it again, but let's kind of go in that direction even further, right? So these are examples of, the interoperability thing. That's something that's now a priority of the secretary. That's freaking awesome. I don't want to do surgery and then fax my op note. I literally use a fax machine in 2025. So these are the things I'm excited about.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
After you.
Thank you.
For this sponsored conversation, please welcome to the stage Dr. Kimberly Smith, Head of Research and Development at ViiV Healthcare, and to moderate, Stat Editorial Director Laura Chang.
Hello, everyone. Dr. Smith, for decades, HIV defied the best efforts of science, claiming the lives of 44 million people around the world. 44 million. But lately, the story of HIV has turned hopeful and truly exciting. Your company, ViiV, in 2021, won approvals for the first long-acting drugs for HIV treatment and prevention. Back in June, Gilead won approvals for PrEP that needs to be taken just twice a year. And ViiV is also working on longer-lasting formulations. How does this moment feel to you? And what upcoming drugs are you most excited about?
Well, it's incredible to be able to see the transformation of HIV from being a sort of uniformly fatal disease to now being a disease where people can live a normal lifespan, and really with better and better medicines. And so we're super excited about long-acting because, as you said, we led the way with the first medicines, and we are building on that. And what I think is even more exciting is when we talk to patients about the experience of being on long-acting, it's really transformative for them. Some people say that if they feel liberated, they feel like they get to live a more normal life. Some people even say they feel like they're cured because they're not having to think about the fact that they're living with HIV. If we think about how stigmatized HIV has been from the beginning, we all know that. That hasn't changed. It's still stigmatized. But a lot of the stigma was self-stigma for the individuals living with HIV, that they felt, guilty about the fact that they were living with HIV and were made to feel bad about it. So if you think about the fact that you're reminded of that every time you take your medicine, so 365 days a year, you can reduce that down to 6 times a year, which is what we've got now. That's a really miraculous change. So we're really excited about what's happening now and the future.
So when might we expect even longer lasting treatments from ViiV?
Well, I anticipate us getting treatment and PrEP out to every 4 months within the next couple of years, and out to every 6 months by the end of the decade. And we are the only company that has a long-acting treatment regimen, and I think that's probably likely going to be the case until the end of the decade. And so we're not standing on our laurels. We're continuing to deliver for patients. What they tell us is that they love long-acting, but the more the better.
Mm-hmm. You even whispered about possibly a year?
We all have aspirations that we would love to be able to get treatment even longer, maybe even out to a year. That's not impossible, but it's a stepwise approach.
Yeah. So the science is marching ahead, and yet, as we were saying, discussing, this year we've seen tremendous political turbulence. Can you tell us about what you've been witnessing?
Well, whenever there's significant change in the way individuals can access their medicines, or sort of the support for access to medicines globally, I think that that's challenging. There's no question about it. But this is a very resilient population of folks. Access to medicines and the development of medicines for HIV came about because of advocacy and activism that happened when I was much younger, and many of you in the room probably remember those days when there were those fights to make sure that research was addressing HIV. So this community is resilient and will continue to make sure that they're fighting for access, and we as a company that's delivering those medicines, that's our job. We'll keep doing that no matter what.
So somehow you have maintained this optimism. So part of it is resilience of the community, but what else do you think needs to be done over the next year to keep this going, to turn the hope back up?
We need to make sure people continue to have access to medicines generally, and access to innovation. And so, what is innovation for if we don't get it to patients? And so it's making sure that access to innovation is. So when we talk about these long-acting medicines, we want to be able to get them to the world, and we want, people here and everywhere else to be able to have access regardless of their financial state.
Mm-hmm. And ViiV has been doing some things to try to increase access?
Well, our commitment has always been, our mission is to leave no person living with HIV behind. And so we've always had a commitment to making our medicines accessible. That's what has allowed 25 million people around the world to be able to be on one of our medicines. And so we're super proud of that. And so of the 29 or so million people that are on treatment, 25 million of them are on a medicine that is from ViiV, and so we're super proud of that.
Mm-hmm. And back on the sort of hopeful signs, you were talking about the concept of remission. Can you talk about that with regard to some of your treatments?
Well, so we want to get to the end of the HIV epidemic. And I see that in two ways. So one, from a public health standpoint, you want to get to the point where there are no new infections. How do you do that? We talked before about sort of the 5 things that need to happen in order to get to the end of the epidemic. Everybody needs to get tested. Everybody who tests positive needs to be on treatment. Folks who test negative but may have vulnerabilities and who could benefit from PrEP need to have access to PrEP. And then we need to address stigma. And then we need to make sure that there's access. And so that's how you get to the end of the epidemic from a public health standpoint. But that doesn't address HIV for the people who are already living with HIV. So when we talk about remission and ultimately cure, that's something that we're working on as well. So how can we get to the point where we can train the immune system to control HIV without medicines? And so we're really excited about the potential for broadly neutralizing antibodies to contribute to that. And we have a whole team of folks who spend their time doing nothing but working on remission and cure. And it's not just us. Other pharmaceutical companies are very much a part of that, and there's a lot of academic research in that. And so we're hopeful. It's a high bar. Obviously, we've been dealing with HIV for 40 years, 40 or more years. And so it's not easy to cure. It's not easy to get to a vaccine, but we have made tremendous progress in treatment and prevention.
Is there a particular trial we should keep our eye out for in regards to remission?
Well, we have a trial where we are looking at a broadly neutralizing antibody along with one of our medicines that is what's called an attachment inhibitor. And what we've learned in vitro is that when you put the two of them together, the small molecule makes the broadly neutralizing antibody more effective at killing HIV-infected cells. So we're doing a study called the ENTRANCE study that actually will answer the question, is that true in vivo, what we saw in vitro? So that's exciting because that's our first remission trial in people. The rest have all been sort of in animals. And so it's exciting to actually have studies starting to look at remission.
So we're going to be looking for the ENTRANCE data. Before we leave, though, we noted that there have been 44 million lives lost to AIDS. I'm wondering, is there one particular person you have in mind as you keep hammering at this virus?
Well, you know, I have been in pharmaceutical research for 12 years, but I spent 20 years before that as an HIV treater and researcher, and so I took care of many, many patients all the way back in the bad old days, and lost many patients, many of whom I think about on a regular basis. And what I wish is that those patients would have been able to have access to the medicines we have now. Because, you know, when you remember the bad old days, people had to take a handful of medicines multiple times a day. And the ability to do that and the side effects that came from them were tremendous. So if those folks could have had access to something where they just needed to come into the clinic 6 times a year and get a shot, would they still be with us today? And so that's what I think about. I want to be able to make more of those medicines so we don't lose folks the way that we did back in the old days.
Yeah. Well, it's great that you're in this space now where you've gone from the clinic and now you're designing trials that might really extend the reach to many more people. So I want to thank you for your thoughts and your work.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Chief Scientific Officer and President of Lilly Research Laboratories and Lilly Immunology, Dr. Daniel Skowronski, and to moderate, STAT Senior Writer for Medicine and Editorial Director of Events, Matthew Herper.
Well, welcome back to the Stat Summit stage, Dan. As everybody knows, Eli Lilly has been one of the biggest players in the pharma industry, has been a company that's seen some substantial growth, and a lot of it has had to do with new drugs for obesity. And a good portion of the credit goes to Dan. So we're very happy to have him here. He also gets bashful when you say things like that.
Yeah, no, that's too much.
It's too much.
Thanks for having me here.
I said a good portion. You know, we can decide how much that is.
Okay.
But I'm not going to talk about obesity first. Because I wanted to ask about something else that just happened at Lilly, which is you just hired Peter Marks, who is well known for being the head of the FDA, the previous head of the FDA division that handled both gene therapies and infectious disease, which meant that he was front and center both on a lot of controversial approvals in rare disease and front and center during the pandemic. I think the whole country got to know Peter pretty well at that moment. And he left the FDA in a rather newsworthy way. I remember because I wrote about it, and he left saying that he wrote a letter saying it has been clear that truth and transparency are not desired. So I've got a couple questions about this, and the first is there's been a lot of concern about the revolving door and about industry, about FDA officials going to industry. How do you think about that here? How did you make this decision?
Yeah, maybe I can make some Peter-specific comments if you like, but the generic comment on revolving door. Also, that I understand the comment. On the other hand, what kind of society would we live in if government jobs were a one-way door? If you could go work for government and then when you get laid off, you're unemployed the rest of your life? I mean, there's government jobs, there's private sector jobs, there's academia. That's it. Mm-hmm. So I don't think we want a government where when people leave, they can never have a job again. We wouldn't really be able to recruit the best people to public service. So I think we have to just be cautious about condemning people who move from one sector to the other. That's natural.
That is, I mean, that's the argument that Dr. Califf, Robert Califf, the former FDA commissioner, makes. He says, where do you expect us to go? The FDA regulates 25% of...
Yeah. There's not another federal government they could go work for. It's
right.
The federal government or private sector. So.
Right. But are you worried about managing that? Does that create an incentive for FDA to be too nice to you? That you might give them a job later?
Yeah, among the many list of things I worry about, FDA being too nice to us is not on that list. Yeah, yeah. The people who work at the FDA, I think, have been challenging, appropriately challenging, I would say, to industry. I don't think anyone's there trying to play nice so they could get a future job. That just doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm. How do you think about Peter specifically? I mean, I'm also curious about the role here. In Lilly, for the most part, except for some very important work during the pandemic, which I was going to get to anyway, does not do infectious disease in a big way. So what are you thinking here? What's the plan?
Yeah, that's right. We're currently not in infectious disease at all. I guess we'll talk about the pandemic perhaps, make those monoclonal antibodies. Actually, Lilly, though, has a proud history in anti-infectives. We were the leading producer of penicillin many years ago, which is kind of an amazing thing. And we invented almost all of the cephalosporins, which are still widely used. There's no doubt that infectious disease are a huge contributor to illness around the world and something that still needs more work. Peter brings with him expertise in that area for sure, as you pointed out, but also in genetic medicines and all kinds of complex biologics, which we're starting to see a real potential for, and that's also a growth area. So anytime that we can recruit people to Lilly who are, first of all, amazing individuals, great people like Peter is, and good doctors and scientists with the broad experience, that's a plus for the company.
Do you worry at all about the relationship with the current FDA with someone who went out on such a public note of feeling that vaccine regulation was changing in ways that were not advisable?
No, that's not really either on my list of worries. I think our applications will be judged on their merits as they always have been.
And you believe that about the current FDA? I mean, that's part of the question I'm asking.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything to the contrary or heard anything to the contrary.
So, I mean, does this mean you're getting into vaccines? Does this mean you're...
No, I wouldn't say that it means it. Of course, we're open to new science wherever it's breaking. And so we remain open to areas like infectious disease or vaccines, but no promises one way or the other.
So this does get us into another topic we were talking about backstage, though, which is this issue of trust in science.
Yeah.
Because I think Peter Marks did become, in the public face, a bit of a divisive figure because of his very impassioned defense of vaccines and of the current vaccine schedule. So, I mean, it does feel like we've had a massive erosion in trust in science. Does that change how you do what you do? How do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to put the onus of the decrease in trust in science on any one person's shoulders or any group of people's shoulders. It is sort of a trend in society in the U.S. and actually around the world, that it's manifesting that people are kind of pulling away from their trust in all sources of authority, including science. That's, I think, a negative for me personally and probably for societies as a whole. We need to rebuild that confidence in science. There's probably lessons to learn from what happened that led to that erosion, and probably more effort to meet people where they are and help build understanding, particularly across people who have very different views. And of course, that was hard during the pandemic when views were strong and everything was life and death. But maybe in calmer times, there's an opportunity to build those connections.
Well, but how do you think about that? Because, so Lilly did not make a vaccine during the pandemic, but you did, as you mentioned, make monoclonal antibodies, which saved a lot of lives and which were obviously an indication that this was a real event that was causing lots of deaths that there needed to be treatments for. And there's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking or people who had different views about how things should have been handled, from lockdowns to masks, all the way up to who should have gotten a vaccine or a monoclonal, whose voices are loud now. So how do you, as somebody who was, I remember talking to you a lot during the pandemic, and you were really in the trenches of figuring out how to develop these drugs and get them to people. I remember the clinical trials with the vans in the parking lot, right? How do you think about this now when you see this debate?
Yeah, thanks. I remember those times vividly, Matt. I remember a conversation we had where you were asking me about p-values. I don't know if you remember that, but
I always ask about p-values, Dan. It's my thing.
I was like, really? This is where we're going. So, look, we moved with urgency. We made the first monoclonal antibody, actually the first therapy that was created to fight COVID-19 in the world, and then we made the second and a third, and they did save a lot of lives. What do I learn from that whole experience? There's a lot of positives to learn, right? How fast science can move now. That's great. Mm-hmm. And of course, probably initially I would have said that's the big takeaway from the pandemic is, look how fast we can go. Why don't we go this fast for every disease? Let's not lose that. That's a really important thing that we learned. Mm-hmm. I think we also learned something about how we need to talk to people about innovation and science and the time it takes for society to absorb science. So I, prior to the pandemic would have said the hardest thing is making medicines. Now we would say, well, the science is good. We can make medicines. It's still really, really hard. Even harder is talking to people about medicines and changing medical care. That happens slowly. Not just for vaccines or infectious disease, but we see the same thing in Alzheimer's disease. It's taking a long time to change people's perceptions about availability of therapy and benefits of treatment. So more work in that area, I would say that the science has now outpaced society's ability to absorb the science, and we don't really know how to improve that yet.
Do you have any hopes or ideas?
Oh, I'm always hopeful. I think in this business, it's good to be an optimist. We also see stories that go in the other direction. So, you said we're not going to start with obesity.
Well, it was going to be the next question. So
all right,
you can start going there now. I was going to let you out of this.
So certainly that went in the other direction. I think approaching the obesity opportunity said, well, this is going to take a while. A lot of people don't see obesity as a disease. We're going to have to think about how to shape perceptions of this as a disease rather than just kind of normal variability. And actually, that changed really, really quickly.
Well, it turns out people actually really do want to be thinner. That's why there were so many ads in Cosmo covers all those years.
Yeah. Although you might not have guessed it, honestly. Like there was a lot of talk about, that skinny isn't disease.
There were journalists who'd written that there was never going to be an obesity drug ever again. So
never say never. But this is an example, I think, where some of these forces that are hard to predict and control, social media and viral messaging, worked in favor of changing medical care. And so it cuts both ways. I think hard to predict and hard to harness, but probably we'll get better at it. This social media stuff is still relatively new as the broad sweep of human history goes.
So your latest obesity news, which is around orforglipron, which is the oral, I feel like there's a difference between the way you told me that getting those data was one of the best moments of the past year for you.
For sure, yeah.
And I think there are a lot of people on Wall Street who kind of said, meh. They wanted a higher number.
Yeah.
How do you think about that? What do you think people are getting wrong about the oral obesity market?
Yeah, we don't develop drugs for Wall Street or hedge funds. And I think people like to take binary bets. And here there are binary bets on like the degree of weight loss, what the percent number would be. Those are short-term ideas. The long-term idea here is a medicine that can be widely available, easily used, accessed by millions, hundreds of millions of people around the world. That's what we set out to make, and we were highly successful. The numerical efficacy perfectly matched what we saw in phase 2. And with all the caveats of cross-trial comparisons, I think we've read out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trials now. In some of the trials, it was better than what's been shown in injectables. In some trials, it was a little lower. But the gestalt is this looks like an injectable. This is what GLP-1 can do. So it met our expectations. But probably the Wall Street expectations were higher than necessary for the drug to be successful. And so that probably just had to get corrected. We're probably in a good place now where investors understand this is not meant to be a medicine that can achieve the highest possible weight loss. We have that today in tirzepatide. In the future, maybe retatrutide will beat it. That's the domain of injectables. This is a medicine that can be broadly used easily for patients. That's our goal with the medicine. Clinical trials suggested that's what we've got. We got to take it to the FDA and get it approved as the next step.
We're going to get to some audience questions in a minute. But first, I mean, you talk about getting a medicine to people across the world. That's a question of science and of developing an oral and of manufacturing it cheaply. It's also a question of pricing and of also how healthcare systems pay for things, which we've had a lot of news about recently. There seems to be a big demand from the administration that first, that U.S. drug prices come down in some ways, and we've seen deals with some of your competitors and colleagues, but also that that the differential between Europe and the U.S. changes. Do you think that's a reasonable expectation for the political system to have?
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable expectation for Americans to have and for the American government to have. It makes sense. The benefits of innovation and the costs of innovation need to be shared equitably. And probably governments have a role in helping correct that. Now, we also have to be a little bit cautious about the headline comparisons that probably most people in your audience understand about PBMs, and 60, 65% of the price of a drug goes back to them.
Depending on the drug.
Yeah, that's sort of an average for a company like Lilly. Mm-hmm. So that's a major cost in the US that we don't have outside of the US. So you have to adjust for that. And then there's also differences in access. So of course, like any product, often you'll trade lower prices for higher volume. And so in the US, sometimes drugs are restricted or there's high copays. So it's higher price, lower volume. Of course, we would be better served in the US and as an industry by having medicines be more widely available at lower costs. And there's a lot of work to do to make that happen here in the US and in Europe as well.
I mean, you oversee a global commercial for immunology. Do you think this is those are expensive drugs. People have trouble getting them in the US. Sometimes, maybe often, we hear about it.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is that these deals with the White House are going to start to break any of that logjam or really change anything, or is it going to be more of the same?
It's hard. I would say the broad kind of primary care medicines are where the most progress will be made the fastest. That's kind of where the efforts like Lilly Direct have made a difference, where we can kind of have transparent pricing directly to consumers. And that's actually where the differential between US and European prices are the lowest. When you get into specialty medicines, there's a bit of a bigger differential, and they're out of reach for direct pay consumers.
Specialty medicines are also where industry makes most of its money these days.
I speak for one company, but not us. Maybe some companies. It is probably true that we've overinvested in specialty medicines because of the better access and reimbursement that's been provided for them, whereas a lot of the primary care indications have been left a little bit behind. I hope there's a change there. It's chronic diseases, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, obesity, psychiatric illnesses. These are still the major causes of morbidity and mortality. I'd like to see more investment in R&D going there.
You have a question? Please identify yourself.
Kevin Freyert from the Society for Participatory Medicine. I spent 30 years at Pfizer during our heyday when we grew quickly and Lipitor came along and filled our wallets. So you're at that point now where you suddenly have all these opportunities. What ones are you excited about, and what challenges does being flush bring?
Yeah, we never feel flush. There's more good ideas to invest in than there are dollars to invest in. But I think we do take lessons from other companies' history, where a lot of times when companies have like a mega blockbuster idea, it casts such a big shadow over the organization that nothing else can grow. All of the resources need to go to that whether it's Lipitor or some other medicine. We've had that in our past too at Lilly. We're the company that brought Prozac to the world. The healthier idea is to invest in next generation ideas, even while you have this mega blockbuster that's demanding everyone's attention. So it really is like almost every day we wake up and remind ourselves, put your finger on the scale for everything that's not tirzepatide and obesity. We need to have other ideas in the long term. Actually, an interesting fact is if you look at analysts' projections for growth, and you say, who's the fastest growing pharmaceutical company? Of course, it's Lilly because of the obesity stuff, but subtract that out from the whole industry and then do the math again and say, who's the fastest growing company? It's still Lilly. So in other words, our neuroscience, immunology, and oncology businesses are growing faster than the rest of the industry. And I'm proud of that, and there's so much more opportunity in those three areas that we need to double down on, particularly neuroscience. The unmet need there is perhaps the largest of all the areas we face, and the overall industry level of investment in addressing those needs is probably the lowest. So more work to do there. I would say beyond that, in the near term, incretin biology beyond weight loss is super fascinating. And we're starting to pursue it across immunologic diseases, across neurologic diseases, and others. So a lot more to come.
Let's highlight that because I wanted to ask, what are you doing with incretins in neurology? Where do you see opportunities there?
Yeah, usually the way I like to do science and develop drugs, and it's worked all right so far, is like understand a disease, understand a target that is involved in causing or modulating the disease, make a drug that modulates that target, and then test it. Here we've kind of flipped it on its head, where incretins have been widely used by so many people. We now have data from the real world that says, oh, people seem to drink less alcohol when they're on an incretin. Maybe we should test it for that. People seem to have less depression. Maybe we should test it for that. We don't really understand fully what is the mechanism of action or the specifics of how the target is involved in those diseases. It's a riskier way to do drug development, but we're taking that real world evidence and using it to power new clinical trials. So we'll be investigating it across a range of those kinds of indications, addiction and psychiatric diseases.
I mean, it's interesting because so much of drug development has moved into the genetic proof of concept, having the gene, knowing what it does, and here you're kind of back to old school. We tried it and we see it and we're testing it.
Yeah, and we can't expect the same kinds of success rates there as we have. On the other hand, the real world evidence is often compelling, and probably many people have actually spoken to someone who's been on one of these medicines, and they tell powerful stories. A reminder that incretins are not like a genetically validated target. It's old school human pharmacology, which is probably the most powerful way to discover drugs.
Another question.
Question from Rick Burke.
Oh.
Hi, this has been a
morning, Rick.
Morning. This is a fascinating conversation. So if you'll indulge me in going back to Peter Marks for a second,
sure.
One thing I just want to ask is the idea that he was on the other side as a regulator for so many years, and suddenly he's inside the tent. Daniel, what's that like? I mean, I'm just trying to picture that. Like he's in the room suddenly with you in a way he never was before. Is there any like aha moment, like this is what you need to do with the FDA to get something? Like, was there any like sort of awakening from him being in the room with you?
And you've had a week or so.
Well, we've worked with Peter as a consultant before that. But I would say, first of all, I'm not sure we've ever had a medicine that was, I could be wrong, but I can't recall one that was regulated by CBER. So we've been CDER. So I think we didn't interact with Peter or his division while he was at the FDA.
Were the monoclonal CDER?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were. Okay.
Yeah, because we didn't do vaccines and we didn't have gene therapies during that time. We have some gene therapies now, for sure. But I think just to be clear, like when you hire somebody like that, it's not to be a regulatory consultant. There's lots of ways to get regulatory consultancy, and I think Peter, while he was at the FDA, had a lot of really good ideas about drug development, and I think it probably, as a regulator, you can advise companies, but hopefully now Peter will have the authority within Lilly to say, hey, let's try moving a gene therapy in this direction, or let's try a trial design this way, just based on his experiences and what he's seen. So I look forward to seeing how he can influence how we develop drugs, more so than I'm interested in tactics and talking to the FDA.
And from the or from what we heard from Lilly when he joined, it sounds like he's going to be doing more discovery work, much or pretty far from the regulatory end. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I guess so, where the organizational construct is, yeah. But of course, everyone in a company like ours, we all work on the hardest problems, whatever they are, at a moment where we can be helpful. So
right, but
we don't get too obsessed about org charts.
He's not in the position, though, of looking at your applications and figuring out if they'll go through. It sounds like it's much more on figuring out what to work on.
Yeah, the former doesn't sound like a great job, actually. I don't think anybody wants
to have people do it.
Yeah, that's right. But everybody wants to contribute to the creation of the science, and that regulatory step is kind of the last one.
Mm-hmm. One other question. You gave a totally sensible explanation about the revolving door, and we can't. Yeah. I totally understand that. I understand why you would want to lure him. Peter Marks, but I'm curious, obviously you all knew there'd be, the president, everyone would sort of yell and scream about this, and there'd be a lot of public outcry. Was there anyone at Lilly who said, wait a minute, this isn't worth all this tumult and sort of issue? Like, is there anyone who said, wait a minute, do we know what we're doing? Or was it a totally unanimous, let's just go after him?
What did Dave say, Dan?
Good idea.
Okay.
Yeah,
Dave being the CEO.
Yeah, we're not that kind of company. I think, it's drug discovery and drug development is a long endeavor, right? It's decades to make really big advances in medicine, and you just need the best minds working in kind of an unfettered environment. I think if you're trying to make R&D decisions based on things that you read in the news on a day-to-day basis, it's not going to be productive. So we try not to do that.
So it just never came up with your marketing PR? No one ever even talked about that?
Someone must have brought it.
I definitely don't consult the marketing arms of the organization about R&D hires. So that's also a bad way to do R&D. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for.
Good. You should have Peter on next time.
We actually invited him, and he said he had a new job.
Okay.
So like, you should let him know he can come to our next summit.
We'd
love to have
free
him.
To do what he wants.
We have tons of questions for him. But yeah. So thanks for being here, and a great conversation as always.
Yeah.
Thanks to all of you.
Yeah.
For this sponsored panel, please welcome to the stage Director of the Lupus Program at Brigham and Women's, Dr. Karen H. Kostenbader, Head of Clinical Development for MS Immunology and Alzheimer's at Biogen, Dr. Diana Gallagher, and to moderate, Branded Content Editor at STAT, Jesse McQuarters.
Good morning, Dr. Kostenbader and Dr. Gallagher. Thank you so much for being here at our 2025 STAT Summit. Lupus is one of medicine's most complex autoimmune diseases, marked by unpredictable symptoms, delayed diagnoses, and limited treatment options. Over 1 million people live with some form of the disease, and generally speaking, about 9 out of 10 are women, most often affecting them during their childbearing years. And as we see over and over again, significant racial disparities exist in lupus's prevalence. Today's conversation explores how research and innovation are converging to meet these unmet needs, reducing reliance on steroids, expanding biologic and small molecule options, and redefining what's possible in lupus care. So Dr. Kostenbader, can you just give me a little sense of the treatment landscape, the world right now of lupus, and a sense of like what's happening out there?
Sure. I think, yeah, I've been doing this for a long time, so it has changed over the course since my training, about 20 years ago, where we used to be very reliant on steroids. So lupus, first, as you said very well, is very complex, very heterogeneous. No two patients have the same disease. So it's always challenging to take care of someone with lupus. It can be mild, moderate, or severe. But in the past, we used to pretty much use non-steroidals, that's how I was originally trained, and steroids, lots of steroids for a long time. And then we would do a stepwise approach. We would add DMARDs, disease-modifying antiemetic drugs, one at a time, see if they would work, trial and error. We still do a lot of trial and error. But the paradigm is really shifting, and especially when we recognize that someone has severe markers of severe prognosis. We jump much faster right through the DMARDs to the biologics, and now there's new treatment guidelines are to use combinations right up front as soon as possible, and to taper someone off of steroids within 6 months, which is a very lofty goal, and it's a tall order to try to do that. But we know that so much of the damage that we see long term in patients with lupus is from the steroids. So the treatment landscape is changing. We borrow treatments from all over the place, from treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. We give people methotrexate and other, leflunomide, other medications, biologic DMARDs as well. We're starting to use JAK inhibitors. We're using, other medications in the rheumatic disease space, and also from oncology. So we use rituximab, B-cell depletion. Hopefully we'll have obinutuzumab soon. So there are more biologics, and then there have been actually lupus-specific biologics. Belimumab came on the market in 2011, and anifrolumab 2024. So now we have medications that are biologics that were developed for lupus. So the training is completely different, and we use those as soon as possible, as soon as insurance will allow us to, in severe lupus.
Absolutely. So complex treatment options, certainly. Where does the unmet need still exist? Where do we need to go, and where do we need to explore?
So I think, it's an exciting time because there's a lot in the pipeline. We have all these different options now. We still have a lot of unmet need in lupus, lots. So there's you mentioned already, the delays in diagnosis, delays in recognition. It is both underdiagnosed and overdiagnosed, unfortunately, so getting a handle on really how many people have systemic lupus versus other forms of lupus. Lupus can affect any organ system in the body. It can manifest as lupus nephritis, cutaneous lupus, hematologic abnormalities, CNS, central nervous system involvement. So it's so heterogeneous that it's very hard for people who don't do it all the time to recognize it. People coming into the emergency room with joint pains and rashes, not always are recognized. So there's delays in diagnosis. We don't have the best diagnostic techniques. It's more of an art than a science still. So there's that. And then in the same vein, we don't have precision medicine yet in lupus. We have this heterogeneity of lupus from the mild patients who have rashes and joint pains, and their prognosis is going to be pretty good, and they're not going to need really heavy-duty biologics for the rest of their lives. And then we have patients we need to treat fast, yesterday, as soon as possible, so that they don't lose their kidneys, that they don't get in trouble with long-term organ damage, and figuring out who's going to have what prognosis and who will do best on which medication. Then there's the access to therapy, unmet need, that even if we had the medications, can we get it to the right person at the right time? So there's a lot of unmet needs still. But it's exciting that there is all this interest, that we've kind of cracked the code of the trials in lupus. I think that we've had successful trials in the last few years, which has been wonderful. More things are expected to be approved in the next couple of years, and then we'll have choices, and we'll be at an exciting new place.
Absolutely, and I definitely want to get into the clinical trial landscape and some of the complexities there. But Dr. Gallagher, I know you have a background as a clinician. Do you have anything to add? You've worked with lupus patients and supported them in their journeys and leading up to your work.
Yeah, I think Dr. Kostenbader characterized it really well. It is no two lupus patients are alike. And that is part of what makes it exciting space to work in, gratifying clinically, and challenging, but also gratifying from a drug development standpoint. I think what we've realized, is it's going to take, like many autoimmune diseases, probably multiple targets that we have to go after because people are having different organ system involvement that may not always, need the same medicine for everything. And also it is in many ways a flaring and sometimes relapsing and remitting condition. So it's not one drug, set it and forget it, that side effect or benefit risk profile is good to go. The patients always want to be on as much, but not more than any medicine that they need because they can be diagnosed, in, their late teenage, early 20s and have this their whole life, right? So they really want, a sort of treatment paradigm customized to their disease. And I think we're getting there, which is really exciting.
Absolutely. And could you speak to a little bit to, what does it take to design a clinical trial to address these needs? And that there have obviously been mixed, some successes, some failures. You want to get it right. So how do you really design the trial in the right way?
Yeah, I think it's an area that, historically we have seen, some medicines go into large trials and not end up with a positive result. And so ourselves at Biogen, but also many others, have really sought to examine having the right patients in the trials, of course having the right medicine that you're putting in, and then the inclusion and exclusion criteria, who we're putting in those trials. We even look, to really make sure if we have to have an adjudicator, someone that says, yes, this person on biopsy, really, that is lupus. We know, we looked at the biopsy, so there's no sort of confusion there. The other thing is concomitant medications, particularly if we're going after moderate to severe lupus. They may be on background medicines. You have to understand what those are. And the steroids in particular, taper them in a protocoled way, because if everybody's steroids are moving around in the middle of the trial, that can attenuate a treatment effect. And so to conduct global trials, phase 3 trials, of which we're doing 4 at Biogen, is quite an endeavor, but it requires a sophisticated team of folks to do it and a really rigorous attention to detail throughout a multi-year sort of late-stage program. That's what it takes, I think, to get it done.
All right, Dr. Costenbader, can you tell me from the patient perspective, how, and patient advocacy perspective, certainly, how can they best participate in these trials and support the research that's happening, and what are best practices amongst the clinical trial landscape right now?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, I think we have realized for a while we didn't have that many lupus clinical trials, and now we have a lot going on. And getting the right people, as Dinah said, into the clinical trials, the people who have the severe prognoses, that have real severe organ damage or involvement, into clinical trials is a tall order, because you're asking someone to be randomized to some standard of care versus an experimental medication. They'll have to be in it for a long time. There are a lot more visits. There's a lot more uncertainty. And then speaking to the right populations and people who may be wary and not involved in clinical research in the past. So definitely I've been involved with the Lupus Foundation of America, and that's part of their mission, really, to reach out to the community, to try. They have this big platform called Research Accelerated for You, which is for lupus patients to sign up to hear about clinical trials. How are we going to get real people who are living in the community who have severe lupus into and motivated to be in clinical trials? It's hard. I think a lot of people say, well, let somebody else do it. They're either too sick, too well, don't want to rock the boat. New medications are scary. But it takes a lot on the part of every company to recruit one patient is a huge success. And then these big trials recruit quite a lot of people. And in the past, I think, as Diana said, we probably have recruited, the rheumatology community, and enrolled patients who had lupus with a little L, that maybe didn't have positive serologies, didn't have a lot of disease activity going on. And then it's harder to see a signal. So we really want to have people who have bona fide active disease in the trials, but it's also hard to get them in.
Absolutely. And what do you hear that patients are asking for? What do they want the world to know about what they're experiencing and from their perspective, and again just bringing attention to what they what they're experiencing?
So yeah, that's a good question too, and I think that obviously the physician's point of view and the patient's point of view often aren't exactly the same about what how lupus affects them. We're worried about the numbers. We're worried about their creatinine, or is their kidney disease getting better? What is their proteinuria doing, or what is their white cell count doing? Are they responding to therapy or not? And they're worried about day-to-day, the fatigue, the joint pain. Can they go to work? Will they get disability? Their hair is falling out. They have a rash that looks horrible and they can't go out. So they have a lot of practical concerns. This can be a really overwhelming disease. It's mainly young women. They have families. They have jobs. There are just a lot of concerns that sometimes in the space of a short appointment, we have to try to connect because we're talking past each other. They're still talking about all the fatigue and all the joint pain and how their life is not. But I'm like, but the numbers look great. I think we need to stay on this medication. But it's causing me nausea. It's causing this. So many side effects of medications. The disease itself just it waxes and wanes over time. There are periods where it gets better, but it's still there. You have to take medications for life. So patients rightly have a lot of concerns. Yeah.
Absolutely, and certainly I see it's the role of industry and kind of the pharmaceutical industry to really kind of support patients in that journey. I was wondering if you could go into a little more detail on that.
Absolutely. So I think you mentioned, there's advocacy groups, research foundations. We have sort of public-private partnerships with FDA and others to really sort of figure out how to design these trials, execute these trials in a way that efficiently will bring new medicines to patients, and also do some work to sort of educate ourselves, about what's important to them. So the endpoints that we put, there's the sort of endpoint that we put in the trial that is aligned to be a registrational trial, that will get approval, but then quality of life metrics, that really matter to patients. And so absolutely one of the big ones that, that ourselves and others are reductions, in steroids, but also, as you mentioned, reductions in flares, because that's what takes them out of work. And then fatigue. Almost to a person, they call themselves the lupus warriors, and it's a real sort of moniker that they deserve. But if you ask them, almost most of them will say it's the fatigue. Like, I can handle anything, but I can't handle all these symptoms and being sort of exhausted, to fight. So that's another aspect that we're really working on, how to measure that, how to show an impact on that, because we keep hearing from them. It's so important.
Fantastic. And I just want to talk a little bit about the future of lupus treatment, looking ahead to the next 5 to 10 years, beyond. What's the landscape looking like? Is it positive? Again, you mentioned all these treatments that were available, the options that you have as a clinician. What does that look like?
It's definitely exciting right now. I think the landscape is changing. There are lots of things in the pipeline. Biogen's doing big trials, as are many companies. And so I think things will be coming to market. I think we'll be seeing options and treatments, and then we'll be having maybe a much more precision medicine approach to treating this very heterogeneous, very complex autoimmune disease, instead of a hit or miss approach. Maybe we'll have biomarkers that accompany new diagnostic tests that accompany new medications, which would be great. We could say, like, what is your interferon signature? What is your B-cell signature? Maybe you should go on this medication and we'll follow that. And then there is also a lot of excitement about CAR T cells, chimeric antigen receptor directed T cells, and that whole space that we're borrowing from oncology. And the first trials look very, very exciting. So there are many, many companies in that space now thinking about both CAR T cells and then off-the-shelf bispecific T cell engagers and things like that that actually really show exciting, the risk-benefit, we'll have to see the pricing on this and the cost of these therapies. Will it actually work long-term? Lupus is a very severe disease, but it's not a cancer. Can we do this for every patient? I don't know. But some of the trials show, then the work from Georg Schett in Germany in his kind of early compassionate use from lupus, patients don't have to take any medications after they finish for like 2.5 years now. That's never been seen before. So there's a lot of excitement there. People are trying to enroll for these trials too. Those are very hard to enroll for as well for the same reasons. So I think that things are going to change in the next 10 years. You say, it may be completely different. Maybe we'll put rheumatologists out of business. I don't know.
That's the best case scenario, sure. Okay, as we wrap things up, just give me one takeaway, one thing you want our audience to really understand about lupus, the patients, the treatment landscape, development, and what you guys are working on. Dr. Gallagher, I'll start with you.
Sure. I think, recognizing that the opportunity, we're really at the precipice, I think, of breaking through on bringing to patients, multiple different modalities for their care, different mechanisms of action, different routes of administration. There may be times, based on your disease, we need to get you on, a very aggressive therapy. There may be times we can get you back, on oral medications, which are things they would love to have. Right? They're like, how about, no needles, no, CAR T, just keep me stable and off steroids. So I think realizing they want, and we want to bring to them a sort of, a set of options, things that Dr. Kostenbader and her colleagues can have in their toolbox to sort of say, hey, based on this, I think you need this for right now. And then we'll reevaluate and kind of customize so that they always have optimal disease control with the limited side effects possible and the best quality of life. And I think people are like, it's impossible. I think almost people are like, this is just something you have to live with. No, that shouldn't be the case. Multiple autoimmune diseases have been here before. Yes, lupus is complicated, but there's no reason we can't get there, just like we have in many other diseases.
Fantastic.
That sounds great. That sounds great. That sounds definitely like where we'd like to go in the future. Lupus is a very complex autoimmune disease. No two patients are the same. And I think we're understanding more and more about its complex biology too, which is leading to these trials and new mechanisms of action and new medications on the horizon, which is exciting. And that is exactly where we'd like to go. It would be nice to give accurate early diagnoses to people and then have really effective therapies for the exact type of lupus they have. At lupus conferences, we have a historic debate about, is lupus one disease or many diseases? And it's one syndrome, and there are so many people that have even like lupus-like syndromes. But maybe with precision medicine, we will get to a point where we have, you have this signature, and we would like to put you on this medication for this time period, and really have a much more precision approach and improve quality of life and improve the outcome and the long-term outcome for these young people, a lot of very young people who we tell, you have lupus for the rest of your life and we'll make it better, and this is our goal to make it better, but you're still going to have to live with it, with a lot of medications, and a lot of infusions and injections, et cetera.
All right, well, definitely lots of reasons to be very optimistic and look forward to the future. Dr. Kostenbader, Dr. Gallagher, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Thank you.
Hi, Adam. Hey, Matt. We have another great session for you now. Yesterday we heard about what has been going on in the CDC. Now we're going to go inside the upheaval at the NIH. Please welcome to the stage Jeremy M. Berg, former director of the National Institute of General Medical Sciences at the NIH from 2003 to 2011, an advisory board member to Stand Up for Science. Dr. Eric Green, former director of the National Human Genome Research Institute at the NIH from 2009 to 2025. And Mallory Harris, senior data analyst at the Science and Community Impacts Mapping Project. To moderate, Stat General Assignment reporter Anil Oza, and also getting its own mention, Jeremy Berg's tie. Check it out.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here today. It feels like this year there's been so much happening at the NIH, it's difficult to know where to start. I think, Eric, I'll start with you. You are the most personally affected here in this room, I think. But when we talked to you, you said that the most difficult day for you was not the day you were fired from NIH, but April 1st. Can you tell us what happened that day?
Sure, although I wasn't fired, I was forced to retire. There's a slight difference. But I was forced to retire in March. I continued to have campus access, and so even though I wasn't employed there anymore, I kept going in just to sort of help my orphan staff, especially those that I work with on a daily basis for the previous 15 years. And come April 1st was the worst day, because that's when the reduction in force happened pretty aggressively. Not with any knowledge of NIH leadership or even the HR people or anybody at NIH, but rather the employees themselves were getting emails from outside the NIH from people who are basically saying you are losing your positions. And systematically over the course of the day, just one termination email after another came in that wiped out entire functional units at each of the 27 institutes. And in the case of the National Human Genome Research Institute, completely wiped out this incredibly productive, successful, talented communications group, a similarly great education group, a great policy group, a workforce development group, and so on and so forth. And by the time the dust settled, dozens of NHGRI staff who I had worked with immediately around me, just one after the other, found out they were terminated. And it was a sad day.
Yeah, say more about the mood inside the building that day.
Well, you could, first of all, we were immediately recognizing the dysfunctionality this would cause and the cruelty this was causing, but also the recognition that, you know, over time, it's not like we were prepared to know who on our staff that we had hired and nurtured and mentored and beloved were going to lose their positions, but rather they didn't even, I mean, and it's not like the emails all came out at once. Yeah. And so it's like just people were just waiting to see what the emails were. And I can tell you that NIH didn't even get the list of all of its terminated employees until well into the afternoon. And so it was just awful. It was just awful.
When we talked in May, you said, people keep asking me, how long will it take to rebuild the NIH? I don't know the answer. I don't know how much damage will be done. Where do we stand with that? Do you feel like we've eclipsed the worst of it?
I don't know. I have to give you the same answer. I get asked this constantly. When will we start rebuilding? I don't think we could know when we're rebuilding until we know the full extent of the destruction. There's no reason to think we've bottomed out. And now we're in a state of suspended animation with a shutdown. But there's nothing to say that when the government opens back up, there won't be more damage and more downstream consequences at NIH. So we can't rebuild until we know what we even have left.
Right. I think in the story about April 1st, the thing that sticks out to me is this lack of transparency, despite the administration constantly saying it is promising radical transparency. Jeremy, I feel like you have been the go-to person for me and a lot of the press about understanding where the NIH is going. I wonder, how do you make sense of this moment when things are so chaotic and at times very opaque?
You know, it's been just one thing after another. I mean, I think Eric sort of touched on this. I was preparing a slide for another presentation, and I went through the entire process from an idea going through the NIH system and eventually being a funded grant. And essentially every step along the way, there had been some intervention to disrupt it, from study sections being canceled and advisory council meetings being postponed, all the way through the system to universities and investigators getting reimbursed for expenses that they made that were shut off at the payment management system. So it's been like, you know, sort of living in a washing machine. It's just been constant chaos. And I agree with Eric. There's no reason to think this is going to change in terms of that sort of constant chaos being imposed, although the character of it may change somewhat.
Right. What are some of the things we are currently going to shut down that you will be paying attention to whenever we reopen? What are the things that you are looking to see change? What are things that you are expecting the administration to do?
Well, I think, there have been steps that have been taken that sort of foreshadow things pretty clearly. So with the court cases where a lot of the grant terminations were ruled to be illegal, even going all the way up to the Supreme Court, that was because they were done in an incredibly haphazard way. And, you know, through actually something I think that was reported in the stat, there was a memo from the Office of General Counsel at NIH and HHS saying, so here's how you terminate grants for not being aligned with the agency priorities in such a way that it reduces the legal risk, but they're not going to get immediately ruled illegal by a court. So, you know, I think NIH is going to be, you know, certainly laying the groundwork to start terminating grants, but doing it in a more nuanced, sophisticated way. I mean, I think the Elon Musk chainsaw is going to be replaced by a sort of strategically worded memo, but with the same intent of getting rid of science that the administration thinks is somehow going to be unproductive or, you know, addressing things which are not part of the NIH mission.
Right. Speaking of things that have sort of been lost to this ideological attack of certain topics that the administration has deprioritized, including diversity things, vaccine-related projects, COVID. Mallory, you were telling us about a grant that you had submitted right before the administration. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was my first F-32, which is like a training grant. And it was actually like late last year as we were starting to hear like who leadership was going to be, and they were saying what their priorities were. And it was a grant that was about vaccine uptake and vaccine hesitancy and infectious diseases. And it is already a competitive process, right? An extremely competitive process. The odds are you aren't going to get it. But then when you have the incoming leadership of the agency kind of attacking the very validity of the research that you're doing, it was a really demoralizing experience. And there was a moment of like, this is a ton of work. What if I just don't do it? Because it's gonna go in the trash can, right? And I had a good talk with my PI about, we need to keep submitting these grants. That's another part that kind of upstream of even starting the review, right? People need to be submitting the grants. And if we start censoring ourselves in advance and, accepting the message that our ideas and our projects are not worth pursuing, then, the administration doesn't need to do anything more.
Right. And speaking of these grant terminations, billions of dollars have been cut, and you are part of a project to sort of map what the effects of that are. Can we put that map up on the screen, and can you tell us a little bit about what the goal of SciMap is?
Yeah, so you can find this online, scienceimpacts.org. We're a team of biologists, geographers, cognitive scientists, science communicators. And what we've been doing is trying to illustrate the local impacts of these cuts. I think that sometimes we hear about it and it feels a little abstract, a little distant, right? And so what we do is, this map specifically is focused on the proposed cap on indirect costs, as well as terminated grants at NIH. And the kind of two big things that we provide here. One is putting it into economic terms using data from the United for Medical Research, which finds that for every $1 spent by the NIH, you get $2.56 back. And so if you're cutting that, you're going to have economic losses more than double what we're cutting in funding. But then the second thing that we do is we take into account commuter flows. If you're cutting a grant in my home city of Atlanta, there's like a metropolitan area around that that's really going to be affected, right? Or where I went to undergrad, the University of Georgia in Athens, Georgia, that's like a huge source of economic activity for the surrounding community. So we think that's a really important part of the story too. We don't want it to just be a few dots where the university is, because we know that's not how these the economic benefits really work. Right. Or how the losses will be felt.
Yeah, and I wonder, and I'll bring you all in on this question, do you think this will help sort of cut through the sort of very partisan attacks we've seen this year? I think that has been very sort of unprecedented that you would have sort of one party demonize the NIH and a lot of medical research. But even as we were talking about yesterday, the Heritage Foundation, the conservative group behind Project 2025, put together a very sort of similar map, but sort of colored it very differently, and their take-home message was very different. So I wonder, Mallory, like, do you see this helping cut through that partisan bias? And then you guys can talk about that as well.
Yeah, so we actually have the data to back it up. We have a preprint out, sorry, I'm hitting the microphone, by the cognitive neuroscientists on the team, where they ask people, like, their baseline views about the cuts to medical research. And this is backed by other polling that's been done nationally. The cuts are very unpopular already. Most people disapprove of them. But there is a group of people who are either unsure or approve of the cuts. And what we've found is after people engage with the website for a pretty short amount of time, about half of the people who are unsure say that they now disapprove, and a quarter of the people who approved of them now disapprove of the cuts. So we do have the data to suggest that this is helping to change minds and kind of make these impacts feel more concrete to people.
Can I make a point? I think it'll build on it. I think you need a couple things. This is fantastic data, and I do think it helps illustrate, and it really helps show, it really shines a light on what's happening. But the other dimension of it is to drill in and tell individual stories. And I can't help, you asked me what was the worst day, but another incredibly nauseating day for me is, since I've no longer the director, I'm still traveling, I'm still giving talks, because a lot of residual invitations. I'm gonna take the 20+ circle that's right in the middle of California. We can drill in, because every one of those things are stories about people and how the cruelty has affected their lives. And the story is, I'm not even gonna tell you the institution or the person, because I'm gonna keep it all confidential, but I was at a place speaking in a symposium. I was one of the speakers, but there were other speakers. And one of the speakers there was a trainee who had gotten an award that I think Jeremy was involved when he was the institute director, because at that time I was intramural director at NHGRI. And we developed a new program to help make the transition from being a postdoc to being a new investigator. And it's a really popular, wonderful program, because it takes people who were worried about getting to their first job, and it turbocharges them, because it gives them money for the last part of their postdoctoral training and gives them a bit of money to then go to a university and say, hey, I already have part of my startup package. And this woman stood up and she proceeded to talk about her research, and it was wonderful research, very much in line with the work I do in genomics. And in fact, it was a grant coming from our institute, and it was basically related to studying why is it that Native American populations are distrustful about genomics, and if we want to have them also realize the promise of using genomics in clinical care, we need to understand that distrust and study how we can engage them in a way that will get them to trust genomics so that they can benefit from it clinically. Right. A beautiful study, and she was so excited about this, and she was going to launch her career. She's one of those people that had her grant terminated. So just when she was about to go out and look for a job, her legs got cut out from under her. And the only thing, it made me nauseous, literally made me, I was in the audience, and I couldn't believe this was happening. This is a real person, so excited. And the only thing that gave me some solace, so she says, I'm just not going to let this discourage me. I'm going to still go on. I'm going to still look for faculty positions. And just because the current administration thinks this is DEI work that shouldn't be funded, this is important work, and the communities deserve this work to be done. But there are real people behind every one of these dots.
Yeah, we have a question, but Jeremy, I have to ask about your tie now. Can you tell everyone what this word cloud on your tie is?
So, Eric is my straight man who's set this up. So this is 200 people, 197 people from the same program, or one particular part of this program. So this is a part of the program, which is called a K99R00, what fortunately everybody at NIH refers to as a kangaroo award. So this is this transition award, and there's a version of the program called Mosaic, which was intended to take people who are interested in the biomedical workforce, particularly representation of groups that were historically underrepresented racially, ethnically, disability, socioeconomic status, et cetera, et cetera. The whole program was cut. And that was my day. That was like, I cannot believe this is happening. So this is 197 people. The only thing they did was apply to this program and commit to doing some service, which they could define, to help address the development of the biomedical workforce. The whole thing got labeled DEI. They're not working on health disparities. They're not working on, in general, on vulnerable populations. They're working on all these things. So this is just a word cloud from the titles of 197 grants. And they're just, it's the whole NIH mission. It's basic science, clinical science, you name it, there's probably some Mosaic scholar or another working on it. And they've struggled to get their grants reinstated and, have been involved with the court cases and so on. And for me, when I heard about this, Eric said this program was intended to accelerate people getting onto academic careers and spending less time as postdocs and just getting going and getting on their independent careers. And getting these awards are very competitive. Success rates are under 20%. And when you get it, it's like Willy Wonka getting a golden ticket, because all of a sudden you're going to be more competitive for getting jobs. You can start off, you've got your startup package plus $249,000 a year of funding to get going. It's been a hugely successful program. And they went from feeling like they'd worked their butts off and now we're in a great position to really get going on their independent career. And then their grants got terminated for no reason other than this DEI label, never defined, not really particularly applicable to this program. And I was heartsick for the people and just sort of, the thought that sort of scared me the most is, I grew up on a university campus. I had great undergraduate research experience. I had a good PhD, good postdoc. And after that happened, I was thinking, if I were in their situation, knowing what I know now, would I have gone into a career where I was dependent on NIH funding? And I didn't know, and it scared the hell out of me because, when I was going through things, competing for NIH funding was tough and competitive, and you had to work really hard. But the sense what it was fair. You had a process that you could learn to understand, and you could do your thing and take your lumps and keep fighting. And this introduction of this, legally now capricious ending to grants just was very, very unsettling, and I think is really...
With no NIH scientific staff involved in these decisions. I mean, that's the other thing. If they would have come in and say, we need to prune or we need to modify, that's what... But no, this was just pure destruction from forces outside of the NIH program staff that know about these programs.
Right. I think we have a question.
Sorry. It's Jonathan Rosen. I'm a family physician. So, your frustration and your anger and your discouragement are palpable, and I'm sorry you have to go through this. I guess listening to the AMA president this morning, who kind of sensed ability was to knock on the door of the administration and hope that they'll one day answer the door. So I saw that, Dr. Berg, you're part of Stand Up for Science, and I know that they've been a somewhat active organization and are having a demonstration in front of the NIH, I think, tomorrow actually.
Right.
And I represented about 100 docs in Connecticut who are equally frustrated and fearful. But we don't know how to make our voices heard, and we don't know where to turn actively, to be active, and not just to sit by and knock on doors.
I guess I'll tweak that question to say it's something we were talking about backstage is you both have tried to break through to NIH Director Bhattacharya to sort of, talk about your concerns with this administration. Where has that gone? How has that informed your process going forward of advocating for reform or changing course right now?
Jeremy, you want to start on that one?
I'm a data nerd. I have a blog that was called Data Hound. That's what I love to do. So I've been tracking NIH, how fast NIH was getting or not getting funding out the door, and things were really slowing down. And I did an analysis of, there were 5 months left in the fiscal year, and I did an analysis that revealed that there was no point in the last 10 years that NIH had gotten the amount of money out the door that they needed to get out the door over a 5-month period. So I wrote a report, sent it to Dr. Bhattacharya, with a letter saying, just thought you'd want to know this in your job. I mean, I know what it's like starting off at NIH when you don't know anything what's going on. There's so much stuff to learn. It's really tough. And I got a response that took exception to one phrase I'd used in my letter and said, I'm not going to support research that are ideological boondoggles or going to make us more at risk for another pandemic. And I was, to be honest, sort of flabbergasted. So I'm less convinced that he's receptive to rational conversations. I'm still continuing to correspond, if you can define one-way correspondence. But I think the answer is coalition building. I mean, patient groups and doctor groups and scientists and the public all forming groups together and then building coalitions together to speak out. I mean, biomedical research is just not a partisan issue. It just isn't. And to just say, we all, from our own perspectives, care about research and health and, for all the reasons, we need to work together. That's why I've been so involved with Stand Up for Science, is they've been very active in trying to build these sorts of coalitions. Story about Stand Up for Science, real quick, and I'll shut up. But the founder of Stand Up for Science is a senior graduate student at Emory who just said, I'm not going to stand there and watch my scientific career ended before it starts. And she built this, pretty powerful organization starting in February, and has been organizing stuff across the country, and has really, I think, from my view, done a better job speaking out and pushing back and just trying to keep the issues in front of the public and the press and Congress in ways that have a potential to be effective.
What I'd say is I never worked for Jay. I retired and then got locked out of campus before he ever arrived. He was kind enough to have one meeting with me so I could at least meet him, and we had a very productive conversation and some disagreement. One of my great and I know how to reach him, and I think he'd respond. I don't know. I haven't tested that yet. We'll see. But one of my concerns in my conversations with him, NIH is a really complicated place. And the steps involved in it it's just complicated. And the way it runs extremely well is when the director takes advantage of these remarkable 27 institute directors and other office of director staff that work incredibly collaboratively. And Jeremy and I overlapped at the director table for a couple of years. And I know it was a wonderful table when he was there and I wasn't. And I can tell you it was a great table to work around after Jeremy departed. And what I can tell you are two things. Number one, a lot of the people with a lot of really good institutional knowledge that surround the NIH director, a lot of them got terminated. And a lot of them who are there now don't quite have as much. There's some, but not as much. And then that 27 institute director table, 13 of them are acting and need to be replenished. And so I'm very concerned about when you go to rebuild, and I still don't know when, that they're going to have the kind of strength and institutional knowledge to do it well. And Jay is absolutely going to need that, and I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, can you speak more? As you said, there are 13 directorships that are vacant right now or have acting directors in them. Yeah. Can the NIH attract the kind of people that would be at that table even just a year ago now?
We're going to find out. So there were 14 vacancies until last week or the week before, when a presidential appointee, the only institute director who's presidentially appointed, they got an NCI director. That's good. But so now we're down 13. That number may grow because I think other people might be leaving, but let's just say there's 13. Unfortunately, some of the key HR people that do executive searches have been terminated, so they have a smaller bench to do those recruitments. And two are now active, the National Institute of Mental Health and the Clinical Center. And when the government reopens and those searches continue, we will see what kind of people apply. We're going to have to see. I mean, and I think over the next year or two, I think it's one of the things to really watch is who are they able to attract to these incredibly important leadership positions.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, attracting the right people is tough. I mean, becoming a federal employee is not without its downsides for sure. And, moving into a chaotic situation like now would be pretty a tough thing to consider. one worrisome sign, and this is breaking news, which I haven't even shared with anybody because it's just a rumor, but I heard yesterday that there is someone somewhere at an institution that I won't mention who is telling people that he's going to be an institute director, that he's been told that he's going to be appointed as an institute director. And he's a physician scientist, but his main qualification is that he was college buddies with somebody who's very high up in the administration. And if that's the approach the guy could be just full of it, but if that's the approach that's being taken, it's going to be very bad, because it really does take the right sorts of people to do these jobs. They're a complicated job, as Eric said. I mean, unlike Eric, I had been on the NIH campus, I think 5 times before I parked in the parking place and went to chair my first meeting as an institute director. And the staff are great, and it's a wonderful job, but it's hard. And you need to have people who are scientifically strong and managerially strong and good at communications and willing to learn and willing to learn and willing to learn. And yeah.
But watch first you point to saying, we really, as you go forward, what's the process look like? Who are the quality of the people that get attracted? And is there going to be any litmus test applied to those people, whether they get appointed or not? But if somebody would just get appointed without a search process, that would be tragic.
Right. We have one final question.
And you can take a little time after that, Neil.
Okay.
John, identify yourself.
Hi, I'm John Quackenbush. I know you very well.
Hi, John. How are you?
Jeremy, good to see you. I want to thank you all really for your years of service at the NIH. I can't emphasize how important it is to really have well-qualified scientists with the credentials necessary to lead these institutions. And I want to thank you all three for your advocacy about what's happening. I'm one of the people who's actually had my research career more or less smashed by some of the Doge boycotts that have happened. But one thing we haven't talked about a lot is, or you haven't talked about a lot, is really the repercussions going forward in the next generations. So I'd wonder if you'd share your observations about how this is really going to affect the junior scientists, the trainees, the students whose positions are jeopardized.
Mallory?
Let's hear from one.
Yeah. Can we start with Mallory there?
100%.
Yeah, it's devastating. I mean, the amount of people don't go into academia or scientific research because it's easy. But the level of uncertainty that is being put on top of it, especially for folks who are international now, you are already seeing it, and I think we're going to see it even more in the coming years. People are just going to decide not to come to the US. And very quickly, our workforce is going to shrink. And we're going to be losing people who could have been the next, Nobel Prize winners and great scientists. I think that it is going to take a while for us to really see how deeply these impacts are going to be felt.
I mean, Mallory, you are on the job market right now. What is that like, sort of trying to find a spot at a university when funding is so scarce?
Yeah, so I luckily have a few more years of funding that's non-federal, so I'm in a much better position than a lot of people I know. But it's a lot of, conversations with people like, we can't hire this year because we don't know whether we're going to be able to support the person. Your early stages of the career, you're evaluated in part on whether you're able to secure federal funding. And if there is no federal funding to be had or extremely limited funding, like how are you going to be evaluated? So you're already for sure seeing that shrinking of positions. There are universities that have cut entire cohorts even after offering admissions. Again, this is the kind of thing that it is starting now, but decades from now, there's going to be this lost generation.
Yeah, I think one important thing, NIH has played a substantial role in trying to encourage young scientists, early career scientists, to go on in careers. And, it's very important to evaluate those programs and figure out what works and what doesn't, because there are lots of great ideas that just turn out not to be that effective. One slightly worrisome, but I think fixable sign was Director Bhattacharya apparently has been looking at what percentage of folks who get fellowships from NIH go on, and he made a public statement and a private statement that I know of saying that only 15 to 20% stay in science. And I was freaking out about that till I realized he meant become NIH-funded investigators. And you all be glad to know that if you go and work for a biotech company or a pharmaceutical company as a researcher, you're no longer in science. I left science when I became an institute director. So I think making sure that programs are evaluated with sensible criteria and understanding of what is happening and what's, the fact that NIH trains a lot of people who go on to very productive industrial careers is really important for all sorts of reasons. So making sure that the evaluations are done sensibly and programs are developed that can help if they're interested in helping, I think are going to be really important, because as I said, I think younger people are going to be looking at this and going, do I really want to go down this path if there are better options?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a question from the executive editor.
I'm sorry, we're out of time. This has been really enlightening, but I have a question that's probably impossible to answer, but there's no three better people than for you to try. And Mallory talked about this is devastating and so forth, but I want you each in no more than 20 seconds to take it to a piece, to take it to the next level. Because of this upheaval at the NIH, will there be lives lost? And how can you, what would you say about that, and the extent, if that's the case, sort of look into 50 years and try to make some sense of that? If each of you could tackle that, starting with Mallory.
Starting with Mallory, go for it.
Great, I get the easy one. There has already been work, right, on the NIH's role in drug development, obviously vaccine development, and we're seeing that get cut. That is something that we are very actively thinking about. I know others are. It is going to take a while to measure those impacts, but we know that NIH research saves lives, and therefore it is not a jump to say cutting it is going to endanger lives and we will lose lives.
I mean, I think if you look at some of the international programs that NIH has supported that were abruptly cut, there's, I think, lots of documentation that lives have already been lost. I mean, when we talk about the future, I mean, people have died because of this, especially abroad, especially in lower and middle income countries.
I'm going to put my, basic scientist hat on. The hardest thing to measure is the impact of discoveries that are never made. But, when Vannevar Bush's vision for Science, the Endless Frontier, the idea was curiosity-driven research is the best way to make progress on health and national security and economic development, because people discover stuff that they have no idea what it's good for, and then somebody else is working on an applied project and said, if only we knew how to do this, then we could, develop a drug or develop an intervention or do something new.
Or develop CRISPR.
Right, and if no one ever did the basic science, you don't know what wasn't discovered, you just get stuck.
But can you take it from the theoretical to, you guys are all experts, you've lived your careers doing this. Are we talking about tens of thousands of Americans will die because of this upheaval?
I think it's hard, the future's hard to predict. But I think what Jeremy was pointing out, and it's every reason to believe, is if you look back at the history of all the things that happened and the investments that were made and how they led to things that absolutely save lives, and it happened, almost continually. If you have this gap, it's absolutely, things are not getting on the starting line that 20 years from now are going to save lives.
I one historical example. So when I was a young department chair at Hopkins Medical School in the 90s, and in probably 1994, I was sitting around the Hopkins boardroom table. The AIDS epidemic was moving out of the gay and drug abusing community into the wider community. And there was a discussion around this table of Hopkins is going to have to build hospitals because we're not going to have beds to take care of anybody except AIDS patients. And it was terrifying. I was sitting there, I'm sure my eyes were as big as sausage. And then 2 years later, a year and a half later, with the development of the multi-targeted antiviral therapy, it was a treatable chronic disease, and there were lots and lots of lives saved. That was dependent on lots of discoveries that had been made to make that possible. And so again, there's an example where we were in, sort of existential deep shit, and all of a sudden we weren't anymore because of research. So.
I'll point you to one paper from, I believe, around 2009 by one Jay Bhattacharya, which is about the amount of lives that are saved in a flu pandemic if you can get a vaccine out early. We just cut mRNA vaccine research, which we know gives us, we were able to turn around a vaccine in 200 days in favor of an older, slower platform. So what does that mean for the next pandemic, which will happen?
I would encourage STAT to, maybe you're already doing this, to have a panel of real experts about pandemic preparedness and ask the question, are we more prepared now than we were a year ago or 2 years ago? Because that's one of the easiest ways to predict where a lot of lives are going to be saved, is in the infectious disease realm. And I mean, I'm just a human genomics guy. I'm not an expert. But I certainly don't feel like we're more prepared.
But also, in chronic diseases, I mean, the MAHA agenda, though they're focused on chronic diseases, there's lots of potential progress that could be made in those areas that probably isn't being made because of the things that have been going on. So again, harder to point to this person died because of this decision, but integrated across the whole population.
And this panel, of course, has been about NIH. I'm spending a lot of time these days in your hometown, is it hometown of Atlanta?
Yes.
And where the destruction of the CDC. Boy, I'm sure you could draw a lot of lines from the destruction of CDC to death and suffering.
On that grim note, we have to end.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you all so much.
All right, everyone, we are at our first coffee break. Right upstairs on the mezzanine, you will find snacks and drinks. I feel like we all have a lot to talk about after that last panel. So please enjoy, and we will be back here when programming resumes at 11:20.
Please take your seats. Our presentation will begin in 5 minutes. Thank you. Please take your seats. Our presentation is about to begin. Thank you.
Day. Oh, and now we're back. All right, folks, we are about to resume our programming, so please grab that last cup of coffee and make your way back to the seating areas. It's a beautiful day today. If you did not get a photo with the view yesterday, I hope everybody remembers to do that today. All right. Before we move on to our next session, which I'm very excited about, we have our second to last poll question sponsored by Zeno Group. These are very fun. We really do want to hear from you all, so we appreciate you participating. If today is your first day joining us, you'll just need to take out your phone and download the Bizzabo app. If you don't have it downloaded yet, you can use this QR code over here on the screen. And then for those of you who are turning in virtually via the web browser, you should see a link to participate appear. But from that app, you're going to select the polls option on the bottom right of the screen, and then you will see the question of the day, which is, what percentage of your marketing efforts target early career healthcare providers? Less than 25%, 25% to 45%, 45 to 75%, or 75 to 100, or we don't currently target early career healthcare providers. Again, that is what percentage of your marketing efforts are targeted towards early career healthcare providers. I'm going to answer this question myself and see what the results are. View results. Okay, it sounds like less than 25% is what I'm seeing so far. 35% people say that less than 25% of their marketing efforts targets early career healthcare providers. So that's interesting. You can see that that's not a huge priority for people at the moment. 17% of people say that 25 to 45% is for early career providers. Well, thank you all so much for voting. We'll have one more of these today. And with that, for our next session, joining us from Isomorphic Labs in his first onstage appearance in an interview, please welcome to the stage Dr. Ben Wolf, Chief Medical Officer of Isomorphic Labs, and to moderate, Stats Chief Investigative Reporter for Data and Technology, Casey Ross.
Okay, I broke my leg a couple of weeks ago, so for any of you wishing that I'm going to break a leg, it's already been done. So I'm going to keep the other one intact. I'm really excited to be here with Ben today. Ben is working at a very exciting forefront of AI and drug discovery and development, and I would just encourage you all to ask questions early and often as they occur to you. Because the questions from you liven it up and are often better than mine. So please jump in. And I'll jump in just to start sort of talking about your background a bit. You've worked for 2 decades, in drug development, drug discovery. And for all of that time, AI has been involved in one way or another in some part of the process. And now you're moving to isomorphic. Why move to that now, which puts AI really at the center of what you're doing and driving the work?
Great question, Casey. So I'm a physician scientist and oncologist by training, but I focused on drug development for the last several years, really trying to transform scientific breakthroughs into meaningful clinical benefit. So I've been fortunate enough to work on many medicines that have gone from first-in-human testing to pivotal testing to approval. So that's my background. I've been in drug development for quite a few years. After 20 years, it sort of became clear to me that current approaches would continue to provide long timelines and limited success. So as many folks know today, it can take over 10 years to get a medicine approved, and the success rate is very low. It's only about 10%. So the field is ripe for innovation. So that comes to why AI and why now. So I think many folks have heard of AlphaFold, which was developed by Google DeepMind and Isomorphic Labs folks. And it was really, this technology and how it progressed from AlphaFold 1 to 2 to 3, and even more so internally today, that it was a watershed moment for me that, now is the time with AI that the technology had evolved significantly and could really make a big difference in the drug development process. So, more specifically, why did I join ISO Labs? There's many AI companies, and there's 3 factors for that. So first, the Nobel Prize winning AlphaFold technology had really evolved into, sort of an incredible drug development platform that offered the possibility to create medicines, across target classes, across modalities, and of course, indications. Second, the people and culture of ISO are remarkable. So I think, we have some of the world's leading talent in AI and ML, and a really strong commitment to interdisciplinary work across the drug development process. So we're over 250 strong now with experts, all working to redefine, drug development. We have an office in London, Lausanne, and now here in Boston in Kendall Square. I'm thrilled to be heading up that office. But the third factor that really drew me to ISO was the remarkable technology, the remarkable people, and the ambitious mission to solve all disease made me think the magnitude of impact could be really huge.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the technology. I think most people probably have heard about AlphaFold and know that it solved this sort of grand challenge of being able to predict 3D protein structure. But talk about how it's evolved from AlphaFold, the discovery, to AlphaFold 3, what it can do now that it couldn't do.
Yeah, I think key things to highlight there are, internally at ISO, it's well beyond AlphaFold and structure prediction. There's actually several models in an integrated system that are generative and generalizable, and we've made a lot of progress across all the models. I think most recently, earlier this week, Miles Congreve, our CSO, and Max Jaderberg, our Chief AI Officer, highlighted some of the progresses the platform has made against challenging problems in drug discovery. So beyond binding and structure, the current methods have given us, the ability to, find, identify, and target novel cryptic pockets and allosteric pockets. They've given us progress towards understanding inherently disordered proteins, which are very hard to drug with conventional methods. And they've also really evolved with AlphaFold 3 and beyond to understand protein-protein interactions. And doing that gives us the capacity to make molecular glues, which is an emerging aspect of drug development and targeting key disease drivers.
How do you manage sort of like the expectations? Because we've all, kind of read the headlines, and some of them are pretty bad about, AI discovered drugs as if there aren't any humans anymore, and AI curing cancer and all these kinds of things. I mean, how do you think about it? What would you tell people about what the expectations realistically are and what it can do?
Sure, that's a good question, Casey. So first, I will confirm to everyone, this is the real Ben Worth. I'm not a digital clone. So, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Just about,
I'm a real human, so.
Just the expectations, because there's so much hype and there's so much froth.
Exactly. So honestly, that was a big concern of me when I took the job. I'm like, wow, the pressure's going to be immense to solve all disease. But, I think the way I look at it is, our mission to solve all disease is a unifying mission that motivates us and makes us get better every day. So, for that in the short term, what we look for internally is improvement in all our models every day. I think folks may be familiar with the 1% rule. So if you get better by 1% at doing something every day for a year, you're about 37-fold better at the end of the year. So we really take that to heart. And just to put some light on that with the technology, interestingly, I was talking with Max Jaderberg, our Chief AI Officer, the other day. He really gave me insight into how this 1% can actually make a difference. So we benchmark all the models on a continual basis. And he was showing one model to me that had evolved, and the latest version was only about 1% better. And I was like, oh, that's not too much. But that 1% increase in sort of structure prediction and more atomic resolution unlocked a novel pocket on this target we were working on. And so if you have a novel pocket, that gives you an angle to create a novel medicine. So I think that's really cool. So every day we're looking to get better, and we're benchmarking the models and improving them every day. I think, more in the medium term, we're really looking to transform the platform into a clinical pipeline. So for this, we're obviously going to be looking for early proof points in the clinic, that show that, perhaps we can get, with AI-designed medicines, to new benchmarks of safety and efficacy. And then, of course, in the longer term, we will continue to work to solve all disease.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about speed, right? It's pace. That seems to be the big difference, because it's, as you talked about in your first answer about how long the process of discovery and development takes. What do you think is possible there? What are reasonable notions about how much it can advance, how quickly we can move, instead of this long process that takes $2 billion and has this 8%, whatever, 10% success rate?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think I'd just like to emphasize today, as we said, drug development can be a very lengthy and inefficient process, taking over 10 years or so, and very low success rate. So future success for drug development means we should be able to markedly increase the probability of success of developing new medicines and drastically reduce the timelines it takes to get a medicine approved. So that would be from years to months, or even better. So, but drug development is challenging. There's definitely a lot of work to do there, but that is the aspiration, to markedly increase the speed and probability of success across all aspects of drug development.
What's your question from the audience, please? Yeah, do jump in.
Hi, I'm Caroline. It's very loud. I work for a PR firm, but have a client that's very relevant to this. And I'm curious, does your company have a proprietary AI platform that you work on, or are you licensing with other companies?
So that's a great question. So we have a proprietary platform that we're advancing into a clinical pipeline. We have made publicly available earlier AlphaFold models through publications and the AlphaFold server that are available for academic use. And I think at this point, there's well over 3 million researchers in academia that have used AlphaFold in over 190 countries. But yeah, as I mentioned, today we're working really to develop the internal pipeline from improvements in the platform.
Hi, Tim Leshin with the Association of Schools and Programs of Public Health. So it seems to me that we've been working on the proteome for a long time. How do we know that your algorithm is not coming up with fantasies like ChatGPT does in terms of figuring out which protein is going to become the next drug or next treatment for someone?
Oh, sure. So that's a great question, Tim. And I think my answer to that would be, as we highlighted, we're always internally benchmarking how accurate the predictions are. And so we do mostly in silico work, but obviously for any drug development program, as you identify new pockets and chemical matter that binds to it, in silico, you need to validate that eventually for true validation. So we look to that. I think one of the key advantages of our platform and doing it in silico, instead of with classic drug development where you do virtual screens and you evaluate hundreds and thousands of hits to try and get things, we use the platform to do that in silico, where we can focus in and get to predictions on binders quickly. And then we have a smaller number of things to triage and validate and generate into clinical programs.
Hi, I'm Gaurav. I lead a preclinical biotech in Georgia, so come not from Boston. I'm kind of curious on the data collection for these models. I think a lot of it is being collected on the single cell basis or in vitro, which is fine, but drugs don't operate on a single cell basis. They operate based on an organ system. And so how do you model that to get to this goal of designing a new drug against a novel target when all this data is being collected with single cell perturbations? How do you go from that to how does this interact with not just one system, but the multiple systems in our body to avoid toxicity issues or immunological issues?
Yes, so that's a great question. And I think the general approach, I think, is more like how to use AI and ML. And there's sort of three factors that you obviously mentioned data, which is a key factor. There's also compute power, and then there's people to make algorithms to make this all work together. So with regards to data, we take a comprehensive approach across all systems from biochemical to human to really more accurately model things and predict things. For compute, we have some of the world's deepest compute power, and then people, we obviously have some of the leading talent in AI and ML to put it all together. But I think you sort of highlight with data strategy, we spend a significant time on that, and there's multiple data sets you can access, and so there's obviously publicly available data sets we can work with. There's proprietary data sets we can generate, and of course we're always looking to collaborate with partners, because it all comes down to data. Data in. You need strong data across all aspects to get better models.
You have partnerships with Eli Lilly and Novartis further expanded. I know you can't tell us, into the sort of nitty-gritty of the targets and all the details and so forth, but what can you tell us about that work and how it's progressing? What updates can you give us?
Sure. So we're thrilled to be partnering with Lilly and Novartis, obviously two of the key drug developers across the world. So the partnerships, you're right, I can't mention any specific targets. I can tell you this, though. Lilly and Novartis did not pick the easiest targets for isomorphic. They sort of handed us very challenging targets. So what will we look for progress? Same things we would look for internal pipelines. That's advancing to clinical proof points. But I think in the nearer term, as publicly disclosed, results to date have prompted Novartis to expand their collaboration with us. So I think that points to progress on the process, and really just a great collaboration with a key partner for us.
How is the conversation changing relative to FDA and regulation? I mean, openness to sort of computational evidence simulation, things like that. What is it? Can you give us a sense of that conversation and where you think it needs to go?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Casey. So at the FDA, there's a lot of things going on. I think obviously ISO, as with any biopharma company, should be aware of emerging regulatory paradigms, and as we get to the clinic, we'll look to interact with the FDA, engage as much as possible to streamline the process. I think one of the things you mentioned sort of preclinically in the near term, the FDA has issued a roadmap for streamlining preclinical studies with new approach methodologies and in silico methods. So we'd certainly look to and welcome the engagement with that to streamline the preclinical process, to make things faster, and also maybe more predictive of safety and efficacy in humans. So I think the preclinical space is, an area of something that active engagement.
You've been at this, a long time as a physician scientist and working in cancer and oncology and that space in particular. I'm just wondering sort of your you've been working on, tough, intractable problems. I'm wondering your kind of personal reaction to the moment we find ourselves in terms of your general sort of bearing and optimism, given what you're seeing from the technology and the rapidity of the advance of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall it makes me incredibly optimistic, as I said, that the potential, because you're right, as an oncologist and drug developer over the long year, I've been fortunate enough to see successes that have been very beneficial for patients with cancer and see medicines approved. But as we sort of highlighted, that's actually the exception. Most medicines fail. So I'm most excited about using the platform to really improve that process and make things more successful and quicker to get medicines to patients.
Tell us a little bit more about kind of, to the extent you can, sort of your work routines, your day, what it sort of looks like in terms of sort of, how you're operating with this. You talked a little bit about measuring the sort of rate of success, within the company in terms of the improvements you're seeing. Can you just kind of talk a little bit more?
Yeah, so right now I'm heading up the Boston office. The key things I'm focusing on are, transforming the industry-leading platform into an industry-leading clinical pipeline. So part of that is, again, working with the AI and ML researchers in London and Lausanne to make sure the metrics keep improving, the models keep improving. Because ultimately, it's about creating a clinical pipeline of, meaningful medicines, for patients. So the second thing I'm really focusing on right now is building out the Boston group and hiring, a talented preclinical and clinical team to advance the clinical pipeline and work closely with our experts across the pond there.
What do you think are, as we look at, like, the theme of this event is kind of 10 years. We've been at STAT, we've been at it for 10 years, and we're thinking about 10 years in the future, and we're thinking about, what is really possible over that time frame. And we're seeing, like, these really incredible advances in generative AI and the advance of these models and this technology. Like, when you think out over that time horizon, what do you think is really going to change about the process? What's realistic to think about in terms of, the improvement in, the accuracy of the candidates that you select and the ability of these medicines to achieve their goals and get approvals?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think, I think about 10 years and what success looks like. And that's the main reason I sort of left traditional drug development, because I didn't see much room for improvement in speed or probability of success. So I think, again, for success in 10 years, the long term, I also think more short term, medium term, and long term. In the short term, like we said, we're getting better every day with models and generalization and generative chemistry, et cetera. In the medium term, we'll look for clinical success, which is new benchmarks of efficacy and safety. And then I think in the 10-year time frame and in the longer term, the mission is still to solve disease. So how close can we get there, and what does it mean to solve all disease? I think, that's a very personal question, probably for many people with diseases, et cetera. But at least in my view, as we progress towards solving all disease in 10 years, I think some of the things we need to do are make significant treatments for all life-threatening diseases. I think we need to create new medicines with, again, new benchmarks of safety and efficacy that are curative. And I think we need to think about treatments that actually prevent disease. So again, that would be a 10-year time frame. And again, as a lot of talks today, it's a very long, challenging process now. So through the 10-year period, we really hope to increase the speed, the volume, the targetability of previously intractable progress. And I think as a community, we'll have to work, like you said, to get that approval time down from years to months to even better. So that's my hope for 10 years.
I mean, the phrase that stands out that you've used a whole bunch of times during the conversation that kind of, freaks me out a little bit is all disease. Like that's all disease. I mean, is that using that term and thinking about, you know, the possibilities?
Yeah, so I agree. It was one of the statements that attracted me to the company because it is a very aspirational mission, but it's something that inspires us to get better every day. And you know, I think it's going to be a long ways there, and it's going to be hard to target all disease. But I think by addressing a comprehensive set of problems across the platform in biology, chemistry, and clinical, and using AI and technology to, you know, enhance each of those processes, I think it will give us the capacity to progress against all disease. I think, as folks know, in the shorter term, we have focused on oncology and immunology because those indications can offer you the relatively quick process of validating your molecule, you know, obviously with precision oncology approaches and response rates. And in inflammatory indications, there's some shorter term readouts. So
I'm curious kind of like which piece of it, when you look at it, you know, the process across the domains you've talked about, you know, biology, chemistry, clinical, and when you see the application of AI, which piece of it excites you sort of the most? Or from all of the work that you've done and you're seeing what it's doing, you say, ooh, like that?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Casey. I think, you know, you sort of highlighted, and we've talked about, why is it so long? Because today, high risk plagues drug development, so that's biological, chemical, and clinical risk. And then why is there high biologic risk? Because many programs today have a limited understanding of key disease drivers. So I think AI can help there. There's high chemical risk because many platforms have limited capacity to create transformative medicines. So I think, as we've discussed, obviously AI and ML can help there. And there's high clinical risk because many trials today are designed and powered to pick up marginal difference. So I would say, in terms of which is the winner, I think the winner is optimizing all of those. And I think, as we've disclosed, right now, the key success we've had is with the drug design engine and mitigating chemical risk, you know, to create, you know, means to target all protein classes, modalities, and indications. Biology is very complicated and challenging, so I think that's going to be a tough one, but, you know, definitely something where AI and ML can help, as we've heard from some of the other speakers.
Well, this is a fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for spending your time with us and coming up here, and you know, we're rooting. We're fans. So yeah. You know, good luck with the work, and
well,
really
thanks so much
being here today
for having me.
Yeah.
It's great to be here.
Yeah.
For this sponsored spotlight, please welcome to the stage President of the Chan Zuckerberg BioHub Chicago, Shana Kelly.
Good morning, everybody. At the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative and across our network of biomedical research institutes, these are our biohubs, we're taking on a series of grand challenges in biology. We think these are some of the most profound areas of biology that we really need insights towards, and we're doing this with an AI-powered strategy that we think really gives us just a completely new toolkit to solve challenging problems. Our vision is really to accelerate towards a future where we are curing, managing, and preventing disease at scale. And we're doing this by really blurring the boundaries between biology and AI and bringing these two disciplines very, very close together, working seamlessly. And our approach really comes down to developing new high-throughput platforms that allow us to gather data sets that will allow us to build models that are much more powerful than the ones we're seeing at present. And then enabling us to do massive amounts of data generation, building next generation models, and then really using this approach to bring together systems level models that really tell us about how living systems work, what can go wrong, and how we can intervene. So one of our grand challenges relates to imaging. So we're developing new dynamic imaging technologies that allow us to watch biology in action at an unprecedented level of detail. We're watching within living organisms development taking place. We're watching the immune system in action. So just imagine a future where you can see every single immune cell in a living animal as an infection is taking place, as an injury is taking place. So we're starting to generate those types of data sets and watching cells move, watching them interact with their environment. And this is giving us data sets that are really rich. We also have a grand challenge related to inflammation, where we are building a new suite of tools that we refer to as instrumented tissues. So these are human tissue models where we are embedding micro devices, different types of instrumentation that allow us to watch the immune cells that drive inflammation. We know inflammation is a key force in autoimmune disease, cancer, neurodegenerative disease, but it's a hard thing to study. We really have to watch immune cells in real time. We have to watch them within a relevant tissue context. And so our instrumented tissues are giving us the ability to really characterize inflammation in a completely new way, and to do that at the level of proteome, metabolome, and again, generate large data sets that will go way above and beyond what we can see right now. We're also learning to reprogram immune cells with an eye towards using them to surveil the human body, to really tell us about the early signs of disease, and potentially to even repair things when they just start to go wrong. All of these areas, as I'm describing to you, are giving us really rich data sets. And the level of data these days, right, it goes way beyond what we can do with traditional bioinformatic methods. We have another grand challenge related to developing virtual cell models. And so here we're taking multimodal data sets, proteomic, metabolomic, transcriptomic, imaging, spatial, you name it, and bringing that together in the context of models that can describe the inner workings of human cells. But we really see our work in AI going way above and beyond just looking at what happens within a given cell. We really see a systems level view coming into focus, and for us, it's all about the immune system. I've mentioned how all of our grand challenges really touch on understanding the immune system, understanding inflammation. We really believe that if we're going to make a dent in the burden of human disease, we really have to get at how the immune system touches every aspect of human physiology, and so that's what we're going after with our AI efforts. And so here you can see we can't just do this with single-cell transcriptomic data, right? The function of the immune system goes way above and beyond what's happening with the transcriptome. And so we need to go from really the molecular level to the cellular level to the tissue level, all the way up to understanding what's happening within the human body. And so this is where our technologies come into play, the platforms that we have access to, these rich data sets that are starting to emerge. And we see ourselves really walking through the continuum of complexity to give us new insights into how immunity works and how we can manipulate it as needed. So it's an exciting time for us. It's an exciting time for AI in biology. And we're excited to tell you some new things about what we're doing over the next few weeks and months, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage former Deputy Assistant to President Joe Biden and Director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, Alondra Nelson, and to moderate, science writer at STAT, Megan Molteni.
Hi, Alondra. Hi. So happy to have you here.
Glad to be here.
At the summit. We started this event by hearing from the Muldoon family about receiving this truly personalized medicine, which is started delivering on that original promise of the Human Genome Project. But as we heard yesterday, it also highlights some of the earliest concerns that there were about who these medicines would be for and who would be left out. And I'm really curious, given your background, given your work in this space, what do you see when you look at the story of baby KJ? Do you think it's possible to build these transformative medicines in ways that have inclusiveness baked in from the outset?
Yes. Well, I mean, I was watching yesterday when baby KJ and his family was there. It was extraordinary. But it was also, to your point, got to the issue of how do we scale these kinds of incredible interventions. And, I do think, and I think it's important to say in this moment, there's a critical role for government. I mean, I think when you have rare diseases, where you have things that are going to take extensive research, that you need to have, government can help build a market and can help to do research that might not go to market, but would help us figure out how to make that intervention scalable for more people, affordable for more people, build market signals that might bring some players into the field. And so I think that still remains a kind of fundamental tension about who's included and not excluded. I mean, even we've had extraordinary advances with sickle cell anemia disease and treatments for that, with gene editing and other therapies. And, it's incredibly expensive. It's incredibly painful. And so, and for me, sickle cell anemia disease is always the benchmark for me for my own thinking about this, because it's our first known genetic disease, discovered in 1910. It's a pretty simple genetic disease in the sense that it's sort of dominant recessive, kind of basic genetics in that way. And so we're still even there, struggling to get to inclusivity. So, and that's, and then if you go out a concentric circle, that's a bigger challenge of our public healthcare system. So, I think thinking about the AI moment and being someone who comes to AI from studying human genetics, similar kinds of hype and promise, I think. And, we're still trying to sort of deliver on some of the genomic promises, but, it's getting better every day. And baby KJ yesterday was an example of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the, enduring legacies of the Human Genome Project, obviously, there's still a lot that has not been realized, but there was the establishment of the ELSI program, which, if you're not aware, this, for decades has funded anticipatory research on social issues emerging from DNA technologies, genomic medicine. And you had a piece in Science that came out last month, sort of calling for an ELSI for AI. And I'm really curious if you could tell us more about what you envision and what's going on in AI right now that is needing that in this moment.
Yeah, so ELSI is an acronym, so it's ethical, legal, social implications of. Starts initially with the Human Genome Project, but we've got ELSI of neuroscience, we've got ELSI of other kinds of biomedical and scientific fields. And I think, the moments are parallels, right? So it was a parallel moment in which you had, top geneticists saying, people are going to be really freaked out. Like, what does it mean for privacy? There was a very quite parallel moment, the moment that we're having with AI with regards to public sentiment around the research. And one of the responses to that was to develop this ELSI program. And in the scheme of things, it was not a lot of money. So it was 3 to 5% of the research budget, right? So if we think about 3 to 5%, and what I'm advocating of the research budget of the federal government and of big tech and anybody who's doing AI research, that's not revenue, that's not profit of the research budget, actually is, I think, not too much to ask. And it's having sort of dedicated funding, having research that would be upstream. So ELSI at its best, has multidisciplinary, multi-sector researchers who are working early in technological development, not downstream after products are released, to sort of think about what might be some of the issues that we should be thinking about and what we might do about them. And also, it's always been kind of public-private, multi-sector. It's always included community groups as well as the private sector and government. So what ELSI did not do, although I know you had my friend Eric Green here earlier today, did not create an agency for ELSI, right? So, but it did create government did help create, kind of hold the center for a network of kind of multifaceted researchers that helped us get a little bit of traction on some of the issues we'd be facing as we get to, interventions like we were talking about this yesterday morning with baby KJ.
And do you think there's an appetite for that right now? I mean, based on the administration, what you've seen so far, what you're seeing in the private sector, like what gives you a sense of optimism that there could be traction for this idea?
Listen, I mean, there's a clear appetite. So if you look at any of the polling and survey data, so if you look at Pew Research Center, Gallup, Edelman Trust Barometer, any other kinds of independent testing, there's a big problem. The public, the American public, it's actually, the Edelman Trust Barometer data is really about, it's more global data, and a vast swath of the Western world, United States, Canada, Australia, have measures of 50% of higher distrust in AI, right? And so whether or not there's an appetite for it, any of the promises that we think or that we want to emerge, right? And whether it's in education or healthcare, drug discovery, if you don't have people who want to use them, who trust that they can use them and be safe, who don't fear that it's going to threaten their livelihood, it's going to threaten their ability to get a fair shake for a job, et cetera, thinking about all the use cases, then really what is the point? And so whether or not there's an appetite, there certainly is an appetite to have consumers and users and patients. It's an adoption, that kind of big adoption question. And we're not there yet with adoption. I mean, we have some data that says this many million people in the US and the world have used generative AI once, but there's not a lot of kind of repetitive use, for example. So we really have a long way to go, and I think that the fact that we are far away from the kind of adoption that you're going to need for uptake in public health, biomedicine, elsewhere, means that there are, people are differently situated and incented, but I think even businesses are incented to get some of these social issues right around AI.
Well, and given the kind of trust you need in a medical, clinical, setting, do you see a unique opportunity specifically kind of in the medical space for, maybe it's not going to be uptake of LC on the scale that it was,
sure,
but like what would a smaller, more sector specific project look like?
Yeah, so certainly something like LC, that's like just, finding out what we don't know, thinking about what might be coming, and having a sort of coordinated way to do that, I think is one. But I think we also need, efforts that are around sort of communicating about these to people. I think in some ways, certainly healthcare can lead, because some of the challenges that you find with AI, because it's about data and issues of privacy, healthcare, public health, medicine has had both laws and norms around this for a very long time. So for me, the sort of health sector becomes a kind of true north, or at least it becomes a space where we've tried things, and some things have worked and some things haven't worked, right? So we have HIPAA, we can have, there's like complaints and, not complaints about HIPAA. We, with regards to data, right? There's norms about not de-identifying data in public health, right? And so certainly with AI, you can, and one can, but you also have professional norms against it. And so that's, it's hard to hold that when you have all of the power, the muscular power of AI. But certainly these are the conversations that we're having broadly about AI have been had first 10, 20, 30 years before, and spaces of public health and biotech. And so I think it's an opportunity to model both what has worked and cannot work for this moment and other sectors.
You brought up sort of the global picture, and I know when you were at the White House, you led development of this blueprint for AI Bill of Rights, which then laid the foundations for the executive order, which has now since been rescinded. And we heard from the vice president at the Artificial Intelligence Action Summit in Paris earlier this year. JD Vance said, quote, "The AI future is not going to be won by hand-wringing about safety." And so I'm curious, I know you were also at that summit. You've been having conversations with a lot of international partners. Like, what's your take on the new administration's posture toward AI and where it's leading us as a country and a society?
Yeah, well, there's much to say. I was at that speech in Paris, and it was, it was his first speech as vice president. I think it was the first iteration of the sort of Trump-Vance administration's sort of geopolitical, focus, because it was soon after they had taken office. A few things to say. So I will say that from that speech in Paris, which I think was in February, to the AI action plan and the executive orders that came with it, that the posture has changed a little bit. So the, no hand wringing about safety, the Vice President Vance was effectively saying, get on with it and just, drive forward with the technology. Reasonable message, yes. But what you also see when you get to the AI action plan and the executive orders that the Trump administration put out a few months ago is an attention to workers, is an attention to sort of not just telling people get on with it, but saying, you know what, government's going to try to think about reskilling, upskilling. What do we need to do for the workforce to get people ready, to make sure that people aren't apprehensive? This is adoption piece that I raised earlier. So that was actually a kind of shift in the messaging in just a few months, because as I suggested, the public sentiment is not great.
Is that what you think is driving it?
I do think so, and I think that people are, in all of these surveys and polling, it's work, it's healthcare. Am I not going to have a job? Is my high school or college, age child not going to have a job because AI is going to take over work? And so it's clear from that messaging that people just don't want to be sort of cast to the wolves and sort of left on their own. And so there's that. I will say, that to me also suggests a little bit of to use a kind of software metaphor, like a kind of reskinning of some Biden-Harris administration AI policy. President Biden's executive order had many of those same things about workers and working with the Department of Labor and others to sort of help buffer, transformation that's coming, and to the extent that government can help with that. I also think that, again, there's these kind of conflicting incentive structures here, because industry, businesses want and need customers. So I think it's one thing to say, laissez-faire, just do whatever, YOLO in the AI space, in the AI research space. It's another thing if you are a CEO of a company and you want customers, your brand needs to say, we're responsible. We're responsible with your data. We're going to be responsible with our algorithms. You should want to work with us and not these other companies. So there's also, I think, a little bit of friction against, I think, some of the sentiment that's in the Trump administration. And then, of course, it's been curious to me that how we talk about it is that the Trump administration has been really driving this kind of deregulatory space around AI. And I think if you think formally about the SEC or the FTC, that's probably true. But it's also been the case, I was even just reading Bloomberg on the way over here, that this administration has intervened in the value chain and the supply chain for AI kind of more than any administration, certainly not the Biden administration. And I think if you look over even the last 100 years, it's been a very long time since government has intervened with trade wars, with immigration policy in the supply chain, rare earths. All of these. So if we think about AI governance or AI regulation as being along a kind of full stack, asking companies to pay the government, into the Intel deals, the NVIDIA deals. The Trump administration is pretty interventionist, sort of almost hyper-regulatory when it comes to AI, even as it says that it's deregulatory.
Well, you mentioned that friction that's happening, and I'm thinking about, again, to bring it back to the health space, there's a lot of groups that are thinking about this. There have been a lot of frameworks that have been introduced.
A lot of frameworks.
Feels like we're at a moment.
Everyone's got a framework here,
Feels like we're at a moment where the frameworks are out there and everyone's like, okay, now what? And so what is that? What is it going to take to get to that? Okay, we're doing it now. We have decided.
I think that we were getting there, and I will say that the Trump administration and Michael Kratsios, the current director of OSTP, has been, leaning into sort of standards for AI, and so we have been trending over the last sort of 4 to 6 years with the OECD, with work that the Biden administration was doing through a body called the Trade and Technology Council, that and other kinds of bodies, some of the work that I was involved in representing the US at the United Nations towards getting to standards. So, I think it's clear that there's too much happening, right? There's this kind of patchwork. And I think the challenge that we face is that standards require not just the best framework. So we've got a lot of options for ethical frameworks, for technical standard frameworks, which should be, if you might even have 2 or 3 great candidates for some particular technical question around AI. But standards, of course, and the coordination also requires diplomacy, right? So so the work that NIST does is sort of help us come to standards, and then how you drive those geopolitically is with diplomacy and partnerships and alliances and the like. And so because we have such a fractured geopolitical space right now, I wish I could be more sanguine about us being able to get to standards, but I'm not that sanguine about it.
Okay. Well, I guess to actually bring it back to health, because then I went in a different direction. We have this Coalition for Health AI, CHI, right? And they have this idea of these assurance labs, speaking of, one way to validate AI products. And my colleagues have been reporting recently about how CHI has come under attack from the administration, sort of from wings of venture capital. And I'm curious to get your take on why the assurance lab idea in particular hasn't panned out, and what do you think is behind this criticism of CHI that we're seeing now?
I think the assurance lab is not dissimilar from Sandbox. I think they're kind of, we call them different names. Fundamentally, I think if companies don't want to get behind them, right? The thing that is different about this moment, even from the moment of the Human Genome Project when we started, is that the research and development really sits in the private sector in a really profound way, in a way that it didn't 20 or 30 years ago. And so, as much as it's important for large medical centers and pharmaceutical companies, et cetera, to sort of be on board with trying to create things like these assurance labs, if you also don't have the partnerships of, the big players here, then I think that makes it a challenge for sure.
You're a co-author on a book coming out next year called Auditing AI that catalogs these concrete examples of the way AI decision-making can go wrong. Can you talk about, what you mean by audit, what makes for an effective audit, maybe through one of these examples?
Yeah, so I think what we have, part of what we've been talking about, Megan, is the patchwork, a kind of lack of coordination, and it's very much the case in the AI governance space. And you see it also with audit. So there's all of these frameworks. Whether you can think about audit broadly, is it red teaming? What are the kinds of ways that we do AI audits? Is it even indeed, we might think about the example of the really important reporting that Stat's been doing on United Healthcare, and health algorithms for healthcare. So this is a book that I've done with journalists, computer scientists, and others to sort of think about at its base, what does this mean? So it means either upstream in the development of a product pre-deployment, or it can be also post-deployment. You're asking the system, whether it's a healthcare system for medical imaging, it could be a system for health insurance, like the United Healthcare example. It could be a system for thinking about a generative AI system that's generating images, Sora 2 or whatever. Are you getting the outputs that you're supposed to be getting from this system? And what are the tools and technologies and processes that you can use to do that? Investigative journalism, I think, is one of the ways, because we don't yet have systems that allow, for example, safe harbor for researchers. We're having litigation against researchers who will try to scrape free and open websites to try to get more information about ecosystems. And the healthcare space is a lot more complicated because of privacy issues. But still, you could imagine auditing, there's healthcare apps, public health apps, et cetera, that are in that fine line between being a medical device and not, and which you can certainly do kind of public auditing of. So it's our attempt just to sort of break it down, at its base, moreover, even just to say, automated decision systems, algorithms, generative AI can be audited, should be audited. These are the different places in the stream of the development of the technology where you might do it. And these are some of the ways that you might do it.
I want to pivot a little bit. Earlier today we had Jeremy Berg and Eric Green up here. We've been at STAT reporting a lot about what's been going on with our federal science agencies. And in May, you stepped down from your positions on the National Science Board, the Library of Congress Scholars Council. And in your resignation letter, you talked about grappling with this decision to stay or leave as the integrity of these institutions start to erode. And I'm wondering if there was a specific instance that catalyzed that decision for you.
I still think about that moment. This is the letter that I wrote in Time. It makes me very sad, actually, because I come from, like, both my parents are veterans. I come from a military family. I have, my intent had been to you just serve, right? You just serve under whatever president, and you might not totally agree with the full, scope of the policy priorities, but you serve. I mean, I literally don't know who either of my parents have ever voted for in an election, right? I come from a family which is like, we don't talk about those things, kind of stay above the fray. And so it was my intent just to be able to serve in this commitment. It's a presidential appointment. The National Science Board is in the US Code. It oversees the National Science Foundation, and it offers advice to the president and the Congress on issues of science and technology policy. And it became clear that we did not have that oversight role. So the National Science Board still exists. I have colleagues who are still serving, and they've made different decisions from me. But it was clear that we did not have oversight over this body, and moreover, DOJ had oversight over this body. We had meetings in which people without subject matter expertise were being included in decisions about grants that had gone through extensive peer review. People had spent, like NSF grants can be hundreds of pages long. I mean, just all of this work, and by fiat for someone to be a political appointee to be able to say, no, we're not going to do that. And I just, the integrity of the system was sort of being eroded, and I think that we've seen it kind of in full flower now. And as hard as it was, I just couldn't be a part of that, But I think other people have made decisions to sort of stay and try to see what they can do. But for me, it just wasn't possible.
Well, in some of our remaining moments, I'm wondering since you bring up DOJ, I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about, we're seeing the rise of this new political force in the tech right. We have Silicon Valley technologists who want to use AI and cryptocurrency to unmake the government. And I'm curious, what do you think people need to understand about this political project and the ideas driving it that maybe we're not getting, in there?
I mean, I think you need to understand that the sort of hunger in the market for data is real, and the federal government, for statutory reasons, for privacy reasons, for trust reasons, had been a space where you could certainly get access to federal administrative data, but you just couldn't run roughshod over it, and sometimes you couldn't interoperate it without special permissions because you were increasing the risk to people by putting data sets together, for example. So, we don't have fundamental answers about where that data sits, where it's gone. There was some reporting, I think either in Wired or The Verge, that there was, some sort of, apparatus on top of the Eisenhower Executive Building where I used to have my office, in the White House complex, that was sending federal data to Starlink. That's our data. That's data about our healthcare. That's data about our, the census data. It's data about our IRS records, et cetera. So I think that, what people need to understand is that in the same way that you worry about there being a data breach with your telephone company or, with any other kind of large company. We've had a significant federal data breach, and we don't have even the accountability that you would expect from, I don't know, Verizon or AT&T or something yet about that. So I think that's tremendously worrisome. And it's also worrisome at a time when there are reasonably good uses for AI, and you want people to get on board with those uses. But it's hard to make that case when you have artists who feel like their data is being stolen, people who, all of my books are in these databases, for training data for generative AI. And now we're saying we've even absconded with all of your administrative data that the government told you, and by statute, the Privacy Act of 1974, that they would keep private. And this is why you could trust, Big Brother with the data. So, I think that the issues that you're seeing in government are sort of larger issues that people are concerned about with regards to risk and privacy, and they remain unresolved, unfortunately.
Well, do you have, briefly, any advice for the people in this room who are concerned about that bleed over of the, larger concerns about AI for the projects that, the way that they're using AI in biology and medicine?
Yeah, I think, I talk about the choice architecture. So, and I also talk about when I was in France for the AI Action Summit, I was able to give, I gave a speech where I talked about the 3 fallacies of AI. And one of them is that we're told that we have to have these trade-offs, that we simply can't have excellent AI, efficiency or productivity unless we abscond with people's data, take it and don't pay them, break privacy laws. And my call to innovators, I spend a lot of time speaking at colleges and universities and sometimes at businesses and startups, is like, let's do true innovation. And true innovation means like finding a way to kind of work in that space that abides democratic values, that abides what the public wants to get on board with the adoption of this, and also sort of drives forward the technology. A metaphor that I often use that I got from a friend of mine is a basketball metaphor, is that there's no Steph Curry without a three-point line, right? So like, who are the AI Steph Currys? And like, it's okay to say like, I don't know, like license that data, or let people be able to opt in, instead of having to opt out, for example. There's all sorts of, sadly, there are a million things we could be doing, and we're doing, in many cases, none of them. And I think this is a particularly important problem for a space and domain of trust and healing, like biotech, medical care, pharmacy.
Well, as a former Oakland resident, I love that, and I'm going to steal it.
Steal it.
And thank you so much for being here, Alondra.
Thanks, everybody.
For this sponsored conversation, please welcome to the stage Metadata Chief Technology Officer Tom Doyle, and to moderate, STAT co-founder and executive editor Rick Burke.
Hi again, and hi Tom.
Great to see you.
And hi everyone, great to see you. It's been, what a great day it's been already. And I see all you people standing their seats here. Feel free to join us here. Tom, I just want to get right into it. You have a really, I don't know if it's colorful, but interesting maybe it's colorful, interesting background of where you're from and your experience that led you to metadata. Can you talk a little about your own personal journey?
Colorful. Now I feel like I have to embellish the story a little bit. I grew up in Vancouver in Canada. I went into tech, to Waterloo and closer to Toronto, for any of those who are familiar with the educational system in Canada. And I, like most of the people around me, had planned this course of going on into software engineering around the time of the dot-com boom and retiring in my early 20s. And I think the industry had a different thought for me. There were a lot of changes. I think a lot of the things that were coming to market were proving to not actually deliver a lot of value. And so I started my career in life sciences, in technology, with a large pharma company with Boehringer Ingelheim. And that was, more than 2.5 decades ago, and I've never been able to leave. So while my passion was always math and computer science, along the way I realized that you could put that together with the real noble work that life sciences companies do in developing novel treatments for patients.
And tell us about metadata and your role there.
Yeah, so metadata has been in the industry about as long as I've been in the US, so 2.5 decades or 26 years, really focused on clinical research and bringing clinical research technologies that help not just accelerate clinical trials, but make them more accessible to patients, make them much faster to run, make them smarter to run, ideally increasing our probability of technical and regulatory success.
Do you see yourself as a technology company?
It's funny, we debate that often, is are we a technology company or are we a healthcare company? We really are a health technology company as they were meant to be. We though pride ourselves on scientific innovation and focus on science, we do that in partnership with medical innovators, with CRO organizations all across life sciences. And we've had the pleasure of doing that for a very long time for some of the most world-changing medicines that have come to market.
And like what?
The COVID vaccines, of course, metadata played a large role in partnership with medical innovators. But around about 75% of all novel drugs that come to market in any given year have somehow been touched by the metadata platform. And we're very proud of that.
When you talk about your life sciences background and your technology background. It's kind of a mix of both at metadata. Can we look into your inner passion and sort of what excites you more, life sciences or technology?
I mean, really, it's the intersection of those two things. And I couldn't be more lucky to be in this field today and what we're talking about today and AI and how that's really revolutionizing the way that not just drug development that we heard earlier is coming, but also clinical research and ultimately healthcare is delivered to patients. So for someone like me, this is like a dream come true because technology is no longer simply an enabler. It's not the thing that just helps you reduce the cost or bend the time curves and things like that, but it can actually lead to better outcomes for patients.
When you said you debate whether you're a technology company or not, what do you do, whatever you call yourselves, what do you do that most technology companies don't do? How are you different?
So we do invest quite a bit on the science side, which in our part of the industry is probably a little more rare. A lot of clinical research technology is around handling large amounts of data, preparing that for data managers to look at, getting that ready for filings. And a lot of technology tends to stay out of the science. We think we can do better, and we think ultimately we can together build better, faster, more patient-centric clinical trials by also considering the clinical science part of clinical research. So we worked with companies like Sanofi, for example, in looking at historical data, developing synthetic patient data using AI technologies that help them understand safety profiles of patients that were going through their trials in T-cell therapy. And so that helped them design better trials that were more attuned to the needs of different patient populations. That's something that you probably wouldn't see of all players in our space.
Can you give us a couple more examples of just real life, sort of anecdotal examples of what more you've done for patients and the impact?
Yeah, I think some of the ones that we're together most proud of is we all know that the double-blind clinical trial is the gold standard for proving safety and efficacy. As a statistician, I would stand behind that. But it's also, especially in certain therapies, it's quite limiting. In rare disease, in diseases that have very poor standard of care, for example, it can be very difficult to recruit and retain patients in those trials. We had the privilege of working with Medicina on developing synthetic control arms that help them reduce the control arm patients in their trials by 2/3. So they dramatically accelerated their trial. They were able to get more patients on therapy in recurrent glioblastoma, which is incredibly important. And those are the types of things that I think we all as an industry would get really excited about. These transformative approaches to healthcare and clinical research technology that help us change what the experience for patients will ultimately be.
It's fascinating. The whole idea is fascinating of how people interact with technology. Can you talk a little more about that and sort of what some of the challenges and roadblocks are and how you're overcoming them?
You know, I actually think it's something that doesn't get talked about enough now, but the real opportunity that we have, or an additional opportunity we have in this age of this AI revolution in healthcare, is changing the way that both patients and professionals engage in our case, clinical research, in others in broader healthcare topics. I've shared this before with people. If I look back over my 25-ish years in technology, a lot of it is about having people learn how to use technology, interact with the device. And we got better at that. We focus more on design and more user-centric approaches. But now we are in this moment where we can flip that around, and technology can learn to work with people, and creating a much more natural way of interfacing. I think many people think of that as chatbots. Unfortunately, I don't think that's the best value of a use case, but it's sort of captured the attention of a lot of people. But it is a decent example of how the technology is now learning you and responding to you.
Are chatbots not like...
They're just not my favorite because it doesn't have the significant impact. Like, no trial is going to be accelerated by 6 months or a year because of the introduction of a chatbot. But it might make it easier for a caregiver or a patient to be part of a trial, that they can, in a more natural way, ask questions about the protocol, for example. So they do have a place. But I think some of the more novel areas that we've been after, where an AI agent is seeing something that's potentially disruptive in your trial and trying to help you get back on course. We are forecasting that you won't make enrollment, so you can start to interact with it to say, how do I get this back on track?
Got it. In our final couple minutes, what do you want folks here and watching virtually, what do you want their takeaway to be about metadata and what you do that they might not have known?
I mean, just looking at some of the attendees and listening to some of the speakers, we've had the opportunity to work with a lot, and that's very meaningful for us. I think it's that we do really, metadata as a company, as an ethos, is very focused on what that partnership should look like. We know that technology is a big part of the strategy and the opportunity to accelerate bringing new novel treatments to market, and we, of course, are very focused on that. But together, we're also very focused on what is the impact of that. So whether that's a better patient experience, lower burden for sites, for example, and know that every day we look to integrate those things into our technology. Now, almost a decade ago, we launched a patient insights program for patients to actually provide, and patient advocates to provide feedback on the design of our patient-facing technology, but also to help us understand what's in it for them in clinical research, because they play such a pivotal role. And so we are making investments in that are not necessarily visible or obvious to a customer, but it is a part that we feel very strongly about.
And when people ask you about what you do, are there ever any misconceptions about what you do with AI and technology?
Yeah, well, for I think 18 years, my mom had no idea what I did. And then the COVID pandemic, all of a sudden she learned all about clinical trials and new therapies, and now people know what I do. That's great. But yeah, I think there is a lot of misconception in AI. One, less so in our industry, because a lot of the people we interact with are scientists, for example, who are very well versed in the limitations and also the opportunity, but it's not magic. And we should never accept that it is magic. It's not a bad thing that the life sciences industry overall is filled with scientifically curious, sometimes skeptical people who believe very strongly in prove me the thing is right. And so we focus quite a bit on that, on how do we build trust with patients, trust with users, as we build more and more AI. But the marketing can look a lot like it's some magic thing that can tell you the answer to anything.
But your mom now says, son, you've done good.
Well, it's a mother. She always says that you've done good.
Well, anyway, Tom, great to chat with you. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Rick.
Thank you.
All right, we've got another great one coming up for you here. Up next, we'll hear from the company creators behind Moderna, Kite Pharma, and dozens of other major biotechnology firms. Please welcome to the stage Noubar Afeyan, founder and CEO of Flagship Pioneering; Dr. Ari Beldigren, founder and senior managing director of Vita Ventures; and to moderate, Stat Biotech Startups and Venture Capital reporter Allison DeAngelis and Stat senior writer for Biotech, Adam Feuerstein. Adam and Allison are also two of the hosts of Stat's weekly biotech podcast, The Read Out Loud. After this, there's a new edition of that. You can listen to it after the summit, have a nice commute home. Welcome, guys.
We had a little, we were trying to figure out how to do this with 4 people.
Yeah.
We were actually originally going to sit in the 2 chairs and flank them, but they promised to fight and argue with each other if they sat in the chairs. And also notice they're wearing the same tie.
We are very coordinated.
Which one's
very
more,
coordinated.
but which one's more expensive?
His. For sure.
He's got the knockoff and you've got the real one on?
Pretty much.
Okay.
What's your source for knockoffs? Is it still like a car trunk, a back of a car trunk?
Price limit.
Oh.
Men's Warehouse, he goes.
So Adam and I were talking about how this is, I mean, we have a new podcast episode for you to listen after Summit, but this is almost like a little quasi...
Welcome to the Read Out Loud.
This is the Read Out Loud. Welcome to the Read Out Loud. Yes, can we get the round of applause? Thank you. Thank you. It's almost established rule at this point that if we're recording the Read Out Loud, we have to talk about the Great British Bake Off. Ari Newbar, what are your thoughts on this year's bakers? Have either of you seen the show?
Come on, guys. You watch the Great British Bake Off? They don't know. They don't watch.
Clueless. Okay.
I want to start with Ari. From my intersection, from where I work and at SAD, mostly the intersection of biotech and Wall Street, things are looking pretty good. I mean, it was looking pretty bleak, like in the winter, in the early spring, and things have started to really kind of pick up now. I noticed. Just this past, I think it was just yesterday, that the XBI, which is the index we all watch, is actually outperforming the broader markets for the year right now, which is a pretty remarkable coming from where we came from. Just generally, I know skepticism is not in your vocabulary, but like just generally, how are you feeling right now about biotech?
I think in the last few days, last few weeks, maybe the last couple of months, things are getting better. I can tell you that just several weeks ago at the internal conference with David Solomon from Goldman Sachs, he said it was our busiest week in the last 5-6 years. So that's kind of optimistic. I see that there is a rise in the market, but science is continuing regardless of what's happening. So I think the opportunity there is amazing. It's not something that I would measure by days or by weeks. It's unstoppable.
Okay, so maybe I will fight the two of you. Newbar, I'm curious to see if you're on my side or not, because Adam and I discussed this. I see a slight sense of optimism, but if we look at the private market side, at the startup side, investing in startups has been down this year. It's the Q2 data, $4.5 billion in Q2 invested in biotech and pharma startups. That was the lowest, Q2 in at least 5 years. Newbar, what's your sense of how the biotech market is right now, particularly from like the early stage startup side?
Well, I'm sure many people have said this during this conference. It's really never been more exciting on the science and application side and impact side, and it's never been in the 38 years I've done this worse on the capital side. And the reason is because I think people keep trying to make biotech equated to other sectors where you can predictably, profitably grow, and none of our companies will predictably, profitably grow. And so you could be 10 years away from that, 9 years away from that, but you're never 2 quarters from that. And so however much bankers want you to tell things that look like you have news flow that's about to drive your stock and you're about to this and that, and if you're desperate enough as a company, you'll say whatever they want. And then you get 500 companies going public. So having been doing this for a long time, I wish it broke enough that people would stop trying to require things of these companies that are completely ridiculous, which is predictably, profitably trying to time growth and therefore news flow in our sector. That's what I think, but I know that's not a popular view. I've never said it as starkly, but since you put me in a separate chair, I suspect Ari has learned that as well. I don't want to... We agree on that, at least. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, we live similar experiences. I mean, this is not, it's like people who build, high rises being compared to people who rent apartments. It's kind of the same real estate space, but in our case, it's like $500 billion goes into building a building, and over 25 years, the asset value goes up, and the other one has to rent a bunch of apartments. The comparison doesn't really favor what we do.
I love that you just brought up real estate because Ari, your business is so diversified. You do startups, you work in real estate, you have just hired somebody at your firm to kind of get into public markets. Real estate space, like lab space, here in Kendall Square is down. We have empty lab space and empty offices. As you look at the business and at Vita and Belco and what you're doing, are you making any adjustments based on like some of these things that we're seeing in the market?
We build on the future, not on the past and not on what's happening today. I can tell you years ago when we started, even my early days at Kite, when I would go around and talk about the technology of cell therapy, people look at this and said, that's science fiction. It will never happen. That's not possible. That's not part of a pharmaceutical. And what I'm looking right now is where is the next science fiction? I'm not sure that, if we asked nobody would say AI is the next science fiction. But science fiction is something we don't know and suddenly shows up. We are building for these numbers, and I hope that it will work.
Do you feel that way about, I know,
you have to bet. Our business is in betting.
A company, you obviously you helped found Kite, sold it to Gilead, you started Allogene, which is an off-the-shelf CAR T company. An off-the-shelf CAR T started with a lot of promise. It's obviously more of a scientific technical challenge to do that for cancer. It's had its bumps, including with Allogene. I mean, how do you think about Allogene's future, or just sort of off-the-shelf CAR T? I know that you're a big supporter of that, but how do you think about that over the next 5-10 years?
Look, everything I do in the medical part is based on patients. And everyone at Vida knows that when they bring me technology, I don't look at the AI of what does it do or what. How is it going to help the patient? If it's going to help and I can see where it fits in the patient overall treatment, I say let's reverse engineer and start working back. And that's the way we started Kite. Why did we start Kite? I came to Steve Rosenberg, my old boss, and I said, what's new there? He says, come to my office. And he showed me 2 patients that he just treated with CAR T. And he said, look at this, and look at the x-rays of this patient 4 weeks later. I said, do you have another patient? He says, yeah, pull me x-ray. I said, so? He said, J&J was here, decided that's not for them. BMS came over to the NIH, it's not for them. I said, fine, I have a company and I'm starting and you and I will start. He says, no, I'm not leaving the NIH, but I will help you whatever we can. And that's how it started, okay? So there is nothing magic in all of that. Now, CAR T, where else do you have a living cell? You infuse a cell that lives, and it's a living drug. And I'm not aware of anything else that can do the job exactly like we are doing here. Now, it was complicated. Everything was complicated. When you started chemotherapy 78 years ago, 70% of the people died from the chemotherapy. Today at Allogene, we presented the data on kidney cancer, but which are very impressive. And I have devoted my years with hundreds of publications in kidney cancer. And I can tell you that that's working, and it's working in solid tumors because CAR T was believed to be a hematologic phenomena, so it works. But more importantly, the early stage, and that's the whole different thing that we can talk. What's in the future? Early treatment of patients. There is no need to go and wait till the patient exhausted 6, 7 drugs, and then with his immune system, with whatever it is, then hit him with a new drug. Treat early.
So you feel like you
can
sort of leapfrog. If the place for particularly an allogeneic CAR T is in the earlier, sort of leapfrogging going to the earlier stage.
The treatment, we will know it in months, in very few months. Patient with minimal residual disease, positive, no X-ray that show any cancer. X-ray shows absolutely nothing. And you know that within 6 to 9 months, the patient will come back with metastatic disease. So now we are trying to prevent patient from metastatic disease that we know he is going to do it. And MRD positive turns to negative. If that's the case, and we follow the patient 6, 12 months, we have something new. And when we came to the FDA with a proposal to do the study, I can tell you the FDA was extremely excited. But the data is the data, and we'll have the data.
Yeah.
Well, okay, let's then get into what's happening in Washington a little bit. You're talking about the FDA and their willingness to kind of work on, changing the system. How are you both feeling about, the state of Washington, the state of, drug regulations related to biotech and pharmaceuticals?
I want to go back and comment a couple of things that Ari said, just to give my view, and then we can go and talk about.
I'll put a pin in my question.
I'd like nothing more than not to talk about the FDA, but I will eventually talk about the FDA. I want to say two things. One, he brought up science fiction. I mean, I think that the only things worth working on in this industry are science fiction, and then if you can resolve them. And then, so really you want resolvable science fiction. There's science fiction that's not resolvable, which means it takes hundreds of millions of dollars in 50 years, and that's not the science fiction you want. But I think with experience, you kind of try to find things that are resolvable, because if everything was kind of like highly likely to work, I can't figure out why A, you would be the one to do it, and B, that the Chinese wouldn't do it a lot better just by putting in a lot of resources. And I know we'll come back to China. So the only thing left is actually embracing. Some of us embrace science fiction by nature, some of us are being forced to embrace it, but I don't think we should look at science fiction in a derogatory way. What it means is a scientist who's willing to imagine a tiny bit beyond the obvious, which is what typically our hypotheses are limited to, enough to imagine something that could work and then work backwards, as Ari said. So I want to endorse it, but to also say what's key is what's resolvable science fiction and what's not resolvable in a meaningful time frame. So that's one thing. I think the other thing is, you asked about Kite, you asked about Allogene. I mean, the thing about this industry, which has gone on for a long time, is that it's a continuum. Just like inventions that were in the Constitution and the patent law anticipated, what some people do help other people do more things and more things and more things. And you got to kind of get used to the fact that, there's allogeneic CAR T, then there's now in vivo CAR T, that there may be other versions of this, and it's just a continuum. And I think it's hard all of us, and investors in particular, want to be able to claim that what they do is actually going to be the win state, and everything else before it and after it will not be. And that's impossible, because there's just this continuum of improvement, because some of the things that work point out what still doesn't work, which then motivates you to come up with something else that overcomes that. And you wouldn't have known that thing's real until you actually, you wouldn't know, I think, going into original autologous CAR T that it'll be $500,000 million to make product in the very, very early days. Once you know that, you start quickly saying, holy shit, I got to come up with an allogeneic version, I got to come up with an in vivo version, on and on and on. And then all of a sudden you start seeing other effects you didn't expect. So those are the two things I would just add, it's not disagreeing, but just to say these are nuances that I think are to be expected.
Hey, Ari, I'm sorry, Nubar, I want to ask you a question just in terms of the way that Flagship operates. Because when I think about Flagship, I think of really big, bold scientific ideas, forming companies around platforms, or just even things that when I read the press releases about companies, I'm like, what are they doing? I'm not exactly sure. And some of some of the companies that you've had, you've either merged them together or some of them have downsized. And I just wonder, in this environment, have you changed the way you think about company creation at Flagship over the last couple of years, or are you still sort of full speed ahead in kind of the original premise?
I'll say in some ways that we haven't changed, some ways we have changed. We feel very fortunate that this is what we do. Because if I was making single product biotech VC-backed companies, I would run for cover with what's happening from Chinese competition. So I actually think that we're fine doing what we're doing, which is anticipate things that might be powerful and see if we can actually reduce to practice. We fail when what we do doesn't work out, not because of what anybody else does. It's not been the case that we've kind of worked on something and then we thought, oh damn, somebody beat us to it, because we start. So in that regard, we're fine. And by the way, if you look at our output, it's been about 6 to 7 platforms a year for the last 10 years. There's been ups and downs, there's been periods where there's been 2, but that's more of an internal thing. Now the place where I'd say has been trickier is that people's willingness to value platforms absent lead products is lesser than it used to be. By the way, now it's becoming, that's also changing, interestingly, because if you look at the last weeks of in vivo CAR T acquisitions, these are preclinical or barely clinical companies, and people are paying a lot for the promise, which is how the old days used to be. So we can talk about that. But I'd say that we're probably putting a lot more thought into what's the right early 1 or 2 or 3 products that could embody the platform. Because the early products of a platform, not of yet another version of something that exists and is believed, has an extra weight it carries in that it basically represents, it's like, an Olympic athlete. There's like some countries where there's one athlete. That athlete's representing the whole country. The early products of a platform that nobody believes not only have to kind of work from a market standpoint, or be valuable, but also have to represent the platform. So I think over time, we've kind of started thinking about what might fit that promise. The other thing I think we've done a lot more of, which we used to do in this industry, but lost the habit of doing over the last decade, to the industry's massive detriment, is partnerships. I mean, I'd say we used to do partnerships in the industry for the longest time. I used to go around, including I think once with a panel with you, Adam, probably a decade ago, and I should say that there's always IPOs in this industry. It either means initial public offering or initial pharmaceutical offering. And we got into a period over the last couple of years where both windows were closed, public and pharmaceutical. And that's because pharma industry started thinking they could do it themselves. They could do their own incubation, their own early stage investing, et cetera. And all of a sudden, that mutualism between the startup community and pharma, which used to provide the information exchange to guide product choice, dissipated. So I really think and I hope that resumes, because the notion that 1,000 little biotech companies with former pharma executives advising them is going to match what Lilly, I know Dan was here this morning, can put on the table in terms of just flat out know-how to guide how something new should be developed, I think is not how this industry developed over decades, and it shouldn't be going forward.
Do you think is it that pharmaceutical?
Oh. You want to chime in?
Yeah, no.
Go ahead, Ari.
Platform and the yeast platform. What you are saying, a platform, when I look at autologous, allogeneic, and in vivo, that's not a platform. This is, yes, the common is cells engineered. That's it. But a platform is something completely different. 10 years ago, we talked about it, said, first we have to bring to the FDA an autologous cell therapy. Then we'll bring an allogeneic, which will be better. And then eventually, it will be in vivo, so the body is producing its own, serves as its own factory. So now some of the players are saying, oh, why should I go from 1 to 2 to 3? I'll go from 1 to 3. Right. But 1 is ready today, and 1 will be ready in 5 to 10 years. So your 10 years, in vivo. We sold the company just a few months ago, Capstan. And I can tell you the whole story, how it started and why it ended up in autoimmune disease, because it started with cardiac disease. That's the data. It moved to oncology, but then Carl June said, no, let's go to autoimmune. So we went to autoimmune. It's the low-hanging fruit, which was right that time. So we have quite a lot of experience with the in vivo, but 1 is ready today. The other one will be ready.
But Ari, I'll just say that you're right that different people call platforms different things. What we call platforms is a common approach that can do many, many things just by changing a little bit about it. So if you have an LNP that contains an mRNA that you can target to a tissue of choice, and you happen to use it to go after a T cell in vivo, but the same one can go after M cells and can go after whatever, just by changing either the target, or that is what the nature of a platform is that you show one, you can diversify. As opposed to, you do one and you've just got one. And if you do another one, you start all the way from scratch. That's the way we've used platform, is that it's a...
Totally agree.
Yeah. And I think you guys do a lot of that.
In vivo...
Let's just go. We're going to go.
No.
You guys can just keep going.
In vivo, you used LNP and mRNA.
That's what I mean. But that's a platform in
But in CAR-T, in the autologous allogeneic, you don't use LNP, you don't use mRNA.
If you didn't know, these guys are friends, but they've never worked together.
That's true.
Have you guys picked up on that?
We're trying for some years to work.
I'm going to take this moment. Okay, I do think we have an audience question.
Yeah.
You guys can continue the discussion over terminology backstage.
But you asked about the FDA. I just want to make...
We will get to that.
We'll get to it.
Don't worry, I haven't forgot.
We'll get to it.
I thought it's the end. Okay,
No.
Important question you have right here.
I'm Brian Young. I write for Stat as a contributor writer. I go back to in vivo CAR T. You mentioned the competition from China, and we know the ADC area, Chinese biotech companies are really upcoming strongly. So how do you say in vivo CAR T area, do you see the competition from China is upcoming, or how do you think in terms of this area, can American biotech companies really innovate or take a lead, or what are some areas you think can, play out in this competition?
Let's broaden Brian's question.
Yeah.
Just talk about China as, both competition and or collaborator. And we talked about it in our prep call. Ari, what are your thoughts about China these days?
In China, I've had quite a lot of experience there. So 10 years ago, I came and I signed a deal with Chairman Guo, who was the chairman of Fosun, and we did a 50-50 partnership in developing what we believed CAR T. When we came over there, he said, I want CAR T to treat liver cancer. Why? Because a lot of my friends are dying from liver cancer in China. I said, it's not working like that. We will start with hematologic oncology. But bottom line is, we build the whole program. I used to spend every 3 months in building China. And I noticed the change not over 6 months, but over every month. The FDA, the Chinese FDA, started acquiring so much knowledge. So I think that the potential there is great. The question is, technology is fantastic. Recruiting patients, excellent. Can we do the same? Yes. Biology, the big thinking, I'm not sure we are yet there, but I believe that China is something that we need to make sure that we understand it in order to compete.
Yeah, I agree in this last part about the biology part. I think that when something is shown to work, I would expect their scale, their ease of trying on people, access to data become important. When things don't yet work, it's not clear how those are advantages. So I would carve out, just like I was saying, resolvable and not resolvable science fiction. I would carve out the world of ideas between things that are not yet known to work or things that are known to work. And I think in the not yet known to work category, probably culturally, experientially, at least for now, there'll be an advantage in that at least some of us are willing to go there. But the concern is that the window of time you have from that to, I'll give you an example. When we worked on mRNA 2010, 2020, Stat used to cover it, people were 100% convinced none of this will ever work. The Chinese were not working on it. Once actually became clear they're working on it, they now have 200 trials working on mRNA. And so this is not, it's an N of one, I'm sure there's others. Doesn't now, of course, they've also evolved, so they may well now be working even before something is known to work. But I think the propensity will be to kind of, there's no reason for them to go there if they can actually create massive value in things that don't require that kind of a leap.
Nubar, I want to ask you, since you brought up mRNA. So long, Flagship has most people in the audience, I think most people who kind of tangentially heard of biotech, think of Flagship as the company behind Moderna. How does it feel that you spent so much time and effort building out mRNA as a technology, and it's kind of being villainized in DC right now?
Look, I appreciate the company that Harvard provides us in terms of being villainized, or certain countries provide us in being villainized. So, if we were the only ones being villainized, I'd kind of say, whoa, wait a minute, what is it about us? I'm just saying it lightly. I don't think the science and the technology is subject to villainification, if there's such a word. I think that people are trying to make different points about what their agenda is with vaccines or reimbursement or whatever it is. And so I think we'll just wait for the further scientific application. Ari, in passing, kind of said that CAR T has shown a living therapy. Guess what? an immune system that is given the patient-specific antigens to be able to train T cells to go after a multitude of antigens, the way Moderna has shown in its cancer work with melanoma and now many other cancers, is also a living therapy. It's basically creating T cells that are doing amazing. I mean, basically the phase 2 data in cancer showed that whatever Keytruda does to people without Keytruda, this does to people with Keytruda by the same amount, 40-50% improvement over just Keytruda. That is unthinkable, and it's purely the immune system doing the trick. So I think mRNA is going to be a major part of the future arsenal of all sorts of cell therapy and therapeutics, et cetera. And then there'll be DNA ones that come along behind it, and there'll be other ones. So I mean, I understand the nature of your question, but both for sanity reasons and also for opportunistic reasons, I don't really feel like what's being said is kind of about the topic of mRNA. I'll say one other thing, though. You're not asking, I'm just saying in passing. I think the notion that people can play with scientific fact and essentially say opinions could be replaced for facts or facts should be taken for opinions, both of which is happening in the current discourse, isn't going to stop at mRNA, isn't going to stop at vaccines, childhood vaccines we've now seen. It's going to go to every medicine. And you're already seeing, if you look early enough, people are questioning why they should take chemotherapy. People are questioning whether metabolic drugs are also causing other effects. So there is, in your business, I would take close look, and I know you guys have written about this, close look at what the vilification of science, the underlying premise of human health is scientific advance, will do to the entire enterprise. Mm-hmm. So mRNA might be the early indicator of what's to come. I cannot fathom what's unique about mRNA as to the arguments being made, which to me is fact is fiction, and fiction might be fact. Well, if I'm entitled to my opinion, by the way, I gave a talk recently and I said, look, the scientific method is about organized skepticism. You as a scientist are trained not to believe anybody else. You're also trained not to believe yourself. If you're a true scientist, you should not believe anything until the facts support that. That level of mutual criticism, people take as an opening to just come in with zero background, zero hypothesis, and just make shit up and just say, this is what we believe, and your science should come up against our science, and they don't need facts. I'm not saying this about individuals. I'm saying this about the whole mindset. If that happens, I don't know how you treat Alzheimer's or Parkinson's, because people will think, yeah, I know the data shows this, but I've got this one paper that doesn't. So I don't think this stops at vaccines. I don't think this stops at mRNA. That's what worries me.
Are you worried? Are you worried about the growing anti-science attitudes in this country?
Every scientist is, worried about it. I don't think that there is disagreement here. Science, data, that's how we were brought up. But in medicine, it's exactly the same. How do you make decisions? Based on what are you making decision of life or death on patient? Based on data that you have, based on the science, and that's what you have to do. So
but the problem seems to be that everyone, it seems like we're casting so much doubt on science and on data. Like that it almost doesn't matter.
I don't know. This is somebody has an interest to bring it up more. I can tell you that the head of the FDA spoke in a conference just about a month ago. And after that, we had a brief chat and discussion. And I told him, Marty McCary, if you would accomplish 50% of what you said on stage now, we'll be in an amazing place.
But are you worried about the other 50% of things that he says that are kind of crazy and very political? Like when he goes and says that leucovorin is going to be a treatment for autism when it's clearly not.
It's not my expertise here. I'm not, this is kind of more political, it's not science. I can tell you, I was very impressed with everything that the fresh look, which maybe it's good. He just, at some point he said, why do we have to do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3? Because 50 or 70 years ago, somebody decided to do that. Why do we need to treat patients at the end of this, at the end stage patient, where your immune system is beaten to death already from 5 or 6 medication? Why not to get an approval for a first line? Why should it take 10 years to develop a drug? I wanted to do it 5. Why should you send an NDA to the FDA, which is all the pictures that I have, which this size and next to me, almost my size, is the paperwork. I want AI to do all of that. I'm bringing AI into each office will have AI. Everything will be electronically done. I said half of that, But by the end of the day, I said, I'm a surgeon, you're a surgeon,
you're taking a more
so
pragmatic,
we know how to cut. Please
you're taking
cut.
a more pragmatic approach to it, where you're seeing the things like you mentioned, if we can cut some of the red tape, that will help.
Exactly.
And so you're not going to worry as much about some of the sort of other stuff.
Okay, but I think that there's a deeper question here, which is that, we've talked off stage, Adam and I, about the pharmaceutical industry at large, and, there was so much rhetoric around vaccines and vaccines being questioned, and that I was of the opinion that it seemed like there were people in the industry who kind of thought like, well, that's going to be the brunt of it, and it's, not necessarily, there wasn't a thought process about how much that kind of, that doubt was going to spread further. Like, how much is the industry behind the scenes talking about how to deal with the FDA, HHS, the different government agencies? Is it doing enough?
Yeah, well, I think, what you're pointing out, Alison, is exactly, I think, what Ari just said, Adam was calling out, which is, when you're in a storm, you kind of hang on to a tree. So if you're given a tree that says you might not need to do phase 3 trials, you might not need to do this, you're going to take it, right? Because we're in a storm. The up is down, night is day. Reality, that's the reality. So yes, every company that doesn't have a vaccine business in the pharma industry has kind of said, maybe vaccines are really different, and they're really different than pharma. That's what they did during COVID, by the way. Most of them didn't touch vaccines, even though some of them had vaccines, because they just thought, I don't know what the downside is. So I just think, and you could say it's self-serving for me to hope for this, but I think it's going to happen, that this is going to be pervasive, because it's really not about vaccines per se. It's about whether there is established fact and what it takes to overcome established fact. If the answer is an opinion can actually overcome established fact, as opposed to even more established fact, that's a scary prospect. And I do think it's going to affect things. But in the meantime, Ari, very pragmatically, we the same, are saying, okay, so what opportunities does that open up, and where can we help patients? Because we can't just say we're upset at their ideology, therefore we're not going to help patients. And I think the pharma industry, if your question is, are they behind the scenes fighting back? I would assume companies like Pfizer, companies like Sanofi, companies like GSK, I happen to know, that have strong presence in both businesses, will probably be more concerned about this than companies who have no vaccine business, in which case they say, with or without vaccines, as long as they reimburse my cancer drug and approve it, I'm cool. I think that's not going to be lasting very long.
But if I could just for a second, Adam. Nubar, you, on this topic, you built a company in Moderna that is probably looked like the ultimate platform company, and that helped us come out of a global pandemic that had shut everything down and seemed to have unlocked an untold amount of financial value. And a lot of that value is now gone. So as you're thinking about these questions, what lesson do you take from that? That seems like a painful thing as both an investor and, more importantly, as someone who builds companies, to have Moderna where it is. What do you take from that as you look at other companies? It was such a huge success, and it's being punished.
It's not going to. My answer will not be believable, but just to say that throughout my career in this space, I've always thought that surviving and thriving are a breath away from each other, and at any given time when you're thriving, you might be thrust back to surviving, and that's been more true than not true. That's the case for every startup we worked with. I used to say a long time ago when I was on a panel with Henry Tamir, the late Henry Tamir, we used to joke around that most entrepreneurs in this industry worship at the altar of chance, because they know deeply just how much this can go away in a minute through things that you don't really control. And I think in Moderna, we did what we could do to build a platform. 20 million people have received mRNA vaccines. As far as I'm concerned, 100% of all that technology came from one place. But it doesn't matter how it played out. We actually made all of our IP available, by the way. People should realize all this thing that were said during the pandemic, if you go look at the facts, we made all of our technology available. And I'm happy for that. And the fact is became politicized, and now people think that it's radioactive or whatever. what are we supposed to do about that? I don't think, this is going to sound strange, that we need or deserve any pity, because the company now has 36 programs in clinical development, and it would have had 10 if we didn't have the windfall of what the pandemic did. So as long as we can manage through this period when multiple new vaccines will come out, hopefully multiple new cancer treatments will come out, I think we'll be okay. And if it's not us, somebody else will use the mRNA technology and they'll be okay. I just think ultimately you kind of have to imagine 5-10 years out, will these things matter? And so I really don't think very much about what could have been, because as a startup person, you think a lot about what could have been and it never happens. And so I just think you just have to keep working going forward. That's the way we look at it.
So, no, you go
I was
on.
going to say, I mean, if I was in his shoes, I'd be mad. You know, if I was
He's mad, but he doesn't tell you.
Right.
To what? No, but to
Well,
what
I
end?
know. And I
To what
wonder, like,
end?
how you
To what
feel.
end?
Like, do you, because...
Look, I was here this morning and I listened to Matt discussion with the head of R&D of Skowronski on why did they, you were not here, but why Peter Marks was now hired to be at Eli Lilly. And the issue is, are you not afraid? Are you not, did you take all the consequences of that? I'm looking at somebody who is an amazing Harvard-trained physician, oncologist, dedicated his life to the FDA, did an amazing job. I interacted with him during his years at the FDA numerous times. He really fought for the facts. He really fought for what's right. And I, even tried to hire him, but he wouldn't take. Now I understand why, because he went to Eli Lilly.
Wait, what job did you try to hire him for?
But I think that
blow past that
created an issue of, is Eli Lilly going to hire somebody like him because what he said about vaccines and about, I'm not sure this is the right judgment of dedication of people. And so that's...
But in very private moments, you don't take it personally?
No.
At all?
No.
Not at all?
And look, because I understand the game that's being played, and I realize that we have to play the way we can. So if, for example, we said, you know what, forget this is too hard, we'll just make money on our brand, we'll just make money on our money, we'll just do that. I just think you just have to kind of stick to what you do. Ultimately, we get satisfied by the fact that we had impact on human lives, and we're having it now, not just with COVID, not just with RSV, not hopefully soon with flu, but also in cancer. I mean, the number of people around the world that I speak to is much more out there than here who are absolutely looking forward to what the cancer version of mRNA will look like is immense at the highest levels. So, I'll tell you one thing, this is probably too much of a disclosure, but I'll do it anyway because it's the moment. I was in Qatar, kind of a place which was, it was an interesting place to be when the World Cup happened. And the leadership of the country literally thanked me for the vaccine because they wouldn't have had the World Cup there in any circumstance because they couldn't have kept the country open to build these stadiums. The same stadiums that there was a lot of controversy over. If you're a biotech person and you have that, let alone the 20 million lives, let alone the trillions of dollars, this is going to sound strange. We don't need any pity. It's hard for me to feel like we should feel bad, given that we had no right to feel that good. You just kind of just move on. Honestly, It's not, I can't fight back because it's useless.
Okay, I'm going to round it out because you brought up kind of looking into the future, 5-10 years down the line. The whole theme of this summit is, the next 10 years. Like 10 years out, what do you think our industry is going to look like?
Do you want to go or you want to go? Yeah,
go ahead.
Well, I'm hoping that Ari and I will be wearing the same tie. I just want you guys to know that what you should take away from this, we did not coordinate either color or tie, is that when you've been in this industry for 35, 40 years, you'll look like this. So if those of you who kind of want to cut out the middle 20 years, go buy the tie. But anyway, joking aside, look, I think in a nutshell, I know we don't have a lot of time, I think that, I heard the last panel, I think that AI is the single most disruptive force in the last 38 years I've been involved with by an order of magnitude. because we in this particular field, I'm not talking about in life, I'm talking about in this field, have been essentially using human abstractions and interpretations of vast amounts of data that are utterly inadequate as a way to understand actually what happens in disease and in treatments. With the massive billion parameter, trillion parameter models, I believe that the same data, and more of it, will enable us to be able to emulate actually living systems in ways that will be incredibly productive to advance medicines, to find patients at the right stage. All the things that Ari was talking about, we're going to be able to do. Without it, we wouldn't. The problem 10 years from now will be that the humans actually now will be fighting two things they don't understand: living systems and AI systems. We used to be happy that we didn't just understand nature. And we say, well, look at how much we've done without understanding nature. Now we have two things we're not going to understand. But I hope that they will understand each other and that we'll be able to put enough safeguards for the proper use of the output. Nothing in the last 40 years allowed us to say any of this. So anybody who says AI is incremental, it's unproven, it's a bubble, it's this, is that, it might be in productivity and in entertainment. It is not in science.
You agree, Ari?
No.
This is why we put them on either side.
What you heard now is the optimistic technologist versus a realistic physician, clinician. Because it's right about the technology. But I'm thinking 10 years from now, will the patient be better than he is? And if yes, how? So if we take just the little, obviously there's neurology, immunology, all of that, but you look at cancer, how the drugs and whatever we have now will affect the patient. I think that everything will move earlier and earlier, like we said before. But when I trained here at across the river at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, life was easy. Was radiation, chemotherapy, and surgery. That's, and a little bit hormonal therapy. There was nothing else. When you look today at the ADCs, at the bispecifics, at the CAR-T, at all of the technologies, you can see how things will move dramatically to improve the patient care. And therefore, I am very, very optimistic. I think in the next 10 years, the patient will feel much better. Hopefully, it will take less years to approve the new drugs that are currently in development.
Okay. But you know what, just to say, I don't think what you said actually relates to what I said, because they can both be true. In other words, I think what you said is, with or without AI, I got reason for optimism. You just said you're pragmatic, but you're actually optimistic. Because you're optimistic this will continue. I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying, in addition to everything we've got, if we're going to spend the next 10 years actually just mining what we've already got, what you're saying is right. But imagine if in the next 10 years we laid a foundation for 100x that over the following years. That will create of itself value. So it's completely compatible. Completely compatible. I'm just saying to those people who think AI is somehow unproven, premature, it's just not true. All right, Matt.
Matt's getting antsy.
I did ask these guys to create problems, but they made one that I didn't expect, which is lunch is late. So
these guys can just argue while you all
they
eat.
can keep going, but if anybody wants, the Harborside and both the Harborside room and Cityside room out there, where you've been yesterday and today, lunch is ready. Please move through the hallway where registration was quickly, and then you can head into either of those rooms. We hope you'll take some time to get to know one another before the summit is over, and if you want food, you absolutely can go now. If you guys want to keep going and people want to stay, that's cool too.
I was going to say, let's...
And a round of applause for Ari.
Okay.
Thank you.
This was amazing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, the
got your money's worth.
The fun is over.
Please take your seats. Our presentation is about to begin. Thank you. Please take your seats. Our presentation is about to begin. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm here in Kendall Square, Cambridge, Massachusetts, very much the epicenter and hub of biotech and pharmaceuticals here in the United States. And I'm here to ask a bunch of biotech workers on their lunch break, going to pick up various slop bowls from Chipotle or Sweetgreen or whatever. You know those weight loss shots? What are those called? So, you know the shots that people take to lose weight? Like, what are those called?
Ozempic.
Thank you very much.
Ozempic?
Thank you.
Like Ozempic?
Yeah. Ozempic?
Now, if there's anywhere in the entire country people should know the answer to this question, it's here in Kendall Square.
Ozempic or Wegovy?
Excellent.
Ozempic.
Wegovy? Oh, good one. Most people say Ozempic. That's the point of the video. Thank you very much.
Ozempic?
Thank you very much.
Oh, Ozempic? Oh, that's Ozempic.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So, clearly when most people think weight loss drugs, they think Ozempic, which is interesting for a couple reasons. For one, Ozempic is not marketed as a weight loss drug. It's marketed for type 2 diabetes. A lot of the confusion comes from the fact that the exact same medication is also sold for weight loss under the name Wegovy, which a couple people did mention in Kendall Square. And just for the record, other answers that the judges would have accepted include Eli Lilly's Zepbound, GLP-1s, semaglutide, or tirzepatide. So why is it interesting that Ozempic has become shorthand for GLP-1 weight loss drugs? There are tons of words we use every day that are, or were at one time, trademark brand names. To show you what I mean, let's take another trip to Cambridge, this time to the Lynch Family Skate Park. It's a beautiful day to do some inline skating. You may be wondering why I said inline skating and not rollerblading. Well, that's because rollerblade is a brand name. And if rollerblade became the generic term for inline skating, the brand rollerblade could lose its trademark.
Hey, Alex. Yeah. You're like 40, right? Huh? You worried about getting hurt?
Oh, don't worry about that. I brought some aspirin. A Band-Aid. When a brand name becomes the generic term for an entire category of products, the company is at risk of losing their trademark. For this reason, companies often aggressively protect their trademarks. Some have done so successfully. The parent companies of Rollerblade and Band-Aid, for example, still maintain those trademarks. But others, like Aspirin, Thermos, and Dumpster, have actually had their trademarks revoked. In the next episode of Status Report, a new video series from Stat, we'll learn why Novo Nordisk has two separate trademarks for the exact same drug, if having a trademark can actually be a liability.
Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol.
And if the brand name Ozempic could one day be a victim of genericide.
Well, that was fun. I, for one, did not know that Alex could inline skate. So you learned something new. I think I won't be trying that. But it is hard to believe that we are now nearing the end of the Stat Summit, and that means it is time for our fifth and final audience poll question for you all, which is sponsored by Zeno Group. So I think most people know what to do by now. Please take out your phones. Pull up the Bizzabo app, which you can download over here. If you're watching online, you should see a link to the right to participate. And then once you open up the polls part of the app, we will see the last and final question, which is, what information would be most useful to your company in order to better understand the healthcare provider audience? And the options are where healthcare providers get their information about brands, how trust in a company impacts the prescribing habits of healthcare providers, how communications should differ to reach different generations of healthcare providers, including millennials, Gen Xers, and baby boomers. And lastly, what ultimately drives trust between healthcare providers and a company. So there's a lot of options. Please take a moment. You can ponder it and select your results. Let's see what it looks like. All right, 40% say that the most useful information would be how communications should differ to reach different generations of healthcare providers, millennials, Gen Xers, and baby boomers. So I think we have our answer. Thank you all for playing. Please be safe if you try roller skating. Our next session is, we're gonna talk about how to implement federal work requirements for Medicaid, which the requirements are supposed to take place in 2027. Please welcome to the stage Elizabeth Matney, former Iowa Medicaid Director, Kevin Bagley, Principal at Kevin Bagley Strategic Consulting and the former Medicaid Director for the state of Nebraska, Mike Levine, Undersecretary for Mass Health, and to moderate, Stat Hospitals and Insurance reporter Tara Banow.
One Big Beautiful Bill Act will cut almost $1 trillion from Medicaid over the next decade. It does this in large part through imposing work requirements in every state. That includes states that had already begun implementing work requirements and states that never in a million years would have implemented them under their own volition. I'm excited to be on stage with 3 people who either are currently implementing work requirements or have done so in different states. So Liz and Kevin, you both ran state Medicaid programs that started implementing work requirements that ultimately were scrapped. So Kevin, let's start with you. How far did you get and why did it ultimately not pan out?
Yeah, so Nebraska actually, they passed Medicaid expansion as part of a ballot initiative, and part of the initial approach to that was a little bit of a unique spin on Medicaid work requirements, and that was instead of kicking people off the program who didn't meet those requirements, we would grant the people who did meet the requirements additional benefits. And so we had gone through the process of building out a couple of separate benefit plans. We'd gone through the process of figuring out kind of the data sources we were going to leverage and how we were going to do that. And then we kind of got to that spot and we had an administration change at the federal level and a lawsuit at the state level and ultimately changed course. But we got a little ways into that planning process, and so really had some concrete ideas about how we were going to approach it.
But it sounds like it was mostly because Trump 1.0 approved the program, and then suddenly the Biden administration came into place and axed it.
Yeah, they pretty quick, as soon as the Biden administration came in, there were several, somewhere along the line, pending applications from states to implement some sort of a work requirement. Ours was one of them that was kind of stuck in limbo at that point. And ultimately that guidance was, we really don't want to see people losing coverage as a result of work requirements. And so in addition to a state lawsuit, we pulled that back.
And Liz, what happened in Iowa?
Yeah, so we got probably a little less further along than Nebraska did. I feel like I'm in a Charles Dickens book, like The Tale of Two Medicaids or something, but it's not nearly as entertaining. So the first time Trump was in office, so Trump 1.0, we had explored in several legislative cycles at the state implementing different work requirement and community engagement requirements as part of a public oversight Public Assistance Oversight Bill. Now that bill kept coming forward. Every time it came forward, the state team in the Medicaid agency would run all of the numbers, go through it, basically planning all of the things that would need to be done to implement that effectively, and then put the numbers back to the legislators that included, what the projected savings would be, what the cost would be. And at the end of the day, any savings from people disenrolling were quickly absorbed by the cost of actually just running the program. And so states, our legislators at that time, didn't want to invest more dollars into technology, to have less people. It really didn't save the program much money, if any.
That's kind of unbelievable. But Mike, we're really lucky to have you here because Massachusetts, you are down to the wire. You've got, it sounds like a long time, but as you'll explain, it's really not. So tell me what the timeline is for getting the work requirement program up and running and what kind of workload that is.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me. And I was talking with Liz and Kevin backstage about how some of the red states that have been thinking about work requirements for a long time are actually quite a bit further ahead than a state like Massachusetts, which I think falls into the category of states that would not be implementing work requirements without that being a federal directive. So we need to be live with work requirements in 2 Januaries, January 2027. And there's a lot to figure out and stand up and code into our systems between now and then. And I think the 3 big questions that we're grappling with, and we'll talk more, I think, today about what makes them complicated, is 1, figuring out who on our caseload of 2 million people actually has to comply with a work requirement. 2, what steps we can take to make the process of determining that they are working automatic, so they don't have to do paperwork, they don't have to respond to our mail or text or email or whatever it may be. And then 3, for people where we can't automatically determine that they're working, what can we do to make it as easy as possible for them to demonstrate that they are working? Each of these things require guidance from our federal partners to say kind of what's allowed and what isn't. And then it requires a lot of time and technological development on our end to say, okay, we're going to stand up the best version of this program that we can, which is why I think the next 14 months is going to go really quickly.
Yeah, and given what happened in Nebraska, I can't help but wonder, is there this possibility that maybe Democrats retake the House, the president changes, is it on the minds of states that, maybe they're building these programs and then they get scrapped anyway? How much are states thinking about that? Kevin, maybe you can take that.
Yeah, you have to, right? There is this element of, if only I had a crystal ball and I could tell you what's going to happen. We could plan so much better. But I think part of what you learn really quickly in running a program like a state Medicaid program is you just have to plan for change. I think, though, one of the real advantages that states have, even if you have to scrap this, is you will be forced to start to understand more about the beneficiary experience, right? What is the applicant and member experience from an employment standpoint, from an education standpoint? That helps us understand more about the people we're trying to serve. And so I think even if you end up scrapping this from a eligibility requirement standpoint, there's a benefit there in really learning more about the people we're serving.
Absolutely. Mike, I'm curious, is that kind of in the back of your mind? Like, what if we're doing all this work and then...
Well, there are a ton of ways. I've been in Massachusetts Medicaid since 2016, and there are a number of ways in which the kind of pendulum swing of federal administrations has just become kind of business as usual. So whenever we build something to come into compliance with some new requirement, we build in an off switch, right? So we're going to be ready in January 2027, and we'll also be able to turn it off if we have to. And I think Kevin's right. We'll learn a lot along the way and hopefully improve our member and beneficiary experience. But the only thing I'd say here is that this isn't law, right? This isn't an executive order. It's not a regulation that CMS can change. Like, it's hard for Congress to change the law, as we're in day 16 of a shutdown or something like that. And so I think this one might be a little stickier than, you know, what was Trump 1's preference for states to do community engagement.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't cover politics, so yeah, I was kind of trying to think about the logistics of that and the likelihood that that could possibly happen, but we won't go down that road. So the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, they have to issue guidance to states, sort of like the parameters that your Medicaid work requirement programs have to meet by June 2026. And I think they said they want to get that out sooner, but not really sure about that. So why is this guidance from CMS so important? And do you feel like Medicaid programs are sort of in limbo until they get that? Liz, do you have thoughts on that?
There are certain components that they can start working on now and do so pretty confidently. The guidance piece is really what takes you across the finish line and feel confident that you've done it correctly. States are probably right now even more cognizant of that than they have been in previous years, because when we were doing the redeterminations and unwinding, we had previously implemented some eligibility systems with the Affordable Care Act. Those had been approved and things like that. And then lo and behold, we discovered that like most of the states were missing a major piece of their eligibility system, which was related to passive enrollment or ex parte. And so I think states really have that in the back of their head. Like, we don't want to build another system where then we're dinged down the road.
If I could just add, I don't think Medicaid agencies are the only organizations facing uncertainty here, and I'll offer one that would hit home, I think, in the biotech and pharma community, which is, you know, there's a provision in the law that says if a Medicaid member has a serious and complex medical condition, they are not subject to work requirements, which is common sense. If you're so sick that you can't work, like, no one's trying to kick you off of health insurance. But what's a serious and complex medical condition, right? I mean, there are, and that is going to directly translate not only into who gets to keep coverage, but who gets to remain on a therapy that they may be receiving for that condition. And we don't know at this point. So we're building it now with a hypothesis without any guidance, and we're building it in a way that, again, we can kind of change it at the last minute, get kind of the final mile, like Liz said. But it's a hugely consequential piece of guidance that we will need, and we're really going to need it before next June.
Yeah.
And I think from a technology standpoint, right, as you think about, we have to stand up new pieces within our technology framework, whether that's a new system or pieces within the existing systems. From a technology's procurement standpoint, a state's got to be able to say, these are the requirements for that new piece of technology. And if there's questions as to what those requirements are, then you start to kind of say, can I really procure it? Am I going to have added costs down the road because I didn't get it right? And so that's part of that struggle too.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. And when we talked about this previously, I think there may be a little disagreement among you about this point, but how much of this is a technology problem that states have to solve?
I think it's entirely a technology problem. So again, if you get back to the basics, there's three parts to this. There's who is subject to a work requirement. How can you automatically determine that they've met it for as many people as possible so they don't get caught up in paperwork? And then for the ones who have to do paperwork, how do you make that paperwork as easy as possible? And I'll only speak for one state, but I know it's true for the states that you guys used to run the Medicaid program in. You know, to call our IT systems dinosaurs would be charitable. And if you want to do something that would like pass the straight face test in 2025 around what a modern, sleek user experience and interface looks like good luck doing that in 14 months without half the guidance you need to know what all the required elements are. And that's why I think success is going to hinge on our abilities to reconfigure systems, at least in a state like ours that was never built to do work requirements, to kind of like very quickly point it in a different direction and get it to do something it hasn't had to do before. And it's our success in scaling that across, at least in Massachusetts, hundreds of thousands of people that is going to determine the large-scale effects on coverage and whether or not we see big coverage losses. So I'm in the tech camp.
I'll be the dissenting. Definitely a huge piece of it is technology, for sure. But we kind of bang the drum of like business first, like technology follows business. And so to the extent, like I think we have a Medicaid business problem and we have a culture problem. And when I was talking to Kevin earlier about just kind of the overall malaise regarding the healthcare systems in general and access and things like that, we have just a huge top to bottom, left to right issue. And I think getting people to understand what the Medicaid program is and isn't is part of the issue as well. And like I said earlier, it's like a tale of two Medicaids. Like, do we want Medicaid to be a social program, or do we want them to be an insurer? Or do we want them to be both? Like, I feel like that changes every 4 years, and states can't keep up with it.
So I'll add one more element to this, and I'll say I think it's actually really an engagement problem. One of the things we learned deeply from our time in the unwind of continuous coverage post-COVID was we do a really poor job of engaging with our members. Really, I would say almost every state, right? And we try hard. I used to joke, it's true, I bought time as the Nebraska Medicaid director in Wyoming public television to run ads to help people engage in the western part of the state. I did everything I could think of, but we struggled with engagement. Technology is a big part of how we improve that engagement because most of our members are engaging with technology. And if we can build a more effective user experience, we can solve a lot of that. But I think at its core, the reason people fall off of coverage in these situations is because they don't understand how to interact with the systems in an effective way.
Yeah. I think the only last point I kind of layer on top of this, because obviously both perspectives are, I think, 100% true, is that, if I reflect back 2 years ago when Medicaid programs, we called it kind of the unwinding. It basically means, we weren't allowed to kick anyone off Medicaid for 3 years, and then all of a sudden in a year we had to redetermine everyone for eligibility. So it was like turning on a big machine after it had lain dormant. I think one of the reasons why we in Massachusetts feel pretty good about how that went is because we were able to raise the percent of our members who we were able to automatically redetermine as eligible by about 20 percentage points, which on a 2 million person caseload is 400,000 plus people who before would have had to see our envelope in the mail. They would have had to taken time out of their day to. And I think the fact that the improvements that we made around data matching and kind of back-end system integration that I barely understand because I'm not a technologist, that kept a lot of eligible people covered. And I think it's going to be critical for this effort as well. But then there is a last mile component, right, where it is so critical to get smarter about how you engage people in the right language in their community. And I think success will probably hinge on both.
Yeah, you all mentioned, so redeterminations, going through your Medicaid rolls post-COVID and determining who is still eligible. Huge process for states, huge process for health insurers to do that. So are there any other lessons that Medicaid programs can pull from that as they're implementing work requirements?
Definitely. I feel like I lean on lessons learned during the public health emergency every single day. It wasn't things that I thought, or it wasn't what I didn't know that I needed to know those things, but regardless. So one is our health systems, including hospitals, federally qualified health centers, community action centers, et cetera. Like, they want to be partners with Medicaid agencies because they see a lot of the same people that we are serving, right? And so it is in their best interest to help. And I would just say, like, state Medicaid agencies, again, in addition to what they did during the redetermination process, are going to be leaning on those community providers to help them connect with folks, engage with folks, and remind them that they need to go through this process and even help navigate them through the process.
Yeah, I would add to that too. Start implementing early. Right, and what I mean by that in this context of work requirements isn't so much like start kicking people off the program before the date that it's effective, but really like start introducing these processes to people before it is going to impact their coverage. So for us in Nebraska, one of the things that really made a big difference is we never stopped reaching out and doing those eligibility reviews. We kept doing them every year. We didn't change anyone's eligibility. We didn't remove anyone from coverage because we were prohibited from doing that as part of the conditions for getting enhanced funding, but we did it every time. And so in addition to that outreach and saying, hey, we want to make sure you have up-to-date information, we also said that the process isn't changing. We're not restarting something we stopped. The only thing we're restarting is the outcome, but you're used to the process. And so that's an important aspect of it too. To the extent that states can start doing some of this review and getting some of this information early, it introduces that process to people. It's hard on a compressed timeline, but I think from a technology standpoint, modern technology can be implemented quickly. It just requires that you get that modern technology.
Yeah. I'll just add, I think it validated what we all knew, which is no one trusts their insurer or the government more than their primary care doctor, their pharmacist, or people in their community. And so we had some partners here in Massachusetts when we ran a campaign in the 15 cities and towns with the most Medicaid members at risk of losing coverage, and we actually saw when they were out tabling at events, they were out, meeting with people in the community, going to senior centers, you name it. We saw a lower reduction, a lower loss of coverage in those 15 cities and towns than we saw in the places where the campaign did not run. When frankly, you'd expect the opposite, because the rates of people who speak English, the rates of people who are health literate and connected to a bunch of community resources is much lower in those communities. So it's a pretty proof positive that it's like, no one's sitting around waiting for our texts. They want to hear from people who they know and trust, and I think we're going to have to do that again this time around.
Yeah, one more thing that I would add is that during the redetermination period, we had workforce that were very unpracticed in their jobs. So like, when we started doing redeterminations again, there might have been folks that never did an eligibility determination before in their job because they started during the pandemic when those weren't being done. And so they had to train up really fast. The caseloads were enormous. We had in Iowa, in 1 month, we had our eligibility workers log 5,000 overtime hours. And that was like peak redetermination time frame. And I do think that there are ways that technology can be leveraged not only to benefit the individuals that we serve by making the process more user-friendly, expedited, easier for them, but also we need to keep an eye on our eligibility workers who are going to get very burned out and spread really thin. We have to make their jobs easier as well.
We have an audience question.
Yeah. Sorry. My name is Sophie Claudel. I'm a physician at Boston Medical Center, which is the largest safety net hospital in New England. So we serve a lot of patients who are on Mass Health and Mass Health Limited. My question is, what guidance are you putting together for physicians who are going to have patients come to them and say, I'm losing my coverage, where do I go, what do I do? I work with a very low literacy population in particular, And in the last year, we've seen a lot of coverage changes that have caused gaps in medications and changes in care. And it's very hard for me as a physician to advise them on how to reestablish coverage. And the resources in our hospital and in public service offices are often limited in terms of getting appointments to help detangle whatever situation they're in. So as you see this coming in the future where you may see a large loss of coverage, what kind of resources are you putting together for physicians, hospitals, the community to help these people navigate and ideally get reconnected with coverage?
Yeah, so it's an important question, and it's playing out, I think, at places like BMC, at every federally qualified health center in Massachusetts and across the country. Let's say a couple things. One, I think our collective goal should be to keep that away from clinicians, because you have enough going on. And if I think about an organization like Boston Medical Center or any of its peers, what we did during redeterminations and what I'd like to do again is kind of take the army of certified application counselors and navigators that either work at a big health system or surround a big health system and make sure that they are armed with two things. One is all the facts about how do you reconnect to coverage, what's the phone number, what steps do you need to take, but also two, something that I think we did fairly well last time but can always do better, is actually, if I, Mike Levine, am on Massachusetts Medicaid and I get pinged, in 16 months that I have to do a work requirement, my health plan is going to get pinged too. They're going to say, Mike, we were not able to automatically determine that Mike satisfied his work requirement. You should probably give him a call and help him out. And to do that, 45 days before he would lose coverage. We started doing that for the first time with redeterminations. I think we had mixed success, but that has to be the solution, is to kind of get to them before they're saying, oh, I showed up today and it turns out I don't have coverage.
Audience question.
Sure, I'm Rachel Sachs. I'm a law professor at Washington University in St. Louis. Along with the reconciliation bill's cuts of nearly $1 trillion to Medicaid came this creation of a $50 billion rural health transformation fund. The notice of funding went out recently. States' applications are due in just a couple of weeks. I'm wondering if each of you have a perspective on that program, how different states might be thinking about its relationship to Medicaid, what are some opportunities and challenges states may be facing there.
Oh golly, I wish you were part of Kevin and I's conversation earlier today, because that's a big part of my life right now, is helping with those rural health transformation plans. So the federal government has been pretty clear. This is not intended to be a backfill for hospitals. They are contemplating really any kind of rural healthcare provider that can provide access to individuals. So states are going to be and are currently thinking strategically about, like, where do we have rural health access challenges? How is there a way that we can make this work better, including kind of regionalization of resources, so that maybe there's, in a state like Iowa, as an example, maybe if you divide Iowa into 4 quadrants, there's one cardiology specialty hospital in every quadrant. There's, 3 L&Ds in every quadrant. That's kind of, I think, how the federal government really wants us to start thinking about healthcare, and to build in those community health centers and other ancillary services around it, so that you have the full spectrum of care covered regardless of where you are in any state. And so states have had no time to plan for this. And like you said, their applications are due November 5th. I think that the actual guidance came out 3 weeks ago. And so they have less than 2 months to plan. I think that they'll have high-level plans that will then be adjusted. And there's only one application that CMS has said that they will accept, but I think what will be interesting is how the devil in the details plays out, and how adjustable they're going to allow states to be in pivoting when, like, one direction that they're going down isn't working. Or are they just going to ask for the money back?
Yeah, I would say too, I echo all of that. That's all what we talked about earlier. But the other piece to this, I think, is there's really a drive, and you see it in the notice of funding opportunity for give us an indication of outcomes, right? This is an investment in rural health. We want to think about what that return on investment looks like, and that's in the form of outcomes. And the outcomes can't just be, we spent all the money. The outcomes have to be, we've fundamentally changed access. Outcomes in terms of quality of care or health. We've made a difference in how healthcare happens at the rural level. That's what they want to see.
Yeah. I'll just add, we're kind of the sort of partnership between the Medicaid agency and the Department of Public Health here in Massachusetts that is very, very rapidly digesting, like 130 responses we got over the weekend, and we're getting our heads around maybe 6 or 7 initiatives, but a theme that we're trying to draw across all of them is around clinical and technological innovation. So there is some really exciting stuff going on in Massachusetts and around the country around, extending primary care with remote patient monitoring and mobile integrated health and the sorts of things that make sense when, your doctor's not a 5-minute drive down the street. And so the question is, how can we, with an eye towards access and outcomes, draw a really big circle around a health system and say, okay, we're going to do a lot of work over the next couple of years so that systems can build out continuums of services that are going to keep people out of the emergency department, out of the inpatient setting, save some money and keep people where they want to be, which is home. So that's kind of the theme that I hope makes it through.
So when it comes to work requirements, states have some latitude. And obviously, states have different political persuasions. So I think this is kind of an important point. If your goal with Medicaid work requirements is to reduce your Medicaid enrollment, how would you do that? And conversely, if you're in a state where the goal is to ensure that no one loses coverage if they don't have to, what would that look like? What would you put in place in both of these systems to achieve those goals? I know that's a big question, but I feel like it's pretty fundamental to this.
So I guess I'll start by saying I think it's safe to say that across every state, there's not necessarily a goal to just kick people off of coverage. Really, I think everyone is going to take the approach of how do we keep people enrolled that meet the requirements, and how do we kind of quickly and efficiently move people off the rolls who don't, and make sure that we are building in some sort of handoff there, right? Because that continuity of care can be an issue. And so that's part of it. Part of, I think, what needs to happen is there needs to be a clear understanding from a state perspective, what's required, how do we get through it quickly and correctly, and from an applicant and member perspective, what are the requirements I need to meet, and how do I ensure I get there? You can do that by shifting the burden to the state staff and saying, okay, eligibility workers, you're going to be putting in 10,000 hours of overtime this month. You can shift it to the applicants, which means you're going to lose a lot of people who don't think it's worth their time. Or you can shift that to technology and say, let the technology do the heavy lifting and create a better experience for everybody. But it's trade-off between those things.
Yeah, I think it comes back to some of the things we've talked about. How broad of a population do you exempt from work requirements? And I don't know how much flexibility states will have there, but there's a lot of concern, I'd say, in the community around certain behavioral health diagnoses, right? If you have a behavioral health diagnosis, does that count as something that is an impediment to work? And therefore, you shouldn't have to demonstrate compliance with a work requirement. So the way that states approach that and are allowed to approach that, I think, was kind of sign number one. And then everything Kevin said about do you make it easier, do you make it kind of hard to demonstrate compliance with a work requirement? The last thing I'd say is, and one of the trickiest things to think through is, if you're a new applicant, and a very common fact pattern that brings someone to Medicaid is they get sick and lose their job. Well, you're not going to pass a work requirement because you're not working, you just lost your job. But we don't have any of your claims history, so I don't know that, I don't know much about, why you might not be able to work. That's just another area where, again, I think most states want to make sure that person gets covered because they're going to show up to the hospital. There should be a mechanism to pay the provider for that care. But it's a hard one to work through and one that states are probably going to take different approaches on.
I will just say there is probably, I would say 99% of individuals that work within Medicaid agencies, regardless of what state you live in, they don't want to kick anybody off most of the time. That's their program. That's the people that they're serving. The political reasons are outside of their sphere, right? And so they're going to be working to build things as best that they can within the budgets that they have. And I think that the messaging and education ahead of launch is going to be really critically important if states want to be successful and not have or minimize the road bumps. That's going to be very important, and doing a lot of testing with the public. So for example, you have to go into this technology solution, certify that you're working, and do that on a monthly basis. Make sure that the states that are wanting to do this well, they're going to make sure that they're testing that actually works with likely real clients. And then fix it before the actual go live date. So, there's a lot of different things that states will try to embed in their process to make sure that it is successful and that people aren't falling through the cracks or that people aren't erroneously being, terminated from the Medicaid program. When those errors do happen, it's a lot of extra rework and cost for the state as well. So they don't want that to happen. Yeah. But yeah, I think that there will be a lot of different variations in how states implement it, including variations in how successfully they message and educate the people that they're serving.
So no one's going to purposely make their platform clunky to get through, but they might not work so hard on outreach.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, they may not be willing to invest as much.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much for being here. This has been great.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage president of the American Society of Addiction Medicine, Dr. Stephen M. Taylor, and to moderate, stat addiction reporter Lev Fasher.
Afternoon, everyone. Excited to get going with our second to last session. I believe in very happy to have Dr. Stephen Taylor, who's the president of the American Society of Addiction Medicine. But one of the other interesting lines on your resume is the, I believe, 16 years of work you did with the NBA, both working in terms of drug misuse prevention and performance-enhancing drug screening. You want to tell us a little bit about that era of your career and what your takeaways from it might have been?
Yeah. So I was the medical director of what's called the anti-drug program, which is the drug testing and drug treatment program for the NBA. And most of that 16 years, I was really only focused on substances that can be reinforcing or potentially addictive. And the performance-enhancing drugs were handled by a different physician.
And obviously, there's only so much you can share in terms of specific anecdotes and stories, but what might people be surprised to learn about the conversations you're having with elite athletes at that level who, of course, are experiencing really incredible pressure and incredible stress, and also just in terms of injuries and their own medical care, probably a lot of exposure to opioids. What was the bulk of that work?
Well, one of the most fun parts of my role as medical director was the educational piece, because part of my job was to travel around and visit with the players of every single team in the league at least once per season. And doing that job, starting in 2007, I realized that we were in the midst of an opioid crisis, and I have that as my population of people, a group of guys whose occupational hazard is that they are at increased risk for suffering a painful injury or having to undergo surgery. In either of those positions, they're likely to be prescribed opioids, appropriately prescribed opioids. So we were very intentional and deliberate in terms of messaging and educating players about, first of all, the double bind with opioids, that they are both highly addictive and lethal in overdose, and then also about the ways the players needed to handle them, to be careful about only taking the amount that's prescribed, never sharing your medicine with anybody else. As soon as you no longer need it for severe pain, to get rid of it and call the prescribing physician to find out how best to get rid of it, so you don't keep it around so that someone else can get into it. Those kinds of things.
Unless I'm mistaken, is the NBA the only major professional sports league in the U.S. to have not lost an athlete to opioid overdose?
At this point, to my knowledge, the NBA is still the only major professional sports league in the United States that has not had an athlete die from an opioid overdose. And again, there are reasons for that, one of which is simply the numbers. The NBA is by far the smallest of all the major professional sports leagues, with only about 450 to 500 players in the league, as compared to Major League Baseball that has about 780, and the NFL, which has just under 1,700. So that's part of the explanation for that. But I think the other part of it was that we were so aggressive in educating the players about how to handle these medicines and making sure they were aware of how potentially dangerous the medicines were, that they were going to need to be prescribed.
Obviously, NBA players, not the only folks at risk of drug misuse or addiction or overdose in the US. So we'll see how smoothly we can pivot from the NBA to the Trump administration. But we're in the middle of a government shutdown. There has been kind of mass chaos, incredible layoffs, a lot of confusion at the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, which is the main federal agency overseeing both policy and grant making for addiction and overdose prevention programs. How is that affecting your job? What is ASAM doing during this shutdown and just more generally during this administration amid the really crazy disruptions at the agencies you most need to be able to carry out your work?
Well, we are still focused on what we've always been focused on, to be honest, which is making sure that we can maximize and in fact increase access to care for people who have substance use disorder. And that means trying to create and enhance an addiction treatment infrastructure so that anyone who has a substance use disorder, and we're talking about 48.4 million Americans who meet criteria for a substance use disorder, at least as of 2024, and close to 90% of those folks, about 88% of those folks, do not receive treatment. So we've got a lot of work to do. And so we have been focused on trying to increase access to care, trying to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place for people to receive care, to have that care covered, and to receive that care from a robust addiction treatment workforce that is well-equipped, well-educated, well-trained to be able to provide that care to the people who need it.
Great aspirational policy goals. How are they actually coming into contact, though, with the work of these federal agencies, or the fact that you're probably encountering a lot of jobs that are empty, people you used to be able to get in touch with? We just heard about disruptions to various state Medicaid programs. Like, what's the reality on the ground versus the big picture priorities that ASAM is focused on?
Well, yeah, the reality on the ground is, look, we have to deal with the reality that we live in, right? The reality that we live in is that there are many people, for example, who are not going to have Medicaid available to them, right? As the previous discussion has just highlighted. But it just so happens that one of the things that we are happy to hear about is that people with substance use disorder are exempted from the work requirements in Medicaid, and at least in the bill that's being advanced by this administration. And those who provide substance use disorder treatment are being exempted from the cost sharing requirements from the federal government. And so what we're really focused on now is, let's make sure that those exemptions actually mean something. Let's make sure that for a person to demonstrate that they have a substance use disorder so that they can be exempted from the work requirement, it's not going to be too burdensome for them to do that. There's not going to be a million pieces of paperwork, for example, that they're going to have to complete before they can demonstrate that they in fact have a substance use disorder and qualify for the exemption from the work requirement. In other words, let's make it so that those exemptions don't become meaningless because it's so difficult for them, for patients to be able to access them.
What are the other major on-the-ground shifts you've seen since the start of this administration in terms of what policies are in place, what funding is available, what subject matter experts still work in the government or don't still work in the government? What's changed between January 20th and today?
Well, a great deal has changed. Obviously, we are focused on still getting access to care for people with opioid use disorder, and that includes, for example, the medications that are used to treat people with OUD, right? There was a hope that the legislation that's co-sponsored by Senator Ed Markey on the Democratic side and Senator Rand Paul on the Republican side, commonly known as MOTA, the Modernizing Opioid Treatment Access Act. There was hope that that would be passed. Well, that hasn't passed, but there are still ways that that's going to be reintroduced. And so we're working to try to make sure that that is passed so that addiction specialist physicians like myself, people who are board certified in addiction medicine and or addiction psychiatry, can prescribe a medicine, can prescribe methadone specifically for OUD and have a patient go to a pharmacy and go and pick up that medication in a non-stigmatized way without having to go to a methadone clinic in order to get their treatment.
Since we're talking about medications for opioid use disorder like methadone and like buprenorphine, Robert F. Kennedy during his confirmation hearing was asked whether those medications are the gold standard treatment for opioid addiction. He responded that they are a valuable tool, but in his view, the gold standard is 12-step recovery. Agree or disagree?
I disagree that we should dismiss MOUD as something that's nice, but not really the gold standard. I would suggest that we have, for example, Senator Bill Cassidy, who is in the Senate and on the primary health and a retirement security subcommittee in the Senate, who is on record as saying that in fact, and he's a physician, by the way, and he's on record as saying that in fact, they are the clinical gold standard. So again, you can argue about who wants to say what's the gold standard, but the bottom line is that any evidence-based treatment for opioid use disorder needs to be available to people who have opioid use disorder. And in my view, that includes medications for opioid use disorder and 12-step recovery. Both, in fact, are evidence-based interventions. Neither should be seen as the good thing and dismiss the other. We need to have patients have access to all of those options. And I personally work with patients on a weekly basis. I actually see patients myself and try to make sure that they have access to both of those modalities as well as other modalities of treatment.
I think it kind of plays into another theme with RFK and his view on addiction, and he himself is in long-term recovery. But he's talked about the need for tough love as part of the U.S. addiction policy. What does that mean to you? Do you agree that tough love is an important, policy plank for the Trump administration? What actually does that, what does he mean by it, and do you agree with it?
I'm not entirely sure what he means by tough love, to be honest. And I know that's a term that I've in fact used in working with patients and families with substance use disorder, and I'm sure I mean something different from what other people mean. What I know for a fact is that Secretary Kennedy has made it very clear that he wants for people to have access to MOUD. He's also talked about his own personal experience being a person in recovery from addiction disorder. And so I feel as though there's common ground. There's some basis, at least, for us to work together. Obviously, there are areas in which we don't agree, but this whole idea of tough love, I think, is a catchphrase that if you ask 10 different people what that means and how you operationalize that, you get 11 different answers. So I'd rather focus on what are the policies. The fact that he said that, and this is a quote from the conference 6 months ago, when he said, we need buprenorphine, we need methadone, we need naltrexone, we need Narcan. I mean, that's a direct quote from him. And so we at ASAM say, amen, brother, we agree with that, not a problem, okay? And now we just want to help him operationalize that in real policy that is evidence-based. Bottom line is whatever is being done for people with SUD, we want it to be supported by scientific research.
Tell me if you think this is unfair, but I haven't seen much policy from the administration that would advance access to any of those medications. I have seen policy from the administration that, back in the tough love framework, talks about no longer funding, quote, woke nonprofits that engage in harm reduction. They really seem to favor, in certain contexts at least, more abstinence-focused work, oppose harm reduction work like necessarily syringe exchange or distributing safer smoking supplies. One other plank of that is also coerced care, essentially giving people the option of some form of incarceration or entering treatment. What's ASAM's stance on that kind of coercive care? Yeah,
this is where I come back to what does the evidence say? There is no evidence that tells us that the potential benefits of involuntary civil commitment outweigh the risks and the adverse effects of involuntary civil commitment. And so we are not in favor of involuntary civil commitment as a way to help people with substance use disorder who happen to be homeless. We are in favor of increasing the availability and the quality of recovery housing, because that's something that there is evidence to support. We are in favor of, for example, the act to get Medicare to cover elderly people getting treatment in non-hospital-based residential treatment settings, because there's evidence that that would actually help people. So again, what does the evidence tell us would be helpful? Involuntary civil commitment, there's no evidence that suggests that that would be beneficial. So we're not in support of that.
There is this interesting, we have an audience question. Let's go for it.
Oh.
And it's related.
Please.
Hi. I'm Sophie Claudel, a physician at Boston Medical Center. In thinking about expanding access to MOUD, right now there is a limited number of addiction medicine providers, and currently internists need to demonstrate 8 hours or more of specific MOUD training to be able to prescribe in a primary care setting. What work, if any, is your organization doing on changing those requirements potentially as residency programs integrate addiction medicine training into their regular educational programming?
Well, the main work we were doing is trying to do exactly that, to increase the addiction medicine training and addiction medicine education that's available in medical schools and residency training programs, so that there won't necessarily need to be the other requirements on physicians. And the other huge thing that we're involved in is trying to invite and encourage non-addiction specialist physicians to learn more about addiction medicine, and without necessarily becoming board certified in addiction medicine. And so we have a number of different educational programs. We have our e-learning center. I myself host a podcast that we have available to educate physicians. So our effort is to try to make sure that more physicians of whatever specialty are educated about addiction medicine. I personally believe that that's something that should be in the preclinical education of every medical student and part of the education of every nursing student, literally every health professional in this country. And we're actively involved because of our many educational programs in trying to do that. So that's the major work that we do.
In our remaining time, there's a lot to cover in the world of addiction, but let's move to more of a lightning round. There are a couple things I want to touch on. People hear addiction, people think about ASAM, and they think about substances, but there's a fast-growing non-substance related addiction in the US, which is gambling. And I don't know if people necessarily think about it as a health problem. Is it?
It is absolutely a health problem. It's a public health problem. I just gave a talk literally 2 days ago in Mountain Brook, Alabama on gambling because I was asked to do that and invited to do that. A group of parents who have adolescents in high school, kids in high school that are very concerned about gambling. The fact of the matter is that I can't watch a basketball game or a football game nowadays without seeing numerous ads encouraging gambling. It is being promoted because it can be so lucrative for the sports industry. And kids are starting in with gambling at very young ages, which is the same playbook for other addictive substances. Get them started in adolescence, and then before you know it, you've got a hooked person on into adulthood. It is a health problem. One of the things I learned in preparing to do that talk a couple of days ago is that, in fact, gambling, of all the different addictions, whether it's heroin or cocaine or alcohol or other behavioral addictions, gambling is the one that is most closely associated with suicidality. Okay, so you can't get to be more of an important public health problem than that. All right, so yes, it is an important public health problem. Gambling addiction is a concern that ASAM has. Our definition of addiction literally specifically refers to not just substances, but other behaviors that people compulsively engage in and continue to engage in despite adverse consequences. And we are right now in the process of working on an ASAM criteria book that will help people understand how to place patients, how to assess patients and place them in the proper levels of care for gambling addiction, just as we already have for addiction to various substances.
GLP-1s for addiction, hype or paradigm shift?
Not just hype at all. There's some really impressive looking data but it is preliminary data, but very impressive looking data that suggests it can be helpful for alcohol use disorder and even also tobacco use disorder and opioid use disorder. But it is preliminary, and so I'm definitely excited about it. Interestingly enough, the very first episode of the podcast that we did was me getting a chance to interview Dr. Stephanie Weiss at the National Institutes on Drug Abuse, who was actively engaged in one of the clinical trials looking at semaglutide as a treatment for alcohol use disorder. So the data is impressive, it looks promising, but it is preliminary, and I'd like to remind people that we already have FDA-approved treatments for alcohol use disorder that really should be the thing that we are trying to increase access for.
In our last minute, what is something people should know about the current state of the US overdose crisis that they don't?
For years, I've been telling people about and doing the drug talk at kids' schools, and I and others have been accused of exaggerating the dangers of drugs, right? But we're in a time in history now when it's really difficult to exaggerate the dangers of drugs because the drug supply is such that it really is true now that if a person tries a drug even one time for the first time, they could end up dying of an overdose. That's something that I think people need to keep in mind. The other thing that I would argue, and I know you asked for just one thing, but I'm going to give you two.
Go for it.
The other thing that I would remind people is that we talk about different phases of this crisis, right? There was the prescription opioid phase, there was the heroin phase, and now the fentanyl and contaminant phase with the nitazines and all that. We need to stop thinking about things in such siloed ways. This is an addiction crisis. Our approach to it needs to be a full-scale approach to address addiction as a chronic medical condition, because that's going to encompass all of that, including the interventions to try to reverse overdoses and all of that. So that's, think more comprehensively about this, and that's something that I don't think people do enough.
Okay. Well, on that happy note, thank you so much, Dr. Stephen Taylor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, everyone.
Please welcome to the stage former United States Congressman, President of Citizens Energy, and founder of the Groundwork Project, Joe Kennedy, and to moderate, STAT co-founder and executive editor, Rick Burke.
Thank you, everyone, for sticking around for our final session, and I guarantee you will not be disappointed. Joe Kennedy is the perfect closer for us because he's cared about healthcare for decades. When you were in Congress, he wrote first opinion pieces for STAT. You've focused on Medicare, Medicaid, universal health care, Social Security, mental health, drug addiction. These have all been your issues. And you've also had a front row seat to the politics going on, including in your own family. So we have a lot to touch on.
Can't wait.
Yeah. So let me just, there's so much to talk about, but let me just, if I may, get right into this. Because we've talked over time about what's going on with your uncle and RFK Jr., and you've been very careful and understandably, and something I respect about not piling on and sort of worrying about the family reputation and all that, and just careful about sort of how you could make a difference. But then after we agreed that you would come here, we had him, he testified at that Senate hearing, and I think you could not help but on Twitter or share this about your uncle. Robert Kennedy Jr. is a threat to the health and well-being of every American. A United States Secretary of Health and Human Services is tasked with protecting the public health of our country and its people. You said that he's done the opposite, dismissed science, misled the public, et cetera, et cetera. And then you went on to say, none of us will be spared the pain he is inflicting. It doesn't matter how rich or how powerful you are or what state you live in. The heartbreak of watching a loved one fall ill knows no borders. The challenges before us, from disease outbreaks to mental health crises, demand moral clarity, scientific expertise, and leadership rooted in fact. These values are not present in the Secretary's office. He must resign. That's pretty powerful and direct. Given how careful you've been about speaking out, what led you to that moment? And you don't really need to tell us how you really feel because we see it in that statement.
Rick, first, thanks. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your participation in the summit. Thanks for sticking around on Thursday afternoon. I guess I would say, Rick, a couple things. One, the statement I think was, as you alluded to, I think pretty clear and direct. None of this aspect of what's going on in our country, particularly with regards to our healthcare system, is particularly fun for me. And I know it's not fun for a whole lot of people for probably much more serious reasons than mine, right? But for a family that's grown up in a public life, we'll all have our differences, as kind of big families will have. We have, for generations, done our best to kind of keep those disagreements out of the spotlight. I think what motivated that statement was what a series of decisions and actions that many of you know as well as I do that have led to the point where I've got grave concerns about the safety and integrity of our health system, and we need to change. And I can't say it much more clearly than I did then.
What's your can you shed any light about what you think is going on here in the motivations of our leaders, whether it's Kennedy or Trump or Bhattacharya, any of these people? We've talked about all these in the last 2 days and what's going on, and trying to understand what's happening at the NIH and the FDA. Who do you, point the finger at? Is it all because Trump's president and he brought this on?
I mean, you guys have heard from doctors that are far more better qualified to get in their heads than I am, right? What I can say is, to
taking like a big step back and just kind of drawing on my time in politics. For decades, I think there has been a thread through a Democratic Party when it comes to healthcare that this is something that everybody needs. Whether you're bringing a new baby into this world or watching a loved one pass through it, you get hit by a truck walking across the street, like we all are going to need a healthcare system at some point. And so, you know, we're in a capitalist society, things are unequal, things are uneven, it's hard to deliver this stuff, but that if you're all going to need it, then it should be there when you need it. And so how do you then design a system that's there when you need it, as if you needed it or for you or your loved one? And that's a hard thing to do, and it's a complicated thing to do, but that's when I look back at the past 50 plus years about Medicare and Medicaid and CHIP and the ACA and various expansions here to try to do that. And that's kind of what animates it. I think particularly, it's always been a political issue, but you know, CHIP wasn't, and there's been plenty of support for many health programs from conservative side of the aisle as well. Really, I think, you know, the polarization that picked up around the Affordable Care Act and Obamacare, and I think you saw this certainly in the first Trump administration, where it was a repeal and replace, but there was nothing to replace it with. It was just repeal it. Well, okay, if this isn't what animates your idea around healthcare, what is the alternative? You don't like this, fine. What's the alternative? There wasn't one, and there still isn't one. It's just less. It's just cuts. And it's this idea that, oh, well, we can deliver it more effectively, efficiently if we cut $1 trillion out of healthcare for poor people. How? How are you going to do that? And there's no answer to that question because you can't. And so I can't, I'm the last person to try to get in the mind of President Trump or any of the healthcare leaders you mentioned, other than to say, I think to some extent it is a reflection of, you know, leaders in Congress of just saying, hey, we've been fighting against this Affordable Care Act thing for a long time. Here's our opportunity to squeeze it out or to gut it or to roll back those numbers. The irony, again, that you all know very well is, you know, should these premium increases be allowed to expire, should these premium subsidies be allowed to expire and these increases go up, it's going to be millions of supposedly, you know, voters in conservative areas in red states that are going to get walloped with not like a $50 increase a month, but a doubling or tripling of their healthcare costs at a time when energy costs are going up, at a time when cost of living is going up. Like, there's thousands of dollars a month that are going to go on their bills that people can't afford. And the real question that I would love to ask President Trump on that is why? Why do you think that's a good idea as a policy standpoint to put on the backs of American families to say, you know what, in order to get access to the same healthcare you were getting today, you should pay $2,000 a month more for it? Because that's what's going to happen. And why do you think that's a good idea? And I haven't heard anybody explain that.
Is there anything that if you were back in Washington with the Democrats, anything Democrats aren't doing to sort of counter what you're, like, what would you do? Or is it like an impossible situation?
I think, one, I think they're in a hard situation, like, and kudos to my colleagues and former buddies there, or former colleagues and buddies there, that are trying to do this work. I do think that, to some extent, you know, Democrats love white papers. We love to talk about stuff we write in stat. We love to talk about regressions that happen in Stata. We love to talk about all sorts of fancy stuff that, in policies that impact people. What you lose in that is like how a regular person experiences the challenges that are affecting them. I was in the Mississippi Delta recently with some of the work that we're doing with groundwork, and Mississippi Delta, as I assume many of you know, it's an alluvian plain. It's the delta region of the Mississippi River. It's one of the most fertile grounds, fertile territories in America. It was for hundreds of years, area for huge crop cultivation. It is also, for many folks, a food desert, which is an interesting question when you sit there and go, hey, you're growing a whole bunch of stuff, and not all of it is food, but cotton and plenty of other things, but you're growing a whole bunch of stuff here, and yet it's a food desert. Why? Because many of the people that live there are too poor to afford fresh deliveries from fruit and vegetable wholesalers to deliver them to a grocery store. And if that's the case, how we experience healthcare, you don't need to talk about about what's going to happen from some regression analysis from, plenty of the academic institutions around here. It's just, how do you help your baby eat? And if you can't, why not? And why in the richest nation on earth are we still struggling to make sure that babies can eat in our country? And there are people in the Mississippi Delta that are working day and night to make sure that babies can eat. We were talking about this backstage, I'm a proud son of Massachusetts, as I think most of you know. I was always brought up believing, in part because of my uncle, Senator Kennedy, that the first community health center in the country was here in Dorchester, Massachusetts. I went down to Mississippi, and they were proud to tell me that the first community health center in the country was in Mount Bayou, Mississippi. And I was like, no, it's in Massachusetts. They're like, no, it's in Mississippi. So we got a big fight about it. I think they were right. Don't tell anybody in Massachusetts, right? But along the wall in the community health center in Mount Bayou, Mississippi, is a letter from Sergeant Shriver, then head of the Office of Economic Opportunity, to the governor of Mississippi saying that they were going to start this thing called the community health center, provide health care to people in rural Mississippi. And then there's a response from the governor saying, oh, no, you won't. You are not welcome. We do not want your money. Stay out. And then there's a response from Sergeant Shriver saying, too bad, we're coming anyway. And it's still up on the wall there. And they came. When there was resistance from local leaders, at one point we sent doctors to communities to treat people. Now we're sending the National Guard. Why?
Help me understand something, and that is, I don't know if you're able to get into the head of your uncle, but I need some help understanding this. We had Bill Nye, the science guy, at a STAT event not that long ago in New York. And he's usually sort of apolitical and so forth, but he got up on stage and said, what the hell are they doing to health in this country and science in this country? And then backstage, he talked to a bunch of our reporters and showed he'd become friends with RFK Jr. because they were in California. They lived nearby or something. And he started showing these texts over the years he was getting from them, and they were like rants and screeds about health. And then Bill Nye would respond, and then he'd do another screed that was very sort of indecipherable, on and on and on. I also, your cousin Carrie Kennedy Meltzer shared, a physician in New York, shared with us at STAT a whole cache of sort of emails that he had sent her over the years that were very similar, like these long rants that were hard to understand. And I guess my question to you is, what's going on in his head, and how much is it based in science, or where does this come from?
So Rick, I can't say, right? And it's obviously a much better question for Bobby, for Secretary Kennedy. That's a question for him to answer. What I can say is, as I said before, right? I have deep disagreements about the way in which this administration is going about trying to strengthen, if you can call it that, the public health infrastructure in our country. Trying to get inside the motivation or the rationale, like I don't have anything else to add to that. Right? I don't know.
Has there always in other areas, is this familiar to you with him, or is this something new when these rants about health?
Look, again, Bobby's a member of my family. He's been I grew up with him. He's obviously quite a bit older than I am, but I grew up with him. I grew up with his kids. I've got great memories of our time sharing just family time and events and everything else together. When we were together, we talked about plenty of other things that wasn't public health policy. He obviously has gotten into that of late, but I'm not in a place to be able to comment on the details of that or his motivations beyond which he's stated publicly, and I've responded.
And that's totally fair, and I don't mean to over push you on it, because it's personal and it's hard. So I respect that. One other thing on that is when you called on him publicly to resign immediately, or he must resign, did you hear back?
I'm going to keep the conversation between me and him private on that regard.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you see, the other question I have about not just him, but Trump and the leadership in the administration, there's kind of some truth in what we're hearing from Washington, from Trump and the Republicans. It's hard to say, when we're doing stories for STAT, it's hard to say what RFK Jr. is saying is wrong. It's like, there's like some truth here and truth there, and sometimes he's trying to do the right thing, sometimes he's not. What do you make of how the public and how, I guess, the media and how people should be able to respond and deal with that kind of complicated, complex basis of information about health?
So look, I think it's hard. I think our country's struggling with this on a lot of reasons that you all will know and have a probably more nuanced and sophisticated perspective on even than I. But the lack of trust in a national media ecosystem, the lack of kind of in a populist moment, lack of an animosity or a grading against expertise, a populist moment that we are in, the proliferation of social media, so you get influencers that are somehow experts on everything under the sun, even though, like, who knows why. But you're getting stuff to your pocket that's telling you certain things that I don't watch broadcast media all that much anymore because, one, I don't have time. I got 2 little kids, but 2, I catch the news from actually reading the newspaper, which is weird for some people, but like that's what I do. And
the actual print?
Mostly on my phone, but print too, right? And like, I know it like opens like this,
right.
Left to right, and the whole thing. But that's a thing. I do. Bear with me for a second. One of the analogies that I often use actually might be particularly applicable to this crowd. But I do come back to the fact that healthcare is something we're all going to need. And it's something that, like, I got 2 kids, so we need healthcare advice all the time. But I defer to my doctor because I don't know, right? Like, I whatever the doctor tells me to do, normally I will do because it's normally scratches and fevers and bumps and bruises. And so it's not all that something serious. If it were something serious, we'd go get a couple of different opinions. But I'm deferring to that expertise and to the expertise of one of the luxuries of living in Boston, of a broad medical community that can help crowdsource about, hey, this is what we think it is. This is the person you should go talk to. But at a certain point, you depend on that expertise. And I think people are still going to depend on that expertise. The issue is do people have faith and trust in the source of that information? And how do you build that back up? And the example here, and again, bear with me for a second, I give this as political advice to everybody. Folks in this room ever seen the movie Patch Adams? Hope so. Great movie. Thank you. Got one guy in the back. If you haven't seen it, great movie. Philip Seymour Hoffman, Robin Williams, 2 doctors. Robin Williams, most genius doctor ever, rubbing up against Philip Seymour Hoffman, who's supposed to be the smartest guy in the room. Fast forward, I'm going to spoil the movie for you, so sorry, but it's a great movie. Go see it. Philip Seymour Hoffman has a patient, Betty White, the real Betty White, who he says, look, I can outdiagnose every doctor in this hospital, but I can't make her eat, and she needs to eat. Will you, Robin Williams, help me to get her to eat? And as she says no, he then comes back and says, you want to help her eat? And the scene cuts, and she wakes up in a kiddie pool full of spaghetti, which, as far as I can tell, is not actually a prescription for anything. But what it is the difference between diagnosing and treatment. It's one thing to tell somebody what's wrong with them. It's another thing to say to them, I understand, I can diagnose what's wrong. I also can come up with a solution that meets you where you are that will actually help make you better. The medical field has done this forever, particularly in this town. We've got a beloved guy named Paul Farmer that literally pioneered a field of medical anthropology to say, hey, we can diagnose people, but if you don't provide some sort of cultural competency, cultural translation to be able to say this is what's going on with you, you can't convince them to actually take a shot in the arm. They've never done that before. How could you possibly convince them that's the right idea? What I think this country needs writ large, not just in the medical space and public health space, but politics, community level, we got to do a much better job of actually meeting people where they are, understanding what those concerns are, and then translating them. People are looking for answers. I mean, you're seeing that even in the current administration and the followers of that administration and the proliferation of these influencers. There are people out there, they're getting followers because people are looking for answers. They don't have them. They're concerned, they don't trust the answers they've gotten before, but they're still looking. So how do we adjust that system to be able to actually not reject the science, because the science is going to provide those answers, but build up the credibility such that people will trust what you're saying? And that's where the Democratic Party has gone astray. It's where a lot of our institutions have gone astray, and it's where I think a medical community writ large, it's a way in which we're going to rebuild back up this trust, even if you say you've got deep issues with this administration, and you need a new head of the NIH and CDC and FDA and every other health agency out there, CMS, et cetera, and HHS, you're not going to be able to re-legislate faith in these institutions overnight. It's not like all of a sudden a new leader there is going to say, oh, now I've got full faith in what they do. You got to rebuild them, but that starts with rebuilding that trust.
What do you say when you say people want to hear answers and how do you counter the President of the United States speaking before the American public and saying, do not take Tylenol repeatedly? What are people supposed to do with that? And how do you?
I mean, look, I think, one, it's hard to hold President Trump to account for much. Systems had a hard time doing that. Multiple systems have had a hard time doing that. I would remind this crowd, some of you remember he told everybody to inject bleach. I assume you guys didn't do that, right? So, one of the challenges here is he says a lot of everything. So it's kind of hard to hold them account when I always kind of smirk when people say, well, promises made, promises kept. It's like, dude promised everything. So, he kept some of those promises. He also made a whole bunch of promises he certainly didn't keep, right? And that war in Ukraine was supposed to be over on day one. Remember that one? Right? Amongst plenty of others. So, yes, it is hard to hold him to account. I also don't think, and I'm not a big MAGA follower, but I'm not sure even some of the most MAGA followers look to President Trump to provide healthcare advice. I think they look at him because he has been able to foster a connection, a deep connection, and a trusted connection with that base. But I don't think all of his followers didn't go and inject bleach the next day.
Right. But the difference, I think, for what it's worth, is people kind of inject bleach, that's nuts. People kind of roll their eyes. But when it's very forceful, do not take Tylenol, it's a different, and repeatedly, I feel it's a little more of a command, but maybe I'm wrong.
So I defer to you on that, Rick. I think, one, I guess kind of we'll see. Two, I don't take Tylenol every day, right? I haven't stopped taking Tylenol when I need to, but I don't take it every day. And what would I do if I needed to? I would talk to a healthcare provider about if there's some specific need for Tylenol that I take it because I'm now I wake up in the morning and stuff hurts because I'm getting older and I've got little kids I'm trying to keep up with. But that's, I think that's the way in which most folks take it. I'm not sure we've seen a major shift off of it. And obviously I think the concern that even the president was pointing to was issues for pregnant women. And I think there is obviously a real danger there, particularly if you can't take Motrin, you can't take ibuprofen. Tylenol is a concern, particularly if you have a high fever. You guys know all this stuff far better than I do. But, and there has been some counter messaging about that. I think the issue here is I'm not, for the next couple of years, you're going to have a unconventional president that has been able to, and an administration that has figured out a way to dominate a communications landscape that is pushing stuff, their perspective 24/7, 365, particularly through social media, because it's all in our pockets every day. you have to counter that. But I will say one last piece. When I spend time doing some of our organizing work in Alabama or Mississippi or West Virginia, it's around here where you wake up every day and you walk into an office or you have lunch with somebody or breakfast with somebody and they say, did you see the latest press release, or can you believe what he did last night, meeting the administration? Nobody in Mississippi says that. Like, government in Mississippi has been against the people in Mississippi for a long time. Like, great, take a number. We're going to figure out a way to raise our kids. So they're figuring out a way to raise their kids. So find the folks that are figuring out a way to raise the kids and support them. And if you can help create summer camps where kids are going to be able to go and get fresh fruits and vegetables and see a nurse and get trusted medical advice. If you can do that in their schools, if you can actually help create an ecosystem there where healthcare and mental health can be delivered robustly and routinely, that's the way you're doing all this. You're not going to, the next head of the CDC, I think if you polled most Americans and asked them who was the last head of the CDC, they wouldn't know. So the issue here, where I think a democratic world can sometimes get askew, is the impact of the way in which these, the devastation we're seeing across the public health infrastructure is going to be impacted or felt by so many Americans. It is so attenuated, or it is so so far down that chain of actions that trying to make that case as to, hey, this person got fired and or this program got closed and so therefore this happened. If you have those doctors in a community health center that have been providing that work and that care to communities for years, if not decades, like, those patients will trust that doctor. I don't care what anybody else says, they're gonna trust that doctor. So you wanna do that? Let's actually flood the zone with doctors in these places.
Joe, let me ask you just very quickly, because I know we're out of time, but a couple things. One, on a positive note, in the MAHA movement, is there anything that you would compliment of what they're doing?
So look, I do think, and to give my uncle some credit here, trying to address the diet of Americans to try to actually have people eat fresher food, healthier food, organic food, like, that's great. I wish him nothing but success that way. The effort that we heard from Dr. Taylor and others talking about, trying to, the extent to which they can and will, which I've got, we'll see, but are willing to. One of the biggest issues, I think, on mental health is stigma, and the issue to which you've got folks that are talking about it and will speak about their own experiences with it, and a genuine effort to address it. That's great too. I've got my issues about it. How do you do that and cut $1 trillion out of Medicaid? That's another issue. But I am one of those folks that respects the outcome of elections. Wish my president and my government success. Understand that their definition of success might not be my definition of success. But my idea of success is trying to build a stronger, more resilient, safer, healthier America. And the extent to which they can do that, I do wish them success.
And part of that rebuilding the trust in scientific institutions, when I go back to your statement, Kennedy must resign. What would you, without necessarily naming names, but what, if that happened, if he took that advice, what would you do to restore? Like, is there any kind of person you'd put in place? And would you get rid of the whole leadership of health in DC? What would you do?
Rick, I would start by robustly funding Medicaid, which we have never done, ever. I would actually fund mental and behavioral health care the way in which we have never actually done. Huge sea change, as all of you know, about trying to have mental behavioral health care as part of an essential health benefits package under the Affordable Care Act and mental health parity. But when we say, hey, it has to be covered, but by the way, it's a 6-month wait to see a practitioner because Medicaid reimbursement rates are slow, that no one will take Medicaid in your state, that doesn't solve a problem, right? Like, it hasn't. So, let's actually fund it. I would try to peel back disclosures to try to make sure that we actually understood how much various states want to. I don't think I told you the story, and if you'll indulge me, when I was in Congress, I actually asked somebody at CMS, I said, can you give me the list of reimbursement rates, the reimbursement schedules across your states for mental behavioral health care? And the guy said, no. I was like, well, like, what do you mean no? And he's like, well, we don't have it. I was like, well, aren't you CMS? And he's like, yeah, and we don't have it. I was like, well, how do you not have it? He was like, well, a lot of this is done by managed care, and so it's like a contract that is done from the state negotiating this, and it's proprietary in a black box, so we actually don't see it, we write a check. And I was like, okay, well, not for nothing. I sit on this committee. Can't I write a law that says you have to provide that information? And he laughed. And he was like, you don't get it. And I was like, well, clearly not, but like, what am I missing? And he said, the reimbursement rates are so low that the moment you file that bill, every governor in the country is going to tell their delegation you can't sign it, because it is going to force them to take money out of education or other healthcare or public safety and allocate it here, because there will be such an outrage that, I mean, I had a friend whose mother was a practitioner in a southern state, and after she cleared her costs, the reimbursement rate for a counseling session was $6, $8. $8. Like, no. Like, doctors have student loans too. They're not gonna, they'll take a couple Medicaid patients, but like, that was coverage. It's not coverage. And so, you know, my point on this is like, yes, the personnel matter, clearly. That matters more. Solve that problem. Solve the issue of why in an alluvial plain in the Mississippi Delta, the people are kept so poor that they can't afford fresh fruits and vegetables, so no wholesaler will provide the delivery other than Walmart. Solve that problem. And if we can take those challenges on to meet people really where they are, so that in poor parts of this country, and again, the summer camps and childcare the average cost of childcare in the city of Boston is $40,000 per child per year in the midst of an affordability crisis. It's more than mortgage payments. Provide summer for those kids with fresh fruits and vegetables and allow them to read and a nurse, and you will solve myriad problems. We don't do that. So rather than bemoaning like, hey, we don't know who that, head of a 3-letter agency that most folks in America have never heard of, like, solve the problem for that kid and that mom and that dad. And we should be able to do that. Like, scaling up summer camps can't possibly be that hard. So start there.
Final question. That is, and it's something that we asked earlier, so you're not alone here. In being asked this, when we talk about the threat to the health and well-being of every American, are you worried that because of these policies from Washington that a lot of people are going to die?
Look, I think without question, you take healthcare away from people, people are going to die. That's an obvious statement. Right? You cut hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people off of Medicaid because of Medicaid churn, because you send a letter to an old address and force them to comply with a whole bunch of paperwork that they don't know how to fill out, or it's confusing or whatever else, and so they lose their health care, and so they don't get access to stuff, and all of a sudden they don't go to a pre-screening thing for colon cancer, which they could have gotten diagnosed at stage 1 instead at stage 3 or stage 4, and so people die. Like, yeah, that will happen. I mean, the data out there on that is like, I haven't seen that subject to a whole lot of controversy. Like, that's the case. And, the hard part is when you hear folks say, oh, well, we can't afford it. Like, we just bailed out Argentina to $40 billion. Like, we found money to bail out Argentina, and we can't find money to, like, insure America? Like, are you nuts? This is the most insane policy choice I've ever seen. But, it's a political question up to the American public to say, yeah, we actually value access to healthcare more than providing some financial bailout to Argentina because to support a far-right economic agenda, which, maybe America cares more about that. But Democratic Party has to make that case. You're in a government shutdown and you're building a ballroom worth tens of millions of dollars in the White House because he didn't like the way the East Wing looked, or the East Room looked. Like, that's fine. I was there, a year ago. It looked okay. It could fit a bunch of people in it. Bigger than any room in my house. better curtains, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, is that the urgency of this moment, that we're going to build a bigger ballroom in the White House rather than provide fresh food for kids? And by the way, if we can't hold them accountable on that, like, my God. Anyway, leave it there.
Joe, I appreciate your passion, your candor, and thank you for coming. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Good luck.
Thank you.
For closing remarks from our presenting sponsor, please welcome to the stage Merck Executive Director of Patient Innovation and Engagement, Jill Abel.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's been a really terrific and powerful 2 days filled with insightful panels, inspiring speakers, and meaningful connections. But before we wrap up, I'd like to just take a few moments and reflect on the STAT Summit. First, I'd like to thank the STAT team for curating such a dynamic and thought-provoking event. The gathering here has once again brought together the most visionary minds across healthcare and the life sciences to discuss how the work we do today will shape the industry of tomorrow. This year's theme, The Next 10 Years, has challenged us to look ahead with boldness and clarity. And through it all, one thing remained clear. The pace of innovation is not slowing, it's accelerating. And at Merck, we're proud to be part of that momentum. Yesterday, my colleague, Aileen Pangan, who leads our immunology clinical research therapeutic area, shared insights during her chat on the future of immunology, an area where scientific progress has been nothing short of extraordinary. We're seeing deeper understanding of disease mechanisms, new therapeutic targets, and a growing focus on precision approaches that reflects the complexity of immune-mediated diseases. But innovation alone isn't enough. We must also ensure that it's meaningful and reflects the patient's lived experiences, their goals, and their voices. And I think we've heard those themes over the past 2 days. I've heard meet people where they are, think human first, everything for the patients. And through my role at Merck, that's really where I have the privilege of ensuring that that patient voice is at the center of our innovation. Just last week, I had the opportunity to lead our Global Patient Day. This is a day where our company pauses to recognize the people at the heart of everything we do, our patients. So this year, we had the pleasure of listening to 3 amazing patients turned advocates sharing their personal journeys living with HIV, living with familial hypercholesterolemia, as well as colon cancer. Their personal stories reflected around their personal journeys and their path to advocacy, their empowerment, and their resiliency. And they delivered those messages authentically and also with a little bit of humor. And this was really an inspiring reminder to all of our company of why we do what we do. Together, our team's efforts center around creating meaningful connections with people in the communities we serve. We engage with patients, we engage with care partners, we engage with patient advocates to understand their lived experience, to capture their insights, and to better inform our decision-making. We want to make sure that their perspectives are reflected across all that we do. For Aileen and immunology, that means striving more towards targeted, potentially personalized approaches that may offer deeper, more lasting impact on disease. For those developing the next generation of therapies, it means asking thoughtful questions about patients and their experiences early in the process and continually working to ensure that we're developing therapies that advance their needs. And for me and my team, that means actively engaging, actively listening to, and then ultimately embedding that voice across all of our development life cycle. It also means for all of us recognizing that the next 10 years will not be defined by just what we discover, but really how we deliver it. We need to deliver with intention. We need to deliver with purpose. And as I look around this room, I see the people who will make that happen. Each of us plays a big role in shaping the next chapter of medicine. So as we close today, head back to our own cities, head back to our own work. I invite you to carry forward the energy of these conversations. Let's continue to embrace new perspectives, to work across boundaries, and to center the patient in all the decisions that we make. Thank you to each of you for the work that you do every day to shape the future of medicine and to redefine what's possible. And thank you for your time and your sharing of your insights and perspectives over the past few days. Now let's enjoy the evening and keep pushing forward. Thank you to all.
Give me just a minute before you get up to get your drinks. We started out yesterday with a baby in a tuxedo. And a baby that was here because of amazing technology that when I started writing about this stuff, I would not have believed could have come to exist. From basic research that was done on yogurt bacteria to biotech companies that advance the technology to, an innovation that I thought when it came out was going to take decades to reach patients, and here we are. And we ended with a question of why, in the richest nation on earth, are we still struggling to make sure that babies can eat? That when we know that whatever else we think, it is certainly true that adequate nutrition is a necessity, a base necessity for health. So I think everybody here knows. We know that the answer to that paradox, to those two things, is that we need both. We should be able to feed babies, and we should be able to come up with amazing technologies to save babies. And that is, on some level, why everyone here in this room does what they do. So I just hope that we've given you some of the other kind of food, the metaphorical kind, that you can all take back to your daily lives, to your daily grinds. And I hope that you can do a little of what we try to do with journalism. I mean, I'm just on most days, I write down what people say and they get mad at me. Sometimes I get to be a storyteller, maybe. But we hope that everyone here can try to convey the nuance clearly, can try to simplify the complicated and complicate the simple. And maybe even occasionally speak some truth to power. So thank you to all of you who stuck through for the whole day. Thank you to anybody who's watching on the live stream. Thank you to everybody who's been here. I want to thank our sponsors. Our presenting sponsor, Merck. Our Stat Wonderkind sponsor, the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. And our premium sponsors, Biogen, Genentech, Genmab, Metadata, and Vive Healthcare. And our supporting sponsors, the Chan Zuckerberg BioHub Network, Click Health, and Zeno Group. Before the stat-themed closing reception up in the mezzanine, a couple more things I want to cover. Catherine? So this one's called the 10 out of 10. And I've been wanting to say, in the incredibly wise words of one of my favorite songwriters, Tom Waits, and Fall Out Boy, the amazing pop-punk band, champagne for my real friends and real pain for my sham friends. We have some events coming up. We'll be at ASH in Orlando on December 5th. We'll be at San Francisco on JP Morgan. If you're going to JP Morgan, come to the STAT event. It rocks. It's going to be awesome this year. Later in the year, we'll be at AACR and, of course, ASCO, and there are more summits. The STAT Breakthrough Summit East is March 19th in New York City. And we will be in San Francisco for the STAT Breakthrough Summit West on May 19th. And of course, the flagship summit will return to Boston in mid-October 2026. Dates will be announced soon. And registration for the New York and San Francisco summits will be live in the coming weeks. Now, you've heard it takes a village to raise a child. We were just talking about babies. Well, it takes a strike team to put on one of these events. And I want to welcome our whole team up on stage just so you can meet everybody. Britt Cipriano, Alex Howley. Where are Julie and Caitlin? Did they get the memo? Julie and Caitlin, come here if you can. If not, here they come. So all of these guys are amazing. This would not happen without everybody seeing on the stage. We are thrilled that we'll be adding Damien Gardet to our ranks here. And I also want to thank the sales team and the marketing solutions team. And again, to all the sponsors. We wouldn't be able to put on these events without you. Thank you so much. I was trying to think of a toast to end this. I realized the traditional one is best. Health and happiness to all of you. All right, that's a wrap. Go upstairs, get a drink.